Good morning and welcome to Arnos playing field and the final day of this Windward Islands T20 tournament. Women's T20 tournament played there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And as I said before, we're on the final day in this tournament where we have two big games here today. The first encounter, you will see St. Lucia coming up against Dominica for third place. And later on in the day, you would see St. Vincent and the Grenadines coming up against Grenada for the championship trophy. So welcome again to Arnos playing field. And with me this morning is Rajiv Roberts. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Martin. And after a well-rested day, we are back here this morning for the final day of the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. And we see the first game this morning between St. Lucia and Dominica. And as you mentioned earlier, the big finals at 2 p.m. St. Vincent taking on Grenada.
Well, two good games on hand here today, but we start today with Dominica and St. Lucia. Dominica is in the field, and St. Lucia is batting. So to start things off for Dominica is Valmont. Edwards is opening the batting with Zeta James. So we should look to some good ones here from James, a constant performer for St. Lucia, and Valmont is also a good performer for Dominica as well. So they're down to the last day of this tournament. Should see some fireworks as well, Rajiv.
Yeah, well, St. Lucia definitely have a lot to prove here today because in their last encounter between Dominica and St. Lucia, Dominica came out victorious. So St. Lucia definitely want to come out this morning and have all guns blazing.
Well, first Olivia's punch to covers. There's a sweeper there. She gets a single, that's James. So St. Lucia off the mark immediately. Looking positive to start things off.
Yeah, and happy for James that she basically get us an early single in the over, Martin, because we know how destructive she can be if she bats at least 15 overs here today.
Yeah, St. Lucia would love to see James bat at least 15 overs in this final game in this tournament. But I know Valmont would be thinking differently on the Dominicans because they had the upper hand in the last game.
Yeah, and Valmont doing well so far. As we see, she outside the off stump there, no single taken. Good feeler right there at the number 7 feeler. And I know St. Lucia definitely have a wonderful day yesterday, a refreshing day. So I do believe that they're going to come out here all guns blazing this morning.
Well, seems like you have more information than I do. And happy for you guys who are well rested. I'm here. Struggling somewhat. This one is short and it's pulled through square into the fence for 4. Short delivery by Valmont and dealt with accordingly by James, and she's off the mark in fine style. Short delivery, punks on it. A really bad delivery that was, and got treated in the way it should into the fence for 4. Good start here for St. Lucia. So, stifled appeal there by Valmont. Not out says the umpire, 5 without loss. Just to let you know, there's bright sunshine here at Arnos. Outfield looks very nice. Well grass, green top. Yeah, some good surfaces being prepared here for this tournament. Another dot delivery being bowled there. So a good start here. Even Stevens, both teams looking for a final victory. St. Lucia looking to bounce back from a loss to Dominica. It's one good feeling at backward point. So that brings the first over to an end. So after the first over is 5 without loss. Here, St. Lucia batting first against Dominica. What would be a good total for St. Lucia to set for Dominica today, Roberts?
Well, we're looking at anything in the region of 145, 150. But as I mentioned earlier, the captain of St. Lucia, especially the two openers, definitely have to bat deep because we see the slide of these two teams when the opener, especially the top 3, went, that's it for the team. it's like, Martin, they don't know how to get the ball off the square. So it's very important to any one of the two batters, the two openers, especially Zayda James, who is a Windward Island player and a West Indies player, to definitely bat deep and carry the team on her shoulder here this morning.
Well, James and Edwards, two experienced players here for St. Lucia. The Gasper will be bowling from the old airport end, right arm off spin. Good start, steady, straight on the stumps. If you miss, I hit. That's the target. We have seen where teams have good starts in the tournament and then collapse in the middle. These two teams have done that. We are also seeing that with St. Vincent. Also, Grenada is a team that really played well in the tournament. We have not really seen that happen to them, really, Grenada. Really good cricket they have played. Team cricket. Another dot delivery there. 5 without loss. So St. Lucia looking to redeem themselves in this final game. Against Dominica, just in all green. St. Lucia in there, blue and black with the yellow stripes. This time she's hitting it down to mid-off. Shotting down the wicket, looking for a single. But James wasn't interested in that. So Edwards. On strike, 5 without loss. This one is a looping delivery outside the off stump. Good delivery outside the off stump. Testing one to teasing as well. Left it alone into the keeper's glove. Again, she's flighted and she came a little bit too close. Too close, and she swat that over. Mid wicket, she's gone for 1. She's back for 2. So 2 runs to Edwards, playing that shot over mid wicket. Just bouncing once or twice in field, and she picks up 2 more runs, carries the total now to 7 without loss.
It's important for Jada James to at least take most of the strike, because we know, again, Martin, how destructive she is in the power play, and she basically picks the gaps very, very well. Unlike Edward, who basically punch and go all her balls basically go to a fielder. So it's important for Zayda to basically try to get most of the strike, have a conversation with the batter, that's her partner she's batting with, so then they could definitely have a move on, because after 2 overs the score is 7, and the projected score here this morning, Martin, is 70. But I do believe that St. Lucia will get more than that.
Well, who knows? Based on the projection, they would get 70 runs, but I think James and Edwards would look for more than that to redeem themselves. So good bowling again here by Valman, just on the off stump, just on that 5th stump, keeping things tight. You have a backward point, a 3rd man, cover, sweeper, a mid-off, a deep mid-wicket. Square leg is inside of the circle, mid-wicket is there as well, and mid-on. This time she's pulling that high. It is coming on. Somebody's coming. Oh, she misjudged it. She misjudged it, the field at mid-wicket, and it went over her head into the fence for 4. Opportunity gone.
Yeah, that's just bad judgment there from the fielder out there, and I think she could have basically judged that. Well, it's important to always stay and have a good look at the ball and the direction it's going, but she moved off the boundary so quickly and have to run back, and that ball just one bounce into the boundary for 4.
Well, she's punching nicely to covers now for another single after giving her life. Dominica, how much would that hurt them during this game? Left to be seen. Dominica now giving up that life. 12 without loss, St. Lucia. And those are the opportunities that you have to take if you're looking to win games. Can't allow batters to bat 2 and 3 times. Oh, she thinks she's out stump. Yeah, she got her this time. A flighted delivery, looking to work it to the onside. It beat her with the flight through baton pad into the keeper's glove. Good work by her as well, going down leg. And they have claimed their first wicket.
First wicket is going by a stump out route. Very good work behind the wickets by the wicket keeper there for Dominica as they celebrate their 4th wicket in the power play. And as I said earlier, you cannot lose any wicket in the power play, Martin. Losing wicket in the power play at this stage of the game. Well, the likes of Zayda's James still there. And who is going to come with her? And the question is, within the power play, do you have somebody that they basically going to look to score? Or you just have somebody going to just bat out the power play?
Well, Dominica is happy. They got their first wicket. She's back in the pavilion, stumped brilliantly by the wicketkeeper, moving down leg. Lovely to see. Whipping off those bails. So Edwards is gone. James is 9 from 8. Our new partner would be... Seeing the numbers yet. This one is down the leg side. Giving the umpire some work to do. White signal. I haven't seen that number on that shirt as yet to verify that individual. Valmont continues to bowl for Dominica. This is one just pitches and bounces. Getting some purchase out of the wicket there is Valmont. Another good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. That brings you over to an end. And after 3 overs, St. Lucia 12 for 1 in the final day of this Windward Islands T20 tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines between St. Lucia, Dominica, Grenada, and Holt St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First game of the day, finals later on 2 p.m. St. Vincent versus Grenada, Spice Isle, who would bring the championship home. Left to be seen. Grenada has played good cricket. St. Vincent have played good cricket, just didn't get over the line in the last game against Grenada. Lost by just about 2 runs or so. But they have some time to recover and rethink their strategy for the finals.
Talking about the finals, Martin, who do you really have your money on the finals this afternoon? I know you're gonna say you're patriotic, but I am as well. But the type of cricket that Grenada is playing, Martin, I definitely will give Grenada the edge over St. Vincent. But as we all know, cricket played on the day.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Cricket is played on the day, but based on the tournament and how teams have played, Grenada have played some solid cricket coming through from preliminaries up until now. That is a game. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. They could go into the finals and collapse. Who knows? St. Vincent could just have a very good day. Or Grenada have a wonderful day and St. Vincent collapse. You never know. But based on how the tournament is played, you could make a bet or say something. But before we get to that, we have to finish this one first. It's 13 for 1. St. Lucia losing an early wicket. So it's Felix. I'm joined Zayda James for St. Lucia. She's on strike. This one is just bouncing and turning, looking to cut the off spinner. No, she's out. She has played the ball onto the stumps. She was looking to cut the off spinner, hitting the inner portion of the bat and bouncing onto the wicket. And St. Lucia lost wicket number 2. As easy as that.
Well, as St. Lucia lost their 4th wicket, I asked the question, who is going to come into the wicket and have a go? Is there a message from the dugout that somebody should have a go, or somebody should just stay and rotate the strike to able to have Zayda James, who is well packed with punches, and have her on strike more often?
Well, 2 wickets down, 14 runs. It's still in the power play. St. Lucia have lost 2 wickets, and it's early days in the game, really. And to be playing a horizontal bat, a shot like that to start your innings is not the best way. And she tried to cut it and really just played it onto her stumps. and lost a wicket. St. Lucia 14 for 2. Felix not troubling the scores. St. Lucia in some early trouble here against Dominica. They have lost the sun somewhat, but it's very cool at Arnosville. Good for cricket as well. Lost some of the sunshine. It's a Friday. A busy day here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lots of things to do. For those who are not that busy, could come down to Arnosville, have a view of the finals later or this game. It's another delivery. Just fight it on the pads. And tickled down to fine leg, no run. 14 for 2.
With the score on 14 for 2, St. Lucia is batting with Zeta James is Krisha Smith. As she faces
Oh,
third.
she's bowled. Is she? There goes another wicket. I think she missed it completely. LBW, yes she is. Plumb in front. And she walks back to the pavilion. Flighted delivery. Went for the drive. Missed it completely. And she has taken 2 wickets in this over. Good bowling here. Well done, Gaspar.
Martin Zeta James would have actually sat at the sat at the non-striker end, watching all 3 wickets fall. What kind of game do you think she's gonna play here now, from now on?
Well, it's left to be seen. I think that she has to take more control of the game, take most of the strike. Sort of just turn it around. Look at how many balls you have to bat about 4 balls in every over. And take the majority of the strike. St. Lucia, really in some serious trouble here. 14 for 2. We're into the 4th over. Lots of time in this game. Smith comes to the wicket. Smith was just dismissed. So he's been replaced by Crafton. Bowling all around that. Narissa Crafton. Zeta James at the crease. She's 10 from 10. I've done the bulk of the scoring for St. Lucia. And the lady with the golden arm this morning for Dominica. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat, running down to third man. She gets off the mark immediately. Gaspar. Oh, this is trouble here. This is trouble. Look at that. Is this for real? A comedy of errors. Crafton hitting it down to third man. James wasn't paying attention. And she's run out. Look at that. Look at that. She wasn't paying attention at all. She was ball watching. And there you are. James and Crafton ending up in the same crease. And there goes Crafton. Run out. James had no intention of running a second run. But Crafton wanted it. And she has perished. I have a friend that would say, what a calamity. Look at that. 2 players in one crease and she still bubbles the ball. Takes the bails off now. Well. St. Lucia, 15 for 4. 4 overs completed. Well. Gaspar, 2 for 4 from 2 overs. This one, she's driving through covers. There's a sweeper there. Picks up a single. Philip.
Now, Martin, Philip came out and she faced off forced delivery, and she played definitely aggressive shot there. I mean, we are still in the power play, and I think that's the way to go.
Well, sometimes they say you have to beat your way out of it. Bat yourself back into form. Be positive with it. But Dominica definitely on top of this game here this morning. As the sun rejoins us here at Arnos in all its glory. Has some good technique as well. Just turning that one to fine leg. Finding the feeler in the way.
Martin, if you were the captain for the Dominica team, would you give your opening bowlers 4 on the track with the condition of the game?
I would have. 4 wickets down, 16 runs. See how much they could really pull out from the top. Oh, that's really lackadaisical feeling there. Easy runs been given away.
Well, it might appear to be an easy single, but they may want to bowl at the at the new batter of Philip.
I don't think that was intentional. Too early in the game. There we go, and she plays with sort of a horizontal bat still, but it came back to the bowler. Would like to see the batters hitting the ball down the ground to start their innings. Full face of the bat. Punch it. Feel the ball on the bat. This one she's hitting 2 mid-wicket. Oh, an easy catch being spilt. And another life being given. One given to Philip now. An easy catch at mid-wicket and she spills it. St. Lucia could have fallen even further into trouble. But Dominica, with some ill-disciplined feeling in the last 2 balls or so, have allowed them to get away.
At the end of over number 5, the score is 17 for the loss of 4. And at that final delivery, Martin, it would have been 17 for 5.
Easy catches. Easy like Sunday morning. Went to begging. So Philip is still there. James is still battling. 11 from 13. She's driving nicely to covers. Sweeper comes over. In and fields. Another single for James. So she's off the mark. First delivery. She's opened up the strike here to Philip. Is this a good strategy or not? Well, somebody has to bat. It's too early to be hiding the batters.
Yeah, you batting basically in the top 5, top 6 or top 7, Martin. You're supposed to be capable of doing such. So I think that Zeta is basically giving the trust in her batters as well and hoping that they come off good here today.
Well, that's a big cut being played there by Philip. Misses completely. Collected by the wicket keeper, 18 for 4. This one is punched with some power. Through covers, into the fence for 4. That's some power on it.
Valmont in that area, I don't think Valmont want anything to do with stopping that ball, Martin. As you notice there, she pulled her foot away. But that's a very, very good shot there by Philip as she moved from 5 from 5. As Zeta James is on 12 from 14. St. Lucia woman 22 for the loss of 4 wickets in over number 6.
Well, just dropped that catch from Philip and she came back, shocking a beautiful 4 through covers. This time she's just driving it back to the wicket, to the bowler who does the fielding. But that was it with some power in the covers. Feel that short extra cover skipped out of the way, allowing the ball to go its way. This time she's turning it. So Gasper, final delivery in her 3rd over. She has 2 for 9. Good return so far. This time she's hitting it high. It goes over mid-on. Will it get to the fence? Yes, it does. Waiting on the signal from the umpire. Whether it has struck the ropes or not, but one bounce inside. It goes over the fence for 4. But a good shot there by Philip again. Extending our arms. Probably listen to you, Roberts. Want to take them on?
Yeah, somebody
more
definitely,
aggressive.
somebody definitely have to have a go in the power play, and I'm happy that Phillips would have been the one to take that risk. I just see the completion of the power play, the score on 26 for the loss of 4. And Martin, I'm happy to see that there are a few spectators out for this encounter this morning. I've seen some in the Legends Pavilion, Mike Finley, and so forth. So I'm hoping that this evening we will see at least a pack stand for St. Vincent game versus Grenada.
Yeah, welcome to the spectators to Arnos playing field. Lovely to have you here. Even though it's a busy Friday. Thanks for taking some time out of your day to come and look at this cricket in the stadium. As there's a changing bowling. St. Jean, how we pronounce it as John, comes into the attack. Gian. St. Gian. So, St. Lucia, 26 for 4. Looking to redeem themselves, but finding themselves into trouble this morning very early against Dominica. Dominica getting the better of them in the earlier game. First, good delivery. Seems to be bowling leg spin. A deep indicator and a square leg.
She would have definitely done some damage to St. Lucia in their previous encounter. But I don't think she would be one to bowl into to Zeta at this time. I think she would rather bowl to Phillips.
It's a good start for her. 2 dot deliveries on the track. Pick up the bowler in the last game. Of the bowlers in the last game. This time she's driving nicely through cover. She's gone for 1, James. She's back for 2. So 2 runs completed there. We're into over number 7. Oh, this one pitches and spin really. Umpire signals wide. Good delivery. Good line and length. Just a little closer. A little zip on that one. Well bowled. But the umpire decides it's a wide. This time she's close and this one is driven. Down too long off. For another single. As James continues to bat for St. Lucia here. The lone soldier so far. 15 from 18 deliveries. 30 for 4. Philip seems to be to change her mood into a more aggressive style. How would she approach St. John, sorry. It's a dot delivery to start proceedings. Just open up the face and running it down to third man. There's a sweeper. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Short, fine leg, square leg, and a mid wicket. Backward point. Those are the people in the circle. Full delivery, misses completely. Should have done better with that. That brings you over to an end. 30 for 4. St. Lucia versus Dominica. In this first encounter in the final game of this Windward Islands T20 Women's Tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So just a reminder, Martin, that the Women's T20 Blast get on the way this coming Tuesday the 13th at 9:30. Windward Island will be taking on Guyana. At 2:30, Jamaica will be taking on the Leeward Islands. And at 7 p.m., Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on Barbados. That's on the 13th next week, Tuesday, right here at Arnos.
Well, some of these ladies would be on show. This is the reason for this tournament. And it's very close to this one. So they should be in good form and good nick going into that tournament, playing it this close. These ladies, it's their time. 30 for 4. James unbeaten on 15 from 18. She's joined there with Philip. She has 9 from 10. Gaspar will be finishing up her spell. Final over. Looking for that big wicket of James, but that one squeezes through backward point. She's gone for one and back for a second. Not the best of feeling. So 2 runs to James. She continues to bat well for St. Lucia. This one is squeezed down to third man. Another 2 runs would be an offer. It's taken. Fielder's not doing all they can to prevent that too. So 2 more runs to St. Lucia. The runs are coming now, but they have lost 4 wickets in the process. These two need to bat and build a partnership and see how much they could propel St. Lucia to that total that they need to overhaul so that Dominica even sometime. This time she's out. Oh my Lord, she's dropped the catch. It was in and out as fast as I opened my mouth to say it is taken. A simple catch to backward point and it's in and out. Drop. That's a big wicket. Zeta James dropped.
While it's important to take every opportunity and offer, especially off the bat of Zeta James, how costly this can be for Dominica, knowing the power that Zeta James definitely have. There she take another single.
Well, it was an easy catch to backward point. It went into the hands. I called it catch. And then I saw it coming back out and popping on the ground. So a third catch going up begging here for Dominica. Even though St. Lucia is 35 for 4, they have dropped 3 catches so far. Simple of catches. This one is hit. It's trying to hit that over mid-wicket, a stifled appeal. Not how says the umpire. 35 for 4. Not the best set of feeling, not the best feeling from the Dominicans. Really should have kept the pressure on St. Lucia. And more pressure. Easy pickings here for Philip. Another single.
So at the end of the 8th over, the score is now 36 for the loss of 4 wickets. Martin, happy to know that the WIPL started this morning as well. You know, so it's really and truly nice. There's plenty of cricket that has been played, so you have a lot of time to take in some of those actions as well. And the Ashes just completed.
Well, a lot of cricket in and around the world starting up early in the year. Everybody wants to get into the action. The women has kicked things off here in the Caribbean for us. Windwards Islands tournament, then the senior women's tournament. Ashes being played and so on. So, plenty cricket to be played. Lots of opportunities for persons to showcase their talents, the ladies and the men of the Caribbean. Gaspar continues. The St. Jean, sorry. He bowls a leg spin. Nice and slow. Has a good approach as well. She's somewhat tall in stature. Seems to be in control of that ball. Does what she wants to do with it. As she bowls another dot delivery. Into over number 8.
What I would love to see here for Abini Martin is that she got a slip in. With the way she's bowling to Philip, I would love to see she had a slip in there.
Good one. Outside the off stump. Oh, a little bounce on it as well. Well, it would be very good for them. I think that the third man, or the fine leg there, has been wasted. At 35 for 4, bowling that line and length. I do agree with you that a slip is needed. Seems that one seems to be the wronger. Came back into her. Not the original leg break. Seems to be a googly. Cramping off a room.
From the previous encounter between St. Lucia and Dominica Martin, she definitely have a bag of tricks. I think I would call her the mystery spinner for Dominica.
Well, with that being said, the over has been completed. 9 overs completed. It's 36 for 4. As you said earlier, the projected score is 70. They're on their way to that.
Well, I was hoping to see at least at the end of 10 overs, St. Lucia should have been in the region of probably 50, 56, thereabout. And with 9 overs gone, the score on 36 for 4. I don't think that they will get 20 off this 10th over.
Well, Dominica has done well with the ball, but they have fielded badly. St. Lucia should have been in a worse off position than they are now. They have dropped 3 catches, easy catches. Even Zayda James, who's a key scorer, she's 20 from 22. Philip has already been given a life as well. You see the difference that could have made in this game, taking those 2 catches between these two. So there's a new bowler, and she's spanked 2 covers. Sweeper comes into play. Silverbird.
I would have definitely enjoyed Gilbert spell against St. Lucia in their previous encounter where she bowled some nice off break. But I would like to see she start more on middle.
Depends on how the skipper sets the field for her. She has a square leg, a deep mid wicket. Packed offside field, really. Oh, is she bowled? Yes, she is. Straight to her defense. Another wicket goes. 37 for 5. Right through the defense into the hardware. St. Lucia have lost wicket number 5.
Now the score is on 37 for the loss of 5 wickets in over number 10. This miss is Philip. Still at the crease is Zayda James, 21 from 23.
Well, the key player still there, being given a life. But Dominica really bowling well. And as we have seen earlier, I think this is where we would have a break, the 10th over. So the umpires would take some water. The players would refresh themselves, and we ourselves would refresh ourselves here. And commentators will be back with you in a few minutes to bring you more commentary here between Dominica and St. Lucia. So dead ball being signaled by the umpire. She's changed her direction. She's come around the wicket. She's been punished and she's punished again. Down to the boundary for 4. So 3 massive shots here being played by Zeta James. She rushes up now to 36 it is. So good batting here by James. Pounding 1 over mid-wicket for 6 and sweeping 2 for 4.
Well, Martin, as I said earlier, that Zeta, the captain of the St. Lucia team, definitely have to bat deep. But then I'm going to extend that word to deeper. So it means that she got to bat all 20 overs here this morning in order for St. Lucia to have a challenging score here against Dominica.
Well, Vale came back looking for some scalps. She's been hammered. She's been taken to the cleaners. Had some good figures coming on here. She's rushed up now to 27. 3 more deliveries still. Again, she's been hit down to the fence. Fielder comes around and fields this time. So there's a single. James picks up another single. 55 for 5. St. Lucia. A good over so far for Zeta James. She's now on 37 from 28 deliveries, from what I've seen. Final 2 deliveries for Valmore. This one is on the leg stump, really. First dot ball in this over. So she's into a final delivery. She has 1 for 28. Been pounded here in this last over by Zeta James. 3 powerful shots. 1 for 6. The others went for 4. Good delivery to finish your spell. So, after 11 overs, Dominica has really taken the life out of the St. Lucia team, really. 55 for 5. Zeta James is there on 37. The only person who have put up some resistance and has joined me is Asnet Kato. Good morning, Mr. Kato. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, Kenroy. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you're looking at this broadcast from. Wonderful conditions again this morning. I think that's one of the hallmark of the tournament. Very good cricket conditions, at least so far. And we're hoping that stays the same way. But St. Lucia women struggling a bit here, 55 for 5, 11 overs. The score is just around 5 runs per over. And I'm thinking the wicket here of Zeta James is going to be critical to the outcome of this encounter.
Well, she's been given a life prayer. She has made use of that. And Valmore bowled 4 for 28. Had good figures coming back in here. Now it's Gaspar. We'll be trying to dislodge James. Dominicans have bowled well, but their feeling has let them down. Drop at least 3 catches thus far. That has hurt them. James have been dropped. Our partner, Cherry, she's on 1. There's Gaspar. Done sponge to covers. Not feeling clean in here, but still stops a single. Wicketkeeper is not too happy with that either. Again, this one is keeping a bit low. You mentioned the good conditions here at Arnos for cricket. Good wickets being prepared. Your outfield is pretty fast. You get purchased for your shots. This time she's racking back on the back foot. She pulls it in the gap. She's looking for 2. And she's hustling back for 2. So good, sensible cricket here by James.
They finally coming to the party, Zeta James. Never really got started throughout the tournament. A couple of starts, but never went on to any significant total. And that has really dented the St. Lucians' progress throughout the tournament so far. So she'll be hoping that she can, at least as this one is punched through that backward point region, should get close to the boundary. Well, stop there, just inside of the rope. I think they have the opportunity to come back for a third. She's quite quick, Zeta James. So 3 more runs added to the total. Total up to 60 now for the loss of 5.
Yeah, good comeback here by St. Lucia. Had a big over prior to this one. James doing well, continuing to battle in here for St. Lucia. 42, she's a chief scorer. So she's hoping that Cherry stays with her for the benefit of St. Lucia. As she just plays a supporting role. So good running between the wickets between these two. Something that we have not seen from the St. Lucians in this innings. So good calling and running between Cherry and James.
I think that has been a feature of the most successful teams in the tournament, the likes of Grenadines, St.Vincent and the Grenadines, putting pressure on the fielders. Sometimes the running has been quite erratic. But all in all, putting pressure on the fielders is always a good thing.
Yeah, we have seen 2 runouts this morning. Really no call for that. Both players ended up in the same crease, no form of communication. A single was on, yes, but there was never a second. Losing their wicket, unfortunately. Well, I should say, uncalled for, really. Wasn't called for. Was on any pressure as the umpire. Holds up play for a little bit. James probably a little bit winded as well. She has done a lot of work this morning. 42 from 32. She's pulling it through square leg into the fence for 4. Easy work. Easy shot. Loose delivery on the leg stump. James is in good nick. It goes to the fence for 4.
Not the best of delivery to finish that over from Gasper. Short delivery on the line of the leg stump, and there was Zeta James needing no second invitation. Down on her knees and swept that one nicely backward of square on the onside into the fence for 4. She's really up and running now, 46 from 33 deliveries. And it's good to see a player of her talent coming to the forefront. And I'm sure St. Lucians will benefit tremendously if she's able to bat the majority of these remaining 8 overs or so.
Well, she came to the party at the right time for St. Lucia. They were struggling here this morning, even though given her life. She has paddled hard to keep this St. Lucian ship afloat here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines against the Dominicans. The Dominicans have tried their best to basically give this game away, dropping at least 4 catches, easy catches, in my estimation. So she has bowled 2 overs for 4 runs, bowled very well. This one is in the air. She's getting under it. And she's gone. Cherry has gone. So wicket number 6 have gone for St. Lucia. We were just talking about partnerships and probably playing a supporting role. And she falls victim.
Not the best of shots there from Cherry. Bit of bounce as well. St. John is quite tall. Leg spinner. Hitting against his spin to some extent. Getting the top of the bat. And lobbed a simple catch there to Ilnois at short, fine leg. So another wicket goes. The St. Lucia women, just when they were building that sort of partnership, that sort of recovery effort, another wicket goes. So the Dominicans continue to plug away at the St. Lucia women here in this final round of fixtures in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship at the Arnos Sporting Complex. St. Lucia, they are now 65 for 6.
Well, catch been taken there finally to dismiss Cherry. James is unbeaten on 46 from 33.
I think there's a bit of sameness about the Dominican attack that has gone against them at times throughout this tournament. For example, playing against the likes of Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, two of the stronger teams in the tournament. But what we have seen is that they have taken a liking to the batting order of the St. Lucia team. You can recall in the last game, bowling them out for 64, I think, and winning that one quite comfortably. And here again, putting them under a bit of pressure. So for them, it's a step in the right direction.
Well, they have the upper hand in this game again against St. Lucia, winning the first one. Looking to do that in this game. This one is turned to square leg. Misfield again by Dominicans, allowing them to get 2 more runs. So Ross, who have joined James, she's off the mark. Feeling continues to be not of the best quality from Dominica. As we see a ring of fielders on the offside, a slip has been put into place. Everybody's basically in the circle looking for that next wicket. This one just pitched on the leg stump somewhat between middle and leg, going further down. I think that she should be looking to take it a little bit further outside the off stump.
I think it's a good feel as well from Captain Fontaine. She has seen the vulnerability of the lower order of the St. Lucia team in the last encounter these two teams played against each other. So she knows that there's not much power as it relates to the batters coming in at this stage. Once again, a juicy full toss, but this one, bit of a misfield again, something you alluded to earlier. Not the best of fielding effort so far from the Dominican team. That one really should have been stopped, keeping the pressure there on Ross, but as it stands, a bit of a misfield. So Ross is off she's up to 3, and James now back on strike.
So Zeta James looking to get to that magical figure of 50. She's 4 away. She would love to do that in the final game here. As you said, she has gotten some starts in the tournament, but have not really propelled to that sort of scores in this tournament. She would love to get that today for St. Lucia. 68 for 6, St. Lucia. Really lovely shot down to mid-off again. Miss Fields and gives away an easy single.
It's not the best of efforts again there. I think it's Valmont on that occasion. It's allowing that one to go through her. Affording the opportunity there for James to turn over the strike. 1 delivery remaining in his 13th over.
Again, she's showing down leg. I think she's trying to get the delivery straight, and she's putting too much effort into it and really pulling it down leg as a leg spinner. Needs to get it just outside that 4th, 5th stump, coming back into the left hander. A ball straighter. This one is straight to the batter into the keeper's glove. Missing everything. That brings you over to an end. It's 70 for 6.
Good delivery to finish that over. I'm wondering if it's a bit of a slider going the other way. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Just beating the outside edge on that occasion. So good bit of variation there from St. John. Being quite impressive. A tall leg spinner. Leg spin can be a very difficult art to perfect. So understandably, she's not as consistent as she would like to be. But certainly, from a neutral perspective, it's good to see that sort of talent coming through.
I think she has handled it pretty well since her introduction. She has bowled with very good control. As James continued to battle here for St. Lucia, good feeling, excellent. Running to your left and knocking it down. Preventing at least 2 more runs. I think that's St. John. Another dot delivery, 70 for 6.
It will be interesting to see how James go from here on. We spoke about the batting to follow. She's basically in with the tail, as they would say. Being that experienced player, she really need to find a way of maximizing her output. And on that occasion, again, not the best of feeling. Attempting to use her right size 13 there on that occasion, but not making any sort of contact. But that ball rushing into the fence. So another boundary for Zeta James. She's up and running, as we said earlier. Just trying to bring a bit of momentum, a bit of impetus to the innings. Having lost those wickets quite early. And she's going to be key for the remainder of these 6 overs or so.
Well, that brings up her 50. She's 51 from 37 deliveries. As you said, the big foot didn't stop that one. It went through the legs of the fielder into the fence for 4. Zeta James marches on to 51 from 37. St. Lucia, 74 for 6. Gilbert continues. Reverse sweep implemented. Something we have not seen in this tournament so far.
A good stop on that occasion. You have to applaud the effort there of the fielder at short third man. James looking to be a bit more innovative. Not sure that is the right way to go at this point in time. You want to work out the percentages. I think that's a much better shot through the offside. We spoke about our importance to St. Lucian building an important total here this morning. So she wouldn't want to give it away playing something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, she times the ball as good as anyone. So just hit the ball in front of you, hit it in the middle of the bat, keep batting. Zayda James, take your bat right down to the last over, bat right down to the end. And hopefully the others would support her in that effort. Ross is with her. She's on strike. But do you think that she should change your mode operandi, bat at least 4 or 5 balls in the over?
I think that's going to be the key. If she's able to face the majority of these deliveries, but given her talent and dominance so far, I'm thinking that the St. Lucians will benefit tremendously. The likes of Ross and those to follow will have to play more of a supporting role, ensure that they don't lose wickets consistently. Still 6 overs to go, so 36 deliveries. If she's able to face the majority, 70-80% of these deliveries, I'm sure St. Lucia will be looking at a total around 115, 120. Because we know she has the talent, the timing, and so far she's been able to pierce the gaps at will.
Yeah, I think she's in a similar situation as Avi Fletcher in that second game where she scored that brilliant 100. If she times it well, if she play in accordance, she could get herself to 100 as well once she gets the support as we're speaking here. Again, she's short. Deep on that boundary, the square leg, gets another single, and she's off the strike for the next few balls.
It's interesting. It's an interesting decision there to take the single from the first delivery. It tells me she has some confidence in Ross's ability with the bat. Let's see how that one goes. It's a change of ends as well for Gasper. Started at the old depot end. We're now seeing her from the backway end. So far, I think she's been a bit too short. It's afforded the opportunity for James to rock back on that back foot and open up the entire field. Once again, this one is short and Ross is pulling this one this time. An opportunity there for a second, but James opted for the single. 77 for 6.
All the feelers were in the circle for Ross, but that was a bad delivery down the leg side. Pulled for a single. That brings Zayda back on strike. Shot again down the leg side and punish. A good feeling there by that fielder square leg. Tumbling save.
I think it's Gilbert on the deep square leg boundary, coming around to her left and effecting a very good stop there. We spoke about the feeling of the Dominicans so far, but on that occasion, that's been one of the better fielding efforts we've seen.
Yes, indeed. This time is flighted outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. For defensive, 78 for 6. Brings over number 15 to an end. After 15 overs here at Arnosville, it's 78 for 6. Dominica versus St. Lucia. Final day of this women's T20 tournament, Windward Islands. After this, you go straight into the West Indies Women's Tournament next week. So this should be some good preparation for the Windward Islands team. And the selectors select that team to participate in this tournament from these ladies here. Just another 5 overs to go. Zayda is on 54 from 41, and our partner Ross is on 4 from 9.
That was a good comeback over there from Gasper, just conceding 3 runs from that over. Type of over that the Dominicans would like to continue.
This one is looking to pull it. Hitting the upper portion of the bat, basically ballooning over the head of that mid-wicket fielder. Not the best of efforts from that fielder as well. But it fell in low man's land. She's still on strike. Zeta James.
It's a shot that we've seen her employed on quite a few occasions now, successfully. But on that occasion, not timing it as well. This one is another short delivery again from Gilbert. Outside the off stump, there was James stretching. I'm sure if she'd made no contact, that would have been signal a wide. She's off strike now, interestingly.
Everyone comes into the circle. Well, there you go. She's bold. Opening that opportunity for them to bowl after the weaker batter. Zeta James, you have to be much smarter than that. Ross goes back bold. St. Lucia have lost another wicket.
To be honest, Kenroy, I don't think the competency of the St. Lucians law order warranty giving them the strike so early in the over.
Yeah.
I think James has to be mindful of that. She's played cricket at the highest level. That's the kind of cricketing knowledge that we expect some of these players to have, having played at the highest level. So she should be able to farm the strike, as they would say. Ross for a while resisted 10 deliveries for four runs, but on that occasion looking to be a bit more expansive and in the end losing her wicket. So St. Lucia 79 for 7, critical point of this encounter.
Yeah, I think this is where James needs to come and really take charge of the game for St. Lucia. If she doesn't, she would be left all alone. She has batted well for 55. But for St. Lucia to get to a decent total, at least 100, she needs to palm the strike and be smart at what she does. So the new batter here is Joseph. This one is just pulled to mid-on for a single. She's looking to bowl a faster delivery. But here's a really short delivery. And
I think it's actually a no ball, Kenroy.
yes,
Ball
I
will
think
have
it
bounced
bounced twice before you get to the batter. So a no ball, free hit is on offer. And she pulls that 1-2 mid wicket. She will take the catch, but it's a free hit. She doesn't lose her wicket. Another single.
It's a very good catch running in. Ball will have held up in the wind as well.
It's good to see somebody taking a catch. Well, another one being bowled. This time it's hit over cover into the fence for 4. And no ball signal by the umpire. What is happening here?
Not the best of cricket there from Gilbert. I think she's holding the ball a bit too tight. And on that occasion, replicating what we saw earlier on in the over, that delivery actually bouncing a bit more times. I think it bounced 3 times on that occasion. But Joseph taking full toll, getting a boundary.
This one is just straight on the leg stump, tickled for another single. 88 for 7.
Just have to find her discipline again, Amaya Gilbert. 2 wickets so far, so not a bad effort from her.
This time down the leg. Running close to the fence, he will get 1. James have lost a bat in the process. Wide signal by the umpire, so 2 more runs to St. Lucia.
It's a bit of ill discipline creeping into the bowling effort here of the Dominican team. Can't afford to give the opposition these freebies, as they would say.
Yeah.
Quite a few no balls and wides, misfields as well. All part of the learning curve for these teams.
Again, down the leg side. They have bowled pretty well this morning. As you said, some ill discipline creeping into their cricket. They have not fielded as well. So once you have these 2 factors going against you, you would put the opposition in a better position than they are. And at this time, they are 91 for 7. Helping the St. Lucians to get to that total of 100, at least. Again down the leg side. Not a good over here by Gilbert so far.
She opted to come over the wicket. to the left hander. Remember, she was struggling around the wicket, but I don't think she was struggling with the angle. I think it was a matter of how she was gripping the ball. So now she's going over the wicket and you're seeing a couple of wides down the leg side.
Well, she's gone for 23 thus far. Make that 24.
So Captain Fontaine, the wicketkeeper as well, they're a bit frustrated with this effort from Gilbert. 9 deliveries so far in this over.
This one is hit in the air. Somebody coming on it. Somebody's asking for it. It fell in no man's land. Nobody seems like they wanted that catch. This time she's going for it. It's hitting the inner portion of the bat and trickling down to fine leg. No bats involved. By signal by the umpire, so the keeper missed it completely. Fontaine. And that brings over number 16 to an end. It's 94 for 7 St. Lucia. Here in the first game of this Windward Islands tournament, the final day. Third place playoff between Dominica and St. Lucia.
I'll tell you what again, Kenroy, that's an interesting decision once again from James to take the single of the final delivery of that over. I don't think what we have seen so far from Joseph suggests any sort of prominence. Hasn't been the most assured effort from her with the bat. We've seen quite a few swipes across the line. That last delivery, evidence of that. Just missing everything completely, including the wicketkeeper. It'll be interesting to see how she goes in this 17th over, facing up to Gaspar.
Well, everyone is in the circle. There's no one on the boundary. Seems to be like they know these batters very well. And she's hitting it over the top. Just spoke about that. It goes over mid-off into the fence for 4.
I think she's proving me wrong in terms of getting the strike, Joseph. Not the best of deliveries once again. A bit too short from Gaspar. Affording the opportunity there for Joseph to free her arms. And she's a well-built young lady. Seems to have a bit of power in those muscles and able to get it just over the fielder there, Valmont, at mid-off into the fence for 4. So a good start to the over for the St. Lucians.
Again, she's hitting it down the ground on the other side. Into the fence. 4 more runs. Good batting here by Joseph.
Good batting, but it must be said, not the best of bowling from Gaspar. Once again, too short from her. That has been her mode of operation so far. And in this over so far, she's been punished by Joseph. I don't think Joseph wants to get too carried away at this stage, having gotten 8 runs from the first 2 deliveries. Still have a set batter in the form of James at the other end. So smart cricket still required at this stage.
She's going again, hitting that one brilliantly, fielding at backward point. The throw comes in.
I think that's good cricket as well from James. Looking for the single on that occasion. It was hit straight to the field at backward point. A diving effort there. A bit reluctant at first was Joseph, but James was always going to try and get to the other end.
Well, a good productive over thus far for Dominica, for St. Lucia. 103 for 7. 44 balls have been faced by Zeta James. She's on 56. This one is short. I think she's got some edge on it. But a good confident appeal there from the bowler. The umpire was moved.
I think it's pitching outside leg. Pitching outside leg, clearly, looking at the replay.
Fontaine wasn't too happy with that one.
Was clearly going to hit the stumps, but if you look at the replay, it was pitching outside leg and should not be given out.
Again, she's looking to thump it through the onside, and the fielder misfields. But this time didn't give away a single. Not too impressive with this feeling, the Dominicans. Flighted down the leg side. Sweeps been implemented. And she's back for 2 more runs. Well, waiting on the signal from the umpire, what he says. Well, batter's been involved, yes, 2 more runs. 105 for 7.
It's good over there from the St. Lucia team. A couple of bungarees there from Joseph. Those will be considered like a bonus, really. Expect the bulk of the scoring to come from Zeta James, but in that over, Joseph coming to the party, easing some of the burden from James. Last couple of deliveries there, James looking to force those deliveries through the onside, not really making the sort of contact that she would like. Perhaps a bit of fatigue creeping into play. 58 from 47 deliveries, 17 overs complete. So 3 overs to go. The back end of this innings, death overs as they would say. St. Lucians will be looking to maximize the amount of runs they can get, perhaps get up to 130 if possible. The Dominicans, they'll be looking to limit the scoring opportunities here of the St. Lucian team. Maybe something in the region of 115 might be the target they're looking at.
Well, as you mentioned, the depth overs, they could make you or break you. Have to be very careful with this 18 deliveries to go. Seaman has taken up the mantle from the old airport 10 to bowl over number 18. So good single, or Wheeler should have done better there, right into the hands and run a single. But good calling by Zeta James. Seems like she wants it. She wants to take charge of the game from here on in.
I think a clean pickup there and a proper throw would have caused some problems there for Zeta James.
Yeah, indeed. But the Dominicans have not really been on the money when it comes to that. Allow the St. Lucians to get rid of few. This one is stroke, lovely over covers. 1, 2, 3 bounce. Sweeper comes around. Another single to James and she just jogs it.
I'm surprised at the fact that they didn't attempt a second delivery. I was putting a bit more pressure there on the field on the deep extra cover bungaree. Just a single.
This time is brilliantly driven through covers. She got to the pitch, open up, and smashed it through covers for 4. Brilliant shot.
Not the best of technique here from Joseph, but I'll tell you what, she has some power. Those long levers of her coming to the forefront in the back end of this innings. Taking a bit of pressure, as I said before, off Zeta James. 20 from 9 deliveries, a very good cameo so far. I'm sure the St. Lucians will want it to continue.
Well, this cameo is working very nicely for St. Lucia. 111 for 7. After being in dire situation this morning at 35 for 5. James was there. She has batted so far into the innings. This time she's looking to smash it down past the bowler. When we find the bowler in the way. So a nice cameo here by Joseph, making a big impact on this game thus far. Good comeback delivery there by Seaman.
A bit of tone on that occasion. I think the length as well was ideal. Joseph looking for a bit of flight, any sort of flight, and she definitely will be looking to the stands. But very well bowled there from Shadia.
This time she's looking to go to the onside, and as Dominica continues to fumble the ball in the field and give away easy singles, just occurring again. Another single to bring over number 18 to an end is 112 for 7. Your thoughts on the next 2 overs in this innings?
Not a bad over there from Seaman, given the condition of the game. 7 overs conceded from that. Having conceded a bungaree earlier on in the over, it was a very good comeback from her. But like I mentioned to you earlier, Kenroy, the St. Lucians will be looking to press and press hard. Still 3 wickets in the bank, 2 overs remaining, and this partnership seemed to have a bit of momentum, a bit of impetus going for it. So I'm sure they'll be hoping to do more of the same and try and maximize the number of bungarees that they can accumulate in the next 12 deliveries or so. Dominica, they'll be looking to the likes of St. John, who's back into the attack now to limit that sort of scoring impetus.
Well, a lovely cameo so far by Joseph. Would she continue? Leg spinner St. John starts with a wide.
We saw her variations in the last over that she bowled. I think she actually attempted to get that slider on again, looking to go away from the left-hander, which I think is a good option. Don't want to come into the arc of Joseph.
This one, she's missing it completely. Had a little turn on it. Coming in from the offs. Stump. Tune button pad.
It's a very good delivery. I think the length is important to Joseph. Anything back of a length turning, I think that's going to present a challenge for her. What she's looking for is something full, so she can free those arms.
Yeah, to have a go. Good bowling again by St. John. As I said, she seems to be very much in control of her bowling. Knows what she's about. Big leg spinner she just bowled a while ago. This time she's coming down the track. She hits it high and hard. Somebody's getting under it. Oh, what a one-handed catch. My word, it seemed like it was going over the ropes. She stuck the hand out and she seemed like she has created a miracle. What a catch.
I'm sure both of us didn't have the confidence that she was going to effect that catch, Kenroy. For a moment, it looked as though that one was getting away from her, but a flighted delivery again. We spoke about the fact that she's looking for that particular length. But on this occasion, not timing it as well as she would like. But mind you, the timing here from the fielder on the long on boundary was quite immaculate. Brilliant one-handed catch. I think that catch will rival the one we saw from Mackie from St. Vincent earlier. Two brilliant efforts in the field. And St. Lucia, they're now 113 for 8.
Yeah, she seemed like she was nowhere in the frame there. And she stuck that hand out. And it fell into that right hand. And a burst of excitement right away. A brilliant catch by the number 13 for Dominica. And wicket number 8 has fallen for St. Lucia. They have fought their way back to 113. But a brilliant catch to dismiss Joseph by that number 13 for Dominica. So, St. John picking up a very crucial wicket. And a brilliant cameo by Joseph as well. Propel them.
Indeed so. You better be in McLaurin.
She's appealing, a stifled appeal really.
I think the batting competency going down and down, Kenroy. As judging from that first delivery.
If I was Zaid, I'm looking for every delivery. I'm batting every delivery. But we are seeing it from up here. She's not really playing the game as it's supposed to. As we are seeing it, you know, but it is what it is. A play and a miss. Oh, she's out stumped. She's out stumped. What am I seeing here? She's out stumped. Seemed like she was standing outside of her crease.
Yes, just raising that back leg momentarily. It's a difficult angle for us to judge from, but umpire Ned there at square leg taking the decision to send her out. And it's another wicket for St. John. I think she's been quite impressive. 3 overs for 10 into a final over as well. And the St. Lucians here, the wheels are coming off and coming off quite quickly. 1 wicket remaining, and I'm sure Zayda James at the other end there just praying that this one delivery can be negotiated and she can take charge of the final over.
Well, we said it. I said it earlier. She may be looking at the cricket from one end and the others are falling like tin pins. It's now 113 for 9. She's on 59 from 48. She has not gotten the strike in a pretty long time as well.
I think it's a quite unfortunate situation because we mentioned that Joseph was hitting the ball quite nicely. That partnership was flowing quite well. And then Joseph got out and then we've seen another wicket follow. So I don't think we can completely lay the blame at the feet of James.
Well, this one is a looped delivery. She looked to hit it down the ground, hitting the inner portion of the bat. No run from that delivery. That brings 19th over to an end. 113 for 9.
That's another successful over there from St. John, getting the big wicket at that particular stage of Joseph. Joseph seemed to be in very good form, trying to take the game away from the Dominicans, a couple of lusty blows. But in the end, she was able to get that wicket, largely due to a brilliant catch in the outfield. Also got another wicket in that over St. John. So finished with figures of 3 for 10. Very good bowling efforts from her. The leg spinner, we mentioned how difficult it is to be a leg spinner, especially at this level. And she has proven that she has a degree of consistency. Hopefully she's able to improve her game moving forward.
Well, she seems to know her game, seems to know what she's doing with the ball as well. So St. John getting some good returns there for Dominica. The final over. And James is on strike. Would she bat all deliveries? This one is short delivery. Now she takes charge. He puts up the right hand like a police officer on the road and says, stop.
Okay, well, you know all about police officers. You're part of the constabulary.
Yeah, number one. The number one sign is up. She said, stop, James.
For a while there, I was just about to mention why is she taking a single force delivery of the over, given what we have seen so far from the batters at the other end. So thankfully for her and the St. Lucian team, a bit of notification came in a couple of steps down.
Right. The brain has tuned up finally for Zeta James, playing the game as it is. This one is flighted and she's hitting that over mid-off into the fence for 6. Flighted delivery and smashed over mid-off. A lovely shot for 6.
Shot of the morning, if you ask me. Quite classy there from Zeta James, just coming forward. Quite diminutive, Zeta. Not the tallest of players, but what she does, she times the ball quite beautifully, especially through the offside. That time hitting with the spin as well, all the way for 6.
This one is short and she's pulling it over the head of mid-on. She's gone for 1. Would she get 2? She's looking for it. Seemed like she could get it. Oh, some bad feeling, bad showing. The ball didn't come back into the keeper, into the mid-wicket area, and she got the 2 runs that she needed to get back on strike.
For a moment there, I sense a bit of frustration from her because she was wondering why is it that the non-striker not interested in the second. But thankfully for her, such as being the feeling of the Dominican team, she was gifted with the opportunity to take a second, and that she did. So she's back on strike, thankfully for the St. Lucian team.
Again, this one is short. She's hitting it mid-on, falling short of the fielder there. She doesn't call for a run, not timing it well. Seems to be having a little bit of discomfort in the legs.
It's a shot that she has attempted on a couple of occasions. I think she's trying to hit it in front of square. I think a better option for her would be get inside of the line and perhaps go behind square. That is the bigger side of the ground as well, against the wind. Or another option would be to give herself a bit of room and go through the offside.
St. Lucia 120. This one is wide outside the off stump.
You're a left-hander as well, Ken Roy. Not too sure what you think about those suggestions.
Well, yes. Sweeper. Our sweeper. She's pretty much strong on her pads, from what I've seen. Another dot delivery. Not making maximum use of that. That's about a full toss, basically. A low one. Pretty difficult delivery to get away at this stage. So, she has another delivery to bat. Final delivery in this innings. 122 for 9. James unbeaten on 67. Final delivery. This time is short. It's in the air. Would somebody take the catch? She's getting under it. She does. And James have fallen on the last delivery after starting the innings. The last delivery of this innings. And St. Lucia have lost their final wicket. 122 all out in 20 overs.
Another good catch there coming in from long off. Effecting the catch to dismiss James, who batted quite well, batted all the way through the innings. Still faced 54 deliveries. I think that's an issue there in terms of James. The fact that she batted all 20 overs. She just wasn't able to get as much of the strike as she would like and the St. Lucian team would like. Perhaps 70, 80 deliveries. If she had faced those deliveries, then more runs would have been in the tank. But in the end, a very good bowling effort. Bowled well in parts, the Dominican team. The St. Lucians, after a difficult start, was able to recover to some extent, largely due to James and the fact that she glued the innings together, 67 from 54 deliveries. But 122 is a reasonable total. We saw Dominica 107 the last time these two teams met and was able to defend that total. So 122 would be interesting to see how the Dominican goes. The top order of the Dominican team is going to be crucial. The likes of Fontaine and Ilwan, these players. And St. Lucia, they'll be hoping that they can finish the tournament on a high.
I agree with you there, Osnet. And we'll be back here to bring you more coverage here at Arnosville Playing Field in the second half of this game, the first game of a doubleheader today. Dominica versus St. Lucia. St. Lucia was just bowled out for 122. We'll be back to bring you more coverage here at Arnosville.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnos Sporting Complex. Well, good morning actually, 11:45 on my time. Good morning and welcome back to the Arnos Sporting Complex, where we have action here in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship Finals Day. Third place playoff between Dominica Women and the St. Lucia Women. St. Lucia Women, they had a crack at the crease first and they made 122 for all out, largely due to Zeta James contributing the majority of that total. And Dominica now, they will need 123 for victory. And it's going to be Selena Ross to start proceedings from the Old Airport end. Starting proceedings here with me in the commentary box is Kesrick Williams. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, Kato. Lovely morning. And what is lovely about the morning as well is seeing Zeta James getting to a half century. One of the main players in this tournament, play for West Indies. Definitely would be on show next week for the Windward Island as well in that West Indies tournament. But what is most important is how Ross go about her first over. Definitely would like to remove someone early, give them some early in rules to try to get things started for St. Lucia, Cato.
I think it's a change of batting as well for the Dominican team. We're seeing St. John and Gilbert, two players who came in the middle order so far in the tournament, now having the opportunity at the top of the order. And as you mentioned, Ross is an interesting prospect and played for the Windward Islands last year as well. And the last game, I didn't think she had the best of games with the ball in the hand. Sprayed it around a bit, so she'll be looking to correct those wrongs. I mean, whenever she is on song, she's able to get the ball to come back into the right-hander. And I think the wind direction here will also assist that sort of swing.
Yeah, there you see that swing. Good decision by the umpire. Just think that she needs to do a little bit more work with her bowling action that will assist her in terms of her line and her accuracy. Also her consistency in terms of where she lands the ball. But what is more important for me now when we look at Ross is her run up and where she loads up. Just think that left hand is a bit too wide. Just need to come inside the door a bit more. And that one just going across Gilbert. If I had the chance to sort of work with her in terms of her bowling, the first things first, I think she's starting off too tall. Whenever she's bowling, she just needs to lean forward a bit, which is going to help her to go forward, get that momentum going forward. And then when she loads up, that left hand is coming a bit too wide. Just needs to come in a little bit closer to her body line, which is going to help her in terms of her accuracy. Yeah, but that left hand is coming too wide. And it's not really coming down and brushing the... Yeah, it's not really brushing that right leg. So it's coming from really wide. And it's going even wider when she's delivering the ball. And then that doesn't brush the left leg. It goes far away from the left leg. So it's like she's just coming across her body. So it's just some work that she need to get done, Kato.
It's a good delivery. One coming back into the right-hander once again. So at times she's able to land these deliveries where she wants them, but as you mentioned, a bit of inconsistencies in terms of her action lends itself to these wides at times down the leg side, more so.
Yeah, if you can get the use of or director to just maybe after this delivery, just slow down her action for us so that we could probably give you what we are talking about. We can look at it together and see where she's probably going wrong and why she's inconsistent. Yeah, you can see that load up.
But is it fair to say as well, Kesrick, that slingy sort of action will aid that delivery coming back into the right-hander? So it's just a slight adjustment you will want to make.
Whenever she gets it right, she gets it to swing back into the right-hander. But just that left hand, it needs to come in line with the body a bit more. Even get that front foot brace so we can get that hip, into her action as well. If you look at people like the Mitchell Stark and those guys when they bowl, you can see how aligned they are in terms of their bowling action. Not saying you would want her to be like Mitchell Stark, but just getting a glimpse of Mitchell Stark will tell you where you need to be as a fast bowler. Running up. He actually runs up like a sprinter. Both hands moving forward. And this is what you want from people like, or from a young lady like a Selena Ross, who we're looking to, that's going to move forward in terms of a cricket.
Agreed. Has Chrissa Smith, our new ball partner this morning, taking up the attack from the Beckway end. This one is outside the off stump, so losing her bearings quite early in the piece, 2 wides consecutively. Not the type of start she would like, not the type of start the St. Lucians will want, defending this total of 122.
Yeah, wides continue to plague this tournament, and just something that all the coaches need to look into going forward. Yeah, we expect that it would be wide, and a fumble by the keeper.
It's again not the best of fielding efforts there on the deep third man boundary. But another set of extras again for the Dominican team. I'm sure they will welcome this.
Yeah, definitely. Was looking again. The ball did went to the keeper. There was 2 fielders going at that ball on the boundary, but the keeper was also going. And no one was at the stump. And there was no reason for her to go at the ball as well. Yeah, just a small lapse in concentration. They need to be aware of what's going on.
It's a good delivery. Bit of pace, a bit of carry there from Smith. Bit of away movement as well.
The one good thing that you will get from these females, I don't want to say surprisingly, I don't want to say it, is that their seam presentation usually have good seam presentation. And most of these females are wrong arm or somewhat open-chested, not really mixed. It's either this one or that one.
This one a bit short and tucked into the leg side by Gilbert. You can recall in the previous encounter between these two, Gilbert, she made a half century, batted for a very long time, also formed a very good partnership with St. John. So I think it's just a matter of the Dominican management team giving these two an opportunity. At the top of the order, we have seen Fontaine throughout the tournament. We have seen Ilwa as well. These two, somewhat the best of the rest, as they would say. Well, good delivery again. This one perhaps nipping back into the right-hander. We've seen her getting the ball to move away from the right-hander so far. This time, coming back into the right-handed St. John. Very good delivery.
I mentioned about the seam presentation. This is one thing that you will actually get from these females, being able to get that seam going down nicely to the batter. Good release. Yeah, this look close. This could be close. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Not looking comfortable. The delivery before. Yeah, that one just straightened a bit. It came in. And when it pitched, it just continued with that line. Yeah, really good start here from Smith. Nice.
I think she's worked her way into the over. Started off with a couple of wides. But as she got into the over, deeper into the over, she was able to find her lines and lengths. Mentioned the ability to get the ball to move as well. Not the best of shots there from St. John, going completely across the line. And obviously, if you missed that sort of delivery, it was always going to be an easy decision there for umpire Batiste. So St. Lucia, they make their 4th in the road. Dominica, they are 8 for 1. 9 for 1, actually.
Yeah, good seam presentation. The delivery before, just remember that delivery before cut her in half. It was more backing the pitch, so if it was fuller, definitely would have hit the stump. But that one, she went a bit fuller. It came in and sort of straightened. So this is good from Smith. If she stays there in terms of her line and her accuracy, think they can make some more early inroads into this Dominica batting lineup. Jem Ilong, is at the crease.
So it's the end of the first over. Second over, actually. The first over for Krista Smith. Successful one for her. Dominicans, they're looking to chase 123 for victory here this afternoon. They are 9 for 1. Gilbert, she's there on 2. Iloa just joining her at the wicket. So Ross it is to continue proceedings from that back way. And a full toss and punch through the offside this time by Gilbert. Should get a couple of runs for her effort. Not the best of throws there, but thankfully, a bit of backing up there from the St. Lucians. So 11 for 1. I think what we see from Gilbert so far in the tournament, she doesn't possess the type of power that some of the players, the most successful players in the tournament, has. But what she does, she works the ball nicely, times the ball well. They seem to have good temperament. Mentioned making a half century in the previous game, so she's in a bit of form, Gilbert. And I just think that if Dominica to get anywhere close to this total, her innings is going to be crucial.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Gilbert. She looks to hit the ball straight. Yeah, it's another dot delivery. Really surprised that it's not Fontaine we're seeing. But I guess because of Dominica batting in the middle, she sort of just want to put herself a little bit deeper in the batting lineup to give them a little bit more cushion when it comes to rotating the strike in the middle.
I think the fact that the tournament has gone the way it has might be a situation where they're thinking that they want to give other players opportunities. But as you mentioned, Fontaine, a key player for the Dominican team. This one, I think the inner portion of the bat, down to that fine leg region. I'm sure, bit of a mix up again. Show McLaurin it is. It's comfortable throwing the ball back into the wicket keeper. just going back to Ross as well, I think at times she's striving for that magic delivery, that magic left-hander delivery. I think it's just a matter of walking her way into the spell, finding a good line, a good length. Then you can strive to get the ball to come back into the right-hander. I just think that at times she's trying to get that delivery a bit too often, and at times we're seeing full tosses, we're seeing wide deliveries down the leg side.
Yeah, it comes back to inconsistency. Her run-up as well for her height, probably just a little bit too short. So you find most of the time her strides are inconsistent as well. Over the years as a fast bowler, you realize bowling, when you're running up, it is somewhat like you could put your foot back into those marks running up to the crease. I could remember someone like a Dayton Butler. He's now an umpire. Back in his day playing for Windwards for St. Vincent, when the day is over, you can go back and Butler can show you every single step that he made running up. So these are the things that these players need to get accustomed to. Kenroy Peter is one of those persons as well. Dillon Johnson. Speaking about people that I've played with over the years. Doing Bravo, those guys, you can actually go back and they can just show you every single step that they make, because it's always, the stride is always equal. Same place all the time. So this is something that she needs to get within herself. Being able to land her foot in the same area all the time. Get accustomed to that.
I think it's safe to say that will come from playing more cricket as well, as she is still in the early days of her career. This one is punch pass, backward square, should get close to the boundary. In fact, rushes into the boundary now. So Ilwa, she's up and running. And the Dominicans, they are now 18 for 1.
Yeah, these batters love a little bit of a wit. Anything that's a little bit too much wit, they always prance on it. And a batter of gem quality is not going to miss out on those.
Keswick, I'm not sure if you're getting the pronunciation right. If you're saying Ilwa, I'm not sure if you're familiar.
Well, I'm thinking it's Gem. Is it Elwa or Eloy? We have to find that out. But it's a good shot. Finding the gap again. It's Gem. That's why I sometimes just keep it as Gem.
I think the name is the least of our concerns as she continued to pounce on those deliveries outside the off stump. Offering a bit of whiff once again, there was Chrissa Smith. And Gem says, thank you very much. Punches that one nicely through the offside, finding the gap as well. Just as important as timing the deliveries. So 2 boundaries to start this 4th over. Dominica women, they're 22 for 1.
Yeah, changing the feel again. Just 2 boundaries, just asking that feel at short cover to go on the boundary. Which is now sweep, and the captain remove herself from the square leg and putting herself at extra cover.
A full toss. I think she would feel that she would have missed out on that occasion, Gem. Juicy full toss outside the off stump. I'm sure even our co-commentator here, Keswick, would have licked his lips seeing that served up to him.
Yeah, I usually lick my lips to deliveries that are full on the off stump because I go over cover nicely, opening up that to hit the ball to the offside. I've been really good with that shot over the last 2 years or so. So definitely would have loved to get those deliveries now.
Just losing her discipline to some extent here, Smith. Last delivery, a wide delivery outside the off stump. Just need to get back to the basics. That's a good delivery, a good comeback from her. The quickest of bowlers, that delivery dying on the way to wicketkeeper Edward. But once again, we are seeing that movement as well. Aided by the wind direction here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. A wind blowing from right to left of her screens. But she does have that delivery coming back into the right-hander, so it's going to be interesting if she's able to get that delivery going as well.
You could see that little bit of outward movement. That's because of the seam presentation. These females are usually good when it comes to holding it on the seam, and the release is always good for these females. What is inconsistent is the line, the length. Putting balls in good areas consistently, like that.
Bit expansive there from Gilbert, a bit outside of our character, at least what we've seen so far in the tournament. But it's a good end to the over there from Smith. Dominica chasing a total of 123 in game number 1, day number 4 in this tournament, the Windward Islands T20 Women's T20 Championship. They're 24 for 1. Appears to be Ross again to continue proceedings. So 3 overs on the trot. Figures of none for 8 so far. Couple of extras. Still searching for that sort of consistency. Just to remind our viewers that this is finals day. Still enough time to make your way down to the Arnos Sporting Complex. Lots of room here. Spectators trickling in. This one is a good delivery outside the off stump, left alone there by Ilwa. Haven't seen massive crowds in the tournament so far, Kesrick, but what we have seen is the crowds are quite vocal, quite knowledgeable crowd as well here at the Arnos Sporting Complex.
Yeah, and that's usually what you would get. Especially when you have female cricket. The crowd that usually come here is usually the crowd that have a really good knowledge when it comes to cricket and loves female cricket. But that's a good shot. That's a gem of a shot from Eloy.
Once again, looking for that fuller length and offering the opportunity there for Jem to free her arms through the offside. And one thing we have seen throughout this tournament is that she's a very good time off the cricket ball, especially through the offside. Not the best of fielding efforts there at extra cover, diving away to her right. Just not able to get anything on it. Zeta. Change of length, short delivery this time. McLaurin comes around to her left. Quite unorthodox, but ensures that it doesn't go into the boundary. But another single to Ilwa. Good start from her, up to 15 from 12 deliveries. Dominicans there up to 29 for 1.
Yeah, I now understand why the keeper is leaving the stump more than half the time to go to the 30-yard circle. This is nice. This is nice. Educated edge, you would call that one. Trying to open the face to run it down. Just find the edge, but it did enough to get past the keeper. Yeah, nice. Nicely played from Gilbert.
I think the key on that occasion was playing it a bit late, allowing the ball to come to you. Slightly open in the face, no slips there. It's always going to be a relatively safe shot. Once again, looking to open the face of the bat this time. A bit too much on it. Crafton there rushing in from backward point, limiting the batters to no run.
Usually in the comebacks here, we always look at players that are playing tournaments, and it's like you could see a future for them and how they would play. This could be out. It is out.
It's
Is it a no ball? It is a no ball.
So just a bit of ill discipline again creeping into the St. Lucian's bowling effort. Gilbert, they're looking to go over the top. Something we saw from her in the last game where she was able to hit a couple of straight drives for 6. This occasion, not timing it well. Maybe a bit too early in her innings.
Yeah, this is actually one of our favorite shots, going down the ground. Saw a few of that day before. Yeah, giving herself room again is Gem. Hitting it over mid-wicket. Definitely would get into the boundary. Just 2 bounce before it gets into the boundary.
Well, it was a free hit, giving herself a bit of room. Originally looking to go through the offside. That delivery on the line of the middle and leg stump just tugged it really, timed it well. Couple of bounces over deep mid-wicket for another boundary. So she continues to excel. At the start of her innings, she's on to 19 from 13 deliveries. Dominica women scoring quite quickly here. Just around 7 runs per over. 7.40 to be exact. They are 37 for 1, chasing 123. Changing bowling here from the Beckway end is going to be Krishna Joseph. Saw her play a bit of a cameo earlier on. 20 from 10 deliveries. Now has the ball in hand. Off spinner, tall off spinner. And often you see top off spinner of this build. Name that comes to mind, Omari Banks. Played for the West Indies and the Leeward Islands. It's Joseph. I think she gives the ball generous air as well. Ball quite economical in the last game. Picked up a couple of wickets in the tournament so far.
Nice. Good air. Good air. It is something that we have noticed throughout the tournament as well, Osnet, is that the bulk of the scoring really comes off the pace. Yeah, sweeping down on one knee is Gilbert, sweeping it out to square, like definitely would get into the boundary for another 4. Yeah, nicely played. What I like about that shot is the approach to getting there, all efforts to get it done as well. There was no chance of her trying to hit it for 6. Definitely want to get it down. So she was over it.
I think that has been the hallmark of her batting. Apart from that first game where she really struggled, you can recall she scored 7 from 23 deliveries. Brought the game back into the favor of the Vincentian team. But since then, she has been able to find her gaps, know her game, taken less risk. As we mentioned on that occasion, sweeping that one nicely behind square on the onside, away from the fielder.
I just think it was a bit of a nerve-wracking time for her. Remember, this is our debut tournament. It's first time playing for Dominica, so there was a little bit of nerve there, but you could see now she's getting comfortable. Would it pass Ross? Didn't. Easy catch for her. Hit it straight into the hands of Selena Ross, who is out there at mid-off.
A bit of a commentator's course, I would say. Just speaking about the fact that she's able to pick her spots and know which delivery she's able to score off. But a bit of flight as well. I think whenever the batsmen or batters see that bit of flight, Kesrick, I think they're thinking about boundaries on that occasion, looking to go off through the offside. Ross in the circle there at mid-off. Just goes back a couple of steps and take a rather comfortable catch in the end. So a good breakthrough there for the St. Lucia team. And the Dominicans, they're now 42 for 2.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I say the spin sort of dominate because they bowl so slow. It's like you have to put every single power you have into those deliveries when you're trying to strike the ball for 6 whenever the spin is bowling, because it is so slow. So they feel a little bit more safer scoring off the pace because the ball is coming on, and they use the pace as well. But she's gone now, so Fontaine takes up a position at the crease. They're batting at number 4 today. Skipper Fontaine, someone that we know can strike the ball pretty well.
This one played a bit uppishly there from Fontaine. I think a bit of extra bounce as well. We spoke about the height of Joseph. Rather tall arm action as well. So she'll get some bounce. And it's the end of the 6th over, the end of the power play. Very good one there from Joseph. 1 for 6 from a solitary over so far. But the Dominica team, they are 43 for 2. Scoring just around 7 runs per over. That required run rate below 6 runs per over, requiring 80 from 84 deliveries. So not a lot of pressure in terms of that scoreboard pressure. But they'll definitely need a partnership from these two. There's going to be a change in bowling as well from that old airport end. We're going to see Captain Zeta James, fresh off that half century. I think her bowling has been brilliant as well in the tournament. Just bowled economically. Just gotten some crucial wickets as well. It's going to be a crucial point in this game, this period, Keswick, just outside of the power play. The two senior batters, you would say, in the Dominican outfit at the crease, in the form of the Captain Fontaine and Ilwa, who's off to a very good start. And of course, James, an experienced campaigner at this level.
Yeah, when I realized that she didn't bowling the power play, I was thinking that myself. Is she holding back herself for Fontaine and Eloy? But this one is hit uppishly over extra cover. Want to get to the boundary. A little slow between the creases. Fontaine got home there safely.
But one thing we know about her, Fontaine, she'll play her shots. And she's a very good player all around the wicket. We saw that against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where she really damaged the bowling attack, as we'll say earlier on in the power play. Scored a half century as well. Different challenge, playing outside of the power play. A few fielders, a bit more protection for the bowlers. This occasion, 2 fielders out, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. So still room to go through the offside if she so desires. And that she does. Punching this one past the fielder there at short cover and rushes into the fence for 4. So she's up and running, and the Dominica women, they're now up to 49 for 2.
Yeah, standing pretty tall is Fontaine. She looks to play her shots. She's that type of player that execute well through the offside, but as soon as you get a bit too straight, that broom comes out. So she's good around the ground. She hits the ball nice to the offside, hits it well down the ground and sweeps the ball well. Sometimes I just think that she sweeps it a bit too much, but this tournament so far have been good the way how she have been executing the sweeps. So she's playing all around the ground. So this is good for Dominica. Again, looking to go a little bit wider. Fontaine trying to open up that face, hitting it true cover. Just a single.
James again just erring on the side of being a bit too wide outside the off stump. With the field set as well, I don't think that's the best line to bowl. Delivery going across the right-handers. Just think she can give herself a bit more protection on the offside, perhaps a deep cover or even a long off. Saw the tendencies of Fontaine to go through that offside. It's a good delivery, a bit of tone. I think She's been one of the few spinners in the tournament who has actually turned the ball. Evidence there once again going across Gem. Thankfully for her, not making any sort of contact. But it's the end of the 7th over, and Dominica went there 51 for 2. Needing a further 72 from 13 overs, 78 deliveries. So that required a run rate again below 6 runs per over. And as long as they're able to keep that rate below 6 runs per over, the Dominicans, I'm sure they'll be quite confident that with these two at the crease, they'll be able to overhaul this total. Fontaine on 7, Ilwa on 19. It's a very slow delivery again there from Joseph. Doesn't seem prepared to give the batters any sort of pace to work with. Flighting the ball nicely. Feel a bit spread at this stage, given the fact that we are no longer in the power play. This one again flighted nicely. A bit of deceit on that occasion. There was Gem looking to use her feet, but such was the flight and the slowness of that delivery, almost running past it.
A lot of females in this tournament don't really have that power. Hence the reason why a lot of the spinners are bowling this slow and flighting it so high. But if it's one batter that can clear the boundaries by standing in the crease and going down the ground or over mid-wicket, it's Gem. Also Fontaine, both batters for Dominica can do it. The only difference is I'm not sure if I've ever seen Gem using her feet to hit it down the ground.
I've not seen a lot of players use their feet in this tournament, Kesrick. Seen the likes of Affy Fletcher. I think that's one name that comes to mind, as this one is pulled out to deep square leg for a single. She's been one of the few batters, even last year's tournament, the West Indies T20 Blaze, she was prepared to use her feet as well, something that you don't see a lot in the game, the modern game that is, whether men's cricket or women's cricket.
Yeah, slow into the pitch, short. Fontaine just hitting that one out to mid-wicket. Not the best showing in this tournament this year from St. Lucia. A team that, especially in the Windward Island tournament, always gives a good show. We talk about Fontaine being able to clear the boundary. Trying to flight it was too full on that occasion, and she did not miss out. Kato.
Well, you spoke about it, the power of Fontaine and her ability to clear the ropes. But this time, I think the fielder there, for a second, she thought she had a chance. But in the end, just evading that right palm of hers and into the fence for 6. So, powerful shot there from Fontaine, but not the best of deliveries, it must be said. This one is worked neatly down the ground for a single. So good batting here from Fontaine, showing all of her experience. Having hit a 6 off the previous delivery, just walking this one nicely into the gap for a single. So this partnership continues to blossom for the Dominicans, an important partnership, it must be said. But 8 overs completed, Dominicans, they're up to 60 for 2. James it is to continue proceedings. This one is on the line of the off stump again, and Fontaine is punching it out to cover. Both batters scoring at better than a runner ball. Always a good sign, will put pressure on the opposition. So I'm punching into the gap nicely is Fontaine. Good looking player.
Yeah, and definitely show good dexterity as well. All along the ground, that is. Show she's on that list for selection for the Windward Island team. Played last year as well. Pretty sure she would be on that list again.
So you mentioned the Windward Islands team, Kesrick. It's been interesting to see the team selected by the selectors. You know, last year's tournament, they didn't have the best of tournament last year. I'm sure they'll be looking for an improved effort this year's T20 Blaze, as this one is punched again off the back foot into the gap. Power and precision there from Ilwa.
Yeah, both batters at the crease. Packed with a lot of power. So anything too short and straight down the leg side is somewhat like a freebie for both batters. And throughout the tournament, both batters have been scoring well, especially at the start. Now they have employed themselves somewhat in the middle. Fontaine, that is. Shot again. This time she's bowled. Is it played on? It was really a short nothing delivery from Zeta James.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
missed
think
out there, Eloy.
a bit of a bottom edge. Jung in the honey, as they would say. A short delivery, a nothing delivery. A delivery that any sort of batter would, their eyes would light up. Looking to repeat what she did previously there was Gem. And in the end, a bit of a bottom edge onto the stumps. So bonus wicket there for Zeta James and the St. Lucian team. But a very big wicket to lose at this time for the Dominicans. It's now 66 for the loss of 3. Looking at the Grenadines making their way into the stadium. Just to remind our viewers that finals will be played here at 2 p.m. Finals between host nation St.Vincent and the Grenadines and the Grenada women. Actually, repeat of last year's final. Vincent Chauncey defending champions. As we see Kayla George, the new player for the Dominicans, coming in at number 5. And it's the end of a successful over there from James. 9 overs completed, is 66 for 3.
Yeah, the Dominicans, they're way ahead of the required run weight. Just need to be smart. Fontaine cannot lose her wicket. She has to stay there. Batters like Kayla George need to batter wrong her. There she go, flighting again. This could be out. Is it? What is going on here? It is a new ball. It is a no ball. Yeah, that was too high, definitely. But is it a no ball for height, or did she overstep?
I think it was signaled by the square leg umpire Ned. So I'm thinking it's for height.
Yeah, definitely was really high.
Almost
Trying to give it some air.
Oh, a bit of luck again for Fontaine. Delivery going onto the back foot. Perhaps not as short as she was anticipating. Rushed onto her. Thankfully for her, got a bit of an inside edge past that leg stump. So living quite dangerously at the start of this 10th over, the halfway stage for the Dominicans.
Something that is shocking that I haven't seen throughout the tournament though. Yeah, this one outside the line of the off stump, hitting that one over extra cover. Could go to the boundary for 4. Yes, beating Selena Ross down there. Yeah, really good shot. It was a nothing delivery. I like the fact that she opened up the offside. You could see every effort was made to get it over the infield, to get it into the boundary for 4.
Yes, just offering a bit of whiff there was Joseph. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Allowed the opportunity for Fontaine to free her arms. And as we mentioned, on quite a few occasions now, she's able to time the ball quite well through the offside. Ross giving chase there. Not the best of diving efforts, must be said, but always going to put second to that ball rushing into the fence. 7 runs from the over so far. So a good one, a good start to this 10th over. He's hitting this one down the ground again, all the way for 6. So all the power and timing there of Onisha Fontaine coming to the forefront. Delivery on the line of the off stump. This time choosing to go a bit straighter. The fielder there, Felix at long on, had no chance really. And it's another boundary there for Fontaine as Dominica Roman, they rush up to 79 for free in over number 10.
Yeah, we spoke of her dexterity, Kato. Being able to hit the ball all around the ground. She has the power, but also good hands in terms of running down the ball, the sweeps. So this is good cricket from Dominica presently. Yeah, going over extra cover again. May not get to the boundary, just a single. But something that I've noticed throughout the tournament, Kato, is that no matter the situation, I've never seen any player that's in the dugout come out to bring a message to the batters to say, listen, we are way ahead. Don't do anything different. Keep batting, but please do it safe. You are our main batter. Do not get out. Because more often than not, you always find the main batter that is going great guns throughout the tournament. A Afi Fletcher, a Janila Glasgow, Fontaine always lose their wickets at crucial times. And then they put the team under pressure, especially when they go, because they are the free-flowing ones. But it's the end of the over. It's 80 for 3 as we take a little bit of a jinx break here, and we'll be back to continue proceedings of this Windward Island Women T20 Championship. Yes, we're back at the Arnos Vale playing field after a short drinks break. If I was playing as well, I would have definitely enjoyed this short drinks break. It's pretty heated out there. A couple of days ago, I was in the sun doing a bit of work, and I could tell you what, the sun is getting closer. And here to start our proceedings with me, and well, after this short drinks break is Mr. Roberts. Good morning to you.
Good afternoon to you, Keswick. Good afternoon to listeners of this broadcast, wherever it's being carried. You're witnessing a live cricket here from Arnos Vale Stadium. St. Lucia taking on Dominica, and Keswick the name Dominica. Dominica is definitely dominating this game here. And that's would it be caught? No, dropping no man's land. So the captain of Dominica, 29 from 17, and Kayla George is none from 2, with the score on 82 for the loss of 3 wickets in the 11th over. Dominica required run rate is 4.17, 41 runs remaining from 59 deliveries, Keswick.
Yeah, they have been batting well, Dominica. Change up their opening stance today. Gilbert and St. John started pretty well, both batters, and skipper Arnos Fontaine and Jemiloy kind of came in, and they continue off the back of both batters. Presently, Fontaine is the one that is really digging in deep, looking to score. A little bit straight, this one from Cherry. Just a single. Looking like a leg by. Yes, it is. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Dominica today. Change in batting lineup. And I was having a conversation with Kato, and I was talking about the fact that Fontaine batting in the middle probably looks like the right choice, because throughout the tournament, with her at the top, she have never really backed through the innings to give them a good total. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the sweep. Anything to straight on the line of the leg stump. It's like that. It's rehearsed. It is like a Andre Fletcher that no look shot. Anything on the line of the leg stump, that back foot bends, and that bat coming from the slip region going straight across. Yeah, this one a little bit too short. Again, just pulling it just out to mid-wicket, just a single. So if they continue in this mode, I'm pretty sure it would be an easy win for Dominica. Have a lot of things to look into. Just remember, today is the final day. So Dominica winning this game will definitely put them third. St. Lucia, on the other hand, would be fourth. It would be fourth. That team have a lot to do in terms of how they approach their cricket, understanding what they need to do to win games, be consistent. Skipper in Zeta James, one of the main players in the team, needs to understand how important she is with the bat for her team. Making a half century today, St. Lucia making 122. Off the back of Zeta James. So with her batting through the innings for St. Lucia, not saying that she's going to do it all the time, Roberts, but with her doing it more often than not, it's only going to put a team in a better position when it comes to scoring runs.
Well, Keswick, from observation, when St. Lucia was batting, Zeta, I think, should have definitely taken more off the strike. And what I noticed so far from the entire tournament, that she have put in a position where the first ball she take a single and expose the other batters which are not as talented as her to face 5 deliveries, and within that over sometime 1 or 2 wicket fell.
Yeah, you can't open up the over so early. It's like understanding what is required. Brings me back to Emancipation Cricket Finals between Kingston Kings and the Grenadine Whalers Angie Fletcher scoring 100. And that 100 that he scored, he bat about 75 or so deliveries, which is more than half. Yeah, new bowler now is Nerissa Crofton, that is. Wondering if she have any sort of connection with the Crofton in St. Lucia that picks most of the pitches, who is the head creator of pitches throughout the Caribbean. Shout out to you over there in St. Lucia. One of the best surfaces I've ever played on throughout the Caribbean. Kudos to you. Yeah, this could be all. Yes, it is. Nerissa comes and she gets the breakthrough. And this is what I've been talking about, Roberts. The set batter always goes. So I'm wondering if any message was sent out to the skipper, knowing the situation. Listen, you have to bat through the innings. Yeah, this could be a little bit of change around here. This could change the entire game and the outcome. Dominica losing their skipper for 31. The score is 84 for 4.
As I look around across the teams, the better batters is basically the openers. St. Vincent and Grenadines have Janelia Glasgow, and Dominica have Fontaine, who just lost a wicket there with the score on 84 for 4. And Dominica still in need of 39 runs. For St. Lucia, they have Zeta James to the top as well. And for Grenada, with the likes of Affy Fletcher. And Affy Fletcher definitely would have basically carried her back through innings, and when she made the 100 at Zeta, you saw her get fall for the final ball today, but she made 67, which takes St. Lucia score over 100, Kesrick.
Yeah, and as long as the set batters in teams bat through the innings, more than likely they win games. Really nice run up. I like what I'm seeing here from Crafton. This is what I would like to see from Selena Ross. If we could have gotten a split screen there, you could have seen the big difference in terms of the approach to the crease with Nerissa Crafton and someone like a Selena Ross, both left-handers. To me, I'm looking at Nerissa. She looks like she has a bit more pace. Leaning forward nicely. Yeah, a bit more pace, Nerissa Crafton, for sure. Nice bounce, nice follow through. Selena Ross somewhat swings the ball a bit more. Yeah, but looking at both players, Nerissa Crafton looks more built, looks a bit stronger. Played for Windwards last year as well. Yeah, bold. That extra pace. Her second wicket now in the over. Nerissa Crafton is changing things here for St. Lucia with that extra pace. A little bit of inward movement this time. She was nowhere close to that delivery, the Dominican batter. Yeah, I like this. I like what I'm seeing here from her. Closing the curtains down here for Calistine.
Looking at Crafton, Nerissa Crafton right there, reminds me of Noel from Grenada as well. Similar build. A little bit quicker through the air there, Kesrick, and she has been bold. So Dominica now in a little bit of trouble, 84 for the loss of 5 in over number 12. Dominica still need 39 from 8.1 overs. And as we mentioned earlier, that losing your top 3 wickets, it seems like to teams like St. Lucia and Dominica seems to have a slide. That ball, final delivery. At the end of over number 12, the score is 84 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, big change around here for St. Lucia. Ever since Crafton was given the ball, really good work from her. We'd love to see her with the new ball for St. Lucia. Definitely would find out a bit more about her. I think she played in the women's CPL as well for Chinbago women team. So I like this. This is what a Selena Ross needs to get to, this sort of alignment, this sort of approach. I like how she's close. I like that bounding as well. Everything is nicely aligned going forward. Her follow through is nice. Yeah, so this last over that was bowled by Crafton certainly changed the outlook of the game. Just that over changed the run rate as well. And this is what I've been talking about, Robert, is that when you look at the tournament, the set batters, the better batters in the tournament, they usually bat at the top. And more than half the time they bat open. They are the opening batters. But they don't really bat through the innings. And this could be trouble. This could be trouble. Throwing out the wrong end. Yeah, this was suicidal. Could have been suicidal.
$84 for 5. New batter to the crease is Shaniqua Nelson. And this is definitely the period where Dominica need to take the singles, because this could definitely be a tight finish here in this final encounter between the both teams. Kesrick.
If it's one thing lies with my co-commentator Robert, he likes a tight finish.
Well, a tight finish between St. Vincent and Dominica a few days ago, where we saw the 4th super over in the tournament. I am just hoping that we are not going there today. But with the Dominican woman need 38 from 7.3 overs, which is 38 from 43 balls. Nisha Cherry is bowling brilliantly. 1.5 overs, 4 runs, no wicket. We could up for a treat here. And at the end of over number 13, the score is 85 for 5. Kayla George, 1 from 8. Shaniqua Nelson, yet to get off the mark. Dominica in need of 38.
Yeah, well, what I'm seeing here from from Crafton, Nerissa Crafton. Just wondering why she's not giving, or why she's not getting the new ball. Love to see her bowling the new ball, because that added pace is gonna create some problems for Dominica. Would create even more problems for them in the middle if she can only get her alignment right and a short delivery. Yeah, good pace. Yeah, these overs from Nerissa Crafton will be very important for St. Lucia if they have any chances of winning. And then there's also Zayda James. She have a few overs in the bag. Selena Ross have to come back as well, but her overs are very important. She needs to be very tight. They're hitting that one out to cover that ball again. Just wondering if this was always the plan to bowl Nerissa Crafton to these batters in the middle. But you will always want your better bowlers to bowl to the better batters. Yeah, nice. This is nice. It's not much you can do to those deliveries, because if you realize throughout the tournament, anything that was bowled on stump to a lot of these batters, it's just somewhat like a block. They're not even trying to get a single. This is something again that I think these coaches need to work on. Yeah, there's a lot to like about Nerissa Crafton. Trying to bowl a bumper this time, just going down the leg side. What I like about her, Roberts, is the fact that she has this nice lean forward whenever she's running up. She's not starting too straight. Because the thing about fast bowling, if you start too straight running up, when you get to approach the crease leaning back, with that ball in the hand and it coming to your air. Yeah, short delivery again into the pitch. With that ball in your hand and then you bring it to the air to deliver. That's also weight again coming back. So you have to move your body from back here to getting it straight and then carry it forward. So you're giving your body more work, but when you're nicely lean forward and running off, when you get to that point where you have to bring the ball to your air to deliver, your body is just straight and then you just have to catapult it forward. Just a little bit of biomechanics that I've learned over the years with fast bowling, and it helps you to prevent yourself from injuries. Grenada team is here already, just getting warm while the St. Vincent team is sitting. Grenada looks ready. This is good pace. I'm looking at, I was here for the entire tournament and I haven't seen any fast bowler in the middle carrying the ball with this pace. And it brings me back to the point that I was making with our West Indies fast bowler engineer, the Glasgow bowling spin. Fair enough, I understand that what was said in the dressing room is what was required at the moment, spin bowling. Here again, against Dominica, spin usually do the trick against this Dominica team. St. Lucia do have spin. But here's Crafton coming into bowl, hitting her areas. This is the second over now. Picked up 2 wickets for just 1 run.
New bowler is Disha Cherry. Into her third over. Called wide by the umpire. The score is 86 for 5. Dominica still in need of 37 from the final 6 overs. As I said earlier, and Kez, seeing Crafton bowling the way that she's bowling, it brings me back to seeing Noel from Grenada as well. And it was nice to see both of them from either end. And we're talking Windward Island cricket. And that will be happening next week. I want to believe, as the tournament kicks off this coming Tuesday, the 13th.
Yeah. Definitely would love to see someone like a Noel and a Crafton at both ends. But that's still left up to the selectors. We have seen, or we have glimpsed, some good cricketing patches. Coming back on the back foot, punching that one out to sharp cover is George. And this is when the game changes. Every single game throughout this tournament, as soon as a set batter goes, the middle order for every team in this tournament have shown over and over again their inability to rotate strike, to get the ball off the square, to even get singles when the delivery is on stump. Yeah, flighting again, trying to tee for single. This look like it could be out. Is it? Yes, it is. Another wicket for St. Lucia. Yeah, flighted delivery, trying to steal it. There was no way you could have gotten a single there. Good work from Cherry. Get into the ball quick enough. Batter on the other end, not backing up. Looked like she did a bit of damage to herself there as well, Roberts. Yeah, another wicket down for Dominica. Yeah, things are slipping away here for Dominica. The score is now 88 for 5.
It is not out of the reach for Dominica, as the required run rate is 6.56, which is just under 7 runs per over. So it just a need for Dominica to pick up those singles and get those ones and twos. You might get the ad boundary written, but no power, as they rightly said, Keswick, no power in the middle order for the Dominican team, which we would definitely love to see for the final 5 overs. Which way this game will be going is either St. Lucia or Dominica. Somebody's going to be victorious here today.
Yeah, there was no backing up from the batter at the other end. She was never in position to be ready for that run. This is not smart cricket from Dominica. Slipping away. Things are changing here. St. Lucia looking like they're really controlling this game. The last 4 overs or so. Just remember, Nerissa Crafton came in, bowled pretty well, picking up 2 wickets. Still Zeta James to bowl her 2 overs or so. Still Selena Ross. And the way how Crafton is bowling now, I'm not too sure that they can get to score off Crafton. As a captain now, she bowled only 2 overs for 1 run. She definitely would bowl through if it's me.
With the lesser batters here for Dominica as well, I think the captain of Zeta James should definitely bring herself back on and try to get this innings over as quick as possible, because Dominica is still in need of 35 from the final 5 overs.
Nice, loving the errors from her. And as long as she keeps it there, she'll be fine. With the pace that she's bowling with the ball coming into these right-handers, cramping them for room, not seeing how they're going to score off Crafton. Yeah, this time just strain a bit, going a little bit too wide, still can't get any run.
Just a reminder to the viewers, the Women's T20 Blaze get on the way this coming Tuesday. At 9:30, Windward Island will be taking on Guyana right here at Arnos. At 2:30, Jamaica will be taking on the Leeward Islands. And at 7 p.m., Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on Barbados. And that's a wicket. That's a wicket for St. Lucia. So that's a 7 wicket down for the Dominica woman with the score on 88 for 7. And that's another wicket for Nerissa Crafton.
Yeah, she have to go. She has to walk back. Yeah, another wicket. You always find it harder, especially with these batters in the middle to score. Yeah, easy catch presented to her. A little bit of a bubble, but did it in the end. Score is now 88 for 7. things are not looking too good for Dominica.
There must be a message here from the dugout, Kesrick, as the new batter in is Valmont. And if I were the dugout as the coach, the manager, or even the skipper, ask someone to have a go. Someone to have a go. Because just there, just trying to bat out the 20 overs and losing the game, to me, don't make any sense at all. Another dot delivery from Crofton. Into her third over with the score on 88 for 7. St. Lucia is definitely in the driver's seat here. 35 needed from 26.
Yeah, this could be close as well. Full delivery straight to the stump. Yeah, Yorker Land delivery from Crofton. Attacking the stump. Yeah, dead. Definitely. This is class. Really good bowling on show here from Crofton. Yeah, this is good. This is what St. Lucia needed for the entire tournament. We were looking for someone that have that experience and understand what is required in the middle phase, and we're getting that from Nerissa Crofton. 4 wicket now for just 1 run, 1 delivery to go. She's wrecking Dominica here.
Kesrick, are we going to see the first 5-wicket haul of this tournament? With the way that Nerissa Crofton is bowling, I do believe she have 1 more over remaining. Quick single taken, and that's the end of over number 16 with the score on 80. It's 88 for the loss of 8 wickets. That's 89 for the loss of 8 wickets at the end of over number 16. Crofton completed 3. 4 for 2. That's 4 wickets for 2 runs from 3 overs. 1 more over to go for Crofton. Do you think that she will pick up a 5 here to the Kesrick?
Yeah, that's if Cherry will run through the Dominican batting lineup in this over. Because the way how she's bowling, she just 6 runs, 3 overs. Can't seem to get her off the square. She's flighting, the delivery nice. So things aren't looking too nice here for Dominica after a lovely start. We have mentioned this over and over. One of the batters at the top of the innings have to bat through. Yeah, punching just in front of point, misfield. Just a single. Bring Seaman and strike. Probably the best bowling that we have seen throughout this tournament from Nerissa Crofton. Dominic have a lot of work to do here if they need to win this game. Things are not looking too bright. They are not looking too bright. And it's a drop catch by Nerissa. This is probably one of the easiest catch that you will see throughout this tournament being spilled by one of their senior players. You would expect that she will take that catch because of the way she's bowling now, because her tail is up. Yeah, hitting it to cover. This is not good. You need to finish and finish well. Trying to go down the ground, missing everything is Seaman. It's a bye, just a single. Yeah, you need to take your catches. Doesn't matter what position you're in, even though you're in a commanding position. You need to finish well. Zeta James just doing a little bit of work in terms of making sure her feeling position is right. One feeler outside the circle. Gasper is still at the crease, so they have to try to at least score. But we have seen throughout the tournament how difficult it is for batter in the middle order. Batters in the middle order always finds it difficult to get the ball off the square, especially when it's wicket to wicket. It's the end of the over. Definitely me as a captain now would ask Crafton to come back and finish her spell. Don't want to save her. No reason to save her. Why?
Dominic is still in need of 31 from the final 3 overs. As we see a new bowler for the St. Lucian team. The required run rate is 10.33. Still hoping that Dominica could cross this line, but it's an uphill toss from here. St. Lucia seems to be in full control at the moment.
I want to ask you a question, Roberts. Being in this position now as a captain, Nerissa Crafton is bowling a gem of a spell. 4 wickets for 2 runs off 3 overs. Just 2 wickets to go to win the game for St. Lucia. Haven't won a game for the entire tournament. Would you ask Spin to come and bowl now?
No, Kesrick, for many reasons. And the way Crafton has been bowling, and the skipper as well have overs remaining in her bag. I think Crafton should have bowled this one. The skipper bowled the 19th, and let's try to wrap the game up as quickly as possible. Dominic is still in need of 31. The St. Lucian in need of 2 wickets. With the way Crafton is bowling, I think she should have been the perfect choice again from this end to bowl her through her 4 overs.
Yeah, give her that opportunity to pick up the first 5 wicket haul in the tournament. Remember, this is Amy Antoine first over. First tournament for St. Lucia. But I haven't won a game throughout the tournament, so I want to make sure seal this one. So I would have brought back Crafton to finish her spell. Zeta James at the other end. I've probably left them with about 29, 28, 27 or so to get. And then you could bring Amy Antoine to finish that, because there's no way they could get that much off Amy Antoine.
What I think happened is maybe we will see Crafton from the other end and Zeta from the Beckwith end to finish our proceedings for St. Lucia. That's just my take on it, because those are the two experienced bowlers. They've been bowling well so far in this game. So I want to believe that from the Ole put end, we will see Crafton, and from the Beckwith end, Zeta may take up the 20th over if we reach that far.
Yeah, if we reach that far, if we do get that far. For me being in a position as a skipper and I haven't won any game as yet for the tournament, I'm definitely going in for the kill. Yeah, flighted delivery hit out to mid-on. Challenging the boundary. Just pull back a couple of feet away from the boundary, just two. Those singles and twos will not do any sort of damage to St. Lucia. Asking the fielder on the mid-on boundary to go back to long on now, because Antoine is really flighting it. Yeah, a bit of air again, bounced over the stump. This is good for the ground staff because look at where it pitched and it did go over the stump. So this is good. Good bounce in the track. Remember, folks, this is the 4th day, the last day of the Windward Island Women T20 Championship. There's still good bounce in the pitch. Not using her feet is Gasper. Just stretching. Now just using that bottom hand, trying to go through mid-wicket. And this is something that we have seen from a lot of the females in this tournament, the lower order. Keeper Edwards just clapping Amy Antoine. Just 4 runs off her first over for St. Lucia. This alone will just give her a lot of confidence. 27 runs to get. I would have put my bowler in a position to get a 5-wicket haul, the first 5-wicket haul of the tournament. She was literally looking into that tunnel of 5 wickets. And so I would have given her that opportunity as a skipper. She did the job for you. She did what she was expected to do as your fast bowler, especially in the middle. New bowler now. Missing everything, trying to go down the ground.
I just think that the Lucian team is just given the opportunity of some young lads to have a go as well and see what it's like to be on this stage. Because looking at the 2 bowlers, the previous bowler who bowled from the backway end, they're looking like they came from the under-19, right? So I just want to believe that they're just giving them a go because it's the final game of the tournament as well for them. And they just want to give them that kind of exposure.
This time it's Gilia bowling her first over of the game. Yeah, at this moment now, it's all about giving opportunities because it's very difficult for Dominica to probably win this game now. Curtains really closing down here on Dominica. Yeah, dot delivery again, and this is not going to help.
What you don't want is Dominica able to cross the line, 2 boundaries, back-to-back boundaries here, because it's definitely going to put a bit of pressure on the skipper for St. Lucia, because this is basically in the hands of St. Lucia as it is. But giving Dominica 2 back-to-back boundaries, Keswick, it could definitely put a bit of pressure on the skipper to bring back her strike bowler in the 20th over.
Probably need an angel to hit that 4 as well. From what we're seeing here from both batters at the crease, not taking anything away from them, but we can only speak on what we are seeing. Pretty sure that my eyes aren't lying to me. This one is in the pitch, short. Just pulled round to backward of square. Just a single. Really wouldn't help the Dominica team. But I'm guessing it would be even Steven for both teams. Dominica winning St. Lucia once and St. Lucia winning Dominica. But the big game is later. St. Vincent against Grenada. Yeah, wide delivery from Gilia. I had a conversation with one of the females from the St. Vincent team about the game that they played against Grenada and lost, which they really thought that they should have won that game. She said that we look at where we went wrong and we're gonna correct that in the finals. The trophy is staying here. And that was literally half an hour after the game. Yeah, this looks like it's a wicket. Did Gila get a wicket in her first over for St. Lucia? Yes, she did, and hitting the stump as well. That's a good feeling. Definitely a good feeling for the young under 19 player to pick up a wicket on her debut for St. Lucia, bowling her first over. Everybody showing that love. Yeah, happy for you, young lady. And she could pick up another one here. Just one delivery to go.
Well, Keswick, it take her a couple seconds to realize that she has just picked up her first wicket. You know, after looking at her, there was no celebration until about 5 to 7 seconds.
Yeah, no celebration. And that is where the energy comes from, the celebration. It was a little bit late, St. Lucia. I guess because they realized that things are getting very dark for Dominica. So they are very much in the driving seat to win this game. One delivery in this over to go. One wicket to get. Still another over. Yeah, but can she finish with 2 wickets? Oh, this is sad for her. This is sad for Gilead. Could have picked up a second wicket for St. Lucia. Jennifer Gasper hitting that one straight to short mid-wicket. Yeah. Regulation catch that is, Roberts.
I think the fielder days more was trying to stop the ball than taking that catch. Right? It would have been nice for the young Gilead to pick up 2 in 2. And going back home to St. Lucia, it would be a lot of chatter on that flight back to St. Lucia, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely a lot of chatter. I picked up 2 wickets, Mom. Yeah, but can the other bowler who's bowling her second over, Amy Antwine, pick up her first wicket for St. Lucia? Both players coming from the under 19 level. Seen a few easy catches go down today. Yeah, this one is slow, short into the pitch. Sisters are at the crease now. Odette Gasper and Jennifer Gasper. It's 5 deliveries to go to finish taking down the curtains for Dominica. There's no way they can win this game. They don't have the power at the crease. Yeah, this could be a no ball. Bouncing twice before it gets to the batter in front of the batting crease. Not a strong lad per se. Looks
Not happy with that delivery from Antoine, but if I were the batter there, I would have definitely tried to walk this as far as possible because it's definitely a free hit.
yeah, flighting this time, missing everything.
Dominica still need 19 for victory. 4 balls remaining in the final over. Dominica 104 for 9. St. Lucia need 1 wicket.
Yeah, hitting down the ground. Jennifer Gasper. Wouldn't get to the boundary, just a single.
$18 from the final 3 deliveries. Antoine in her second over. None for 7. She's searching for that golden wicket. Keswick.
Yeah, that one hit the back of the batter. Guess she wasn't expecting it to even turn. On it, Gasper. Yeah, that one just coming out the side of the hands. Into the pitch again. Short, just hitting it straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. Just 2 deliveries to go. Well, one that is sorry. For St. Lucia to win their first game here in St. Vincent in the Windward Island Women T20 Championship. Yeah, finding the edge. This one is rolling out to Crafton. Yeah, not a single. So a dot to finish things here for St. Lucia. The first victory for them in this tournament. Even Stevens between both teams. Dominica winning 1 game against St. Lucia, and St. Lucia winning 1 game against Dominica. Yeah, the big game is this evening between St. Vincent and Grenada. St. Lucia making 122. Dominica could only get to 105. Well played to Skipper Fontaine at the top. Also to Gilbert. But St. Lucia come out the victors today in this tournament, in this game. Nicely played by them. St. Lucia women winning by 17 runs. So congratulations to St. Lucia winning their first game of the tournament. A lot of excitement there from the bunch. They are happy because they didn't come here and play a full tournament without winning a game. So happy for them. But, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here at 2:30 for the second game. Sorry, 2 o'clock for the second game on finals day between Grenada and St. Vincent. The finals of the Women T20 Blaze. See you there.
Good afternoon and welcome to the finals here in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship, brought live to you from the Arnos Sporting Complex. And what a blockbuster event we have for you here this afternoon. The two best teams in the tournament, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the Grenadines going head to head. As we see the first delivery of this encounter, short delivery there from Janila Glasgow, starting our proceedings for the Vincentian teams. Those teams we'll have for you in just a short while. But two of the better teams in the tournament, the Grenadines, they won the toss and elected to bat first here this afternoon. Quite an interesting decision by the Grenadian team, as I welcome my co-commentator, Rajiv Roberts. Rajiv, what did you make of that decision?
Good afternoon to viewers of this broadcast, as we are here live from Arnesville. And Grenada winning the toss and opted to bat. Well, one of my first thing here that if Grenada needs to win this game and win this final, they have to bat with St. Vincent completely out of the game. It means that you have to have a total anything over 130, which could be challenging for St. Vincent and the Grenadines here today.
This one is punched by Fletcher, one of the batters of the tournament, one of the players of the tournament indeed, scoring a century as well. I think she's the leading run scorer, 174 runs, followed by Janila Glasgow, 142, if my memory serves me correct. We'll get that correction for you in just a while. But certainly, it's a matter of who is able to hold their nerve, who is able to come to the party in such a big game this afternoon. I'm sure Glasgow will be looking to make all the inroads. Haven't had the type of success that she was looking for in terms of the ball. Hasn't have a lot of wickets in terms of the power play. Has been rather steady at times, to say the least, in terms of her bowling.
Well, as you rightly said, over the few days gone, Grenada have been the team that look an all-around team. And the second in command is St. Vincent and the Grenadines, hence the reason for both teams playing final here. A shout for LBW, and she's gone. The captain of Grenada has gone to Glasgow in her first over LBW, gone without scoring.
I was just mentioning she was not amongst the wickets, but looking at the replay, I'm wondering if there's a big inside edge, Ruffy. Let's look at it again. Just look as though there's somewhat of an inside edge. Delivering the line of the middle and legs. Oh, I think she has hit the cover of that delivery. Not the best of decisions on that occasion, and unfortunately for Fletcher and the Grenadian team, they have lost their first wicket, a big wicket for the Vincentian team. The Grenada women, they are 1-for-1.
Also happy to see that Glasgow, as you rightly said, is amongst the wicket here. Knowing she played for Windwards and West Indies as well. She's the leader of this pace attack for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And also happy to see the likes of Dean on the field as well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which you know that she's the lone spinner in this attack as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, just speaking about the teams there, just to go through the team quite quickly. St. Vincent and Grenadines, Jafina Joseph, the captain, Janila Glasgow, Aisha Williams, Tomisha Dean, Tracy Byron, Arika Hooper, Daniela Chris, Anika Westfield, Delita Bentic, Alo Boucher, and Chanel Mackey. In terms of the Grenadines, Afi Fletcher, Karina Noel, Taylor Dixon, Holly Charles, Delisha Francois, Aria Fortune, Janelle Charles, Cassie Williams, Raquel Williams, Theresa Thomas, and Keirisa Pascal. So those are the two teams for today's encounter. But as we mentioned, the big storyline so far is that wicket of Afi Fletcher, as Glasgow again comes in to bowl to Williams this time. Short of a length. And a chance to run out. I believe she's gone, is it? Yes, she is. What a start for the Vincentians and Janila Glasgow here this afternoon. Leaning from the front, the vice captain. A brilliant piece of pick up and throw. The batter there on that occasion, Williams, a bit belated in terms of going for that single, but that doesn't take anything away from Janila Williams. That was a brilliant piece of fielding. Janila Glasgow.
What I must say, Osnet, St. Vincent and Grenada would have played their final third round game, where Grenada was victorious in that game. And I recall watching the vice captain bowl to Afi Fletcher, and she was never comfortable at any given time.
I think that's been the hallmark of this tournament, the matchups, as they would say. Players that have played at a high level, in the form of Zeta James and Janila Glasgow. As you mentioned, Afi Fletcher coming up against each other. I think that has really been a very interesting part of what the tournament has offered. But very good start here for the Vincentians. The Grenadines choosing to bat first. If you can recall, in the previous game, they also batted first, scoring 126 for 5 and winning that one by 2 wickets. So I think it was a case of them saying to themselves, if it wasn't broken, then we're not going to try and fix it. But you need a good start. You need a good start in the power play as well.
Here comes the confident Karina Noel, the vice captain of Grenada. She'll be on strike. 2 wickets so far in the first over with the score on 1-4-2.
Theresa Thomas and Karina Noel. I think the umpires there just indicating that the run out was from the non-striker's end. So Thomas will take strike. Both of these left-handers. That's a good delivery again. I'm sure she'll be buoyed by those 2 wickets. Janila Glasgow spoke about the fact that she hasn't been amongst the wickets in the tournament, but I'm sure she'll be quite pleased with that start. Her captain, management team will be quite pleased with the start as well. As Grenada, after electing to bat first here this afternoon in the final of the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship, they are struggling a bit. They are 1-for-2.
Tracy Bino will be taken up from the Beckway end. And that force over Asnet should definitely be a confident booster for Tracy to bowl from the Beckway end as well, because you already have the big hitter of Afi Fletcher out. You already also have the number three batter so both batters have gone without scoring.
It's been somewhat of an up and down tournament for Tracy Byron. If you can recall, her bowling that final over that led to a super over. At times, she hasn't been able to consistently find her lines and lengths. We've seen her talent. At times, she's quite unplayable to say the least, but just hasn't been as consistent as I believe she would have liked in this tournament. It's another opportunity for her, as you mentioned, two of the big guns for the Grenadines back in the hut. So that will take a bit of pressure off you as an opening bowler. Not to take anything away from Karina Noel and Theresa Thomas, but Afi Fletcher, centurion in the tournament, leading run scorer in the tournament, back in the hut. I'm sure that would give her a bit more confidence.
Well, I've seen she bowl some in-swingers and out-swingers. So she's been bowling here now to Noel. Wide outside the off stump. It's a dot ball. We're into the second over, into the power play. Grenada is one for the fall of 2 wickets.
I'm sure Karina will have fond memories of this matchup between herself and the Vincentians, scoring 47 from 53 in the last game. So a bit of form coming into this encounter. But as they say, it's a brand new day. You have to start an innings over. Whatever you did in the past is no longer valid. And this one is cut magnificently past backward point into the fence for 4. Certainly the shot of the innings so far.
Well, I mentioned Karina in the previous game when Dominica and St. Lucia were playing, and she's definitely have this kind of confidence and bringing the confidence into this final. As you rightly said, she scored 47 in the previous encounter between St. Vincent and Grenada. I know she will be hungry and greedy for more, going past at 47 and even get a 50.
This one again is guided into the offside. Crease comes around and limits the batters there to a single. Interesting to see Crease not without the gloves here this afternoon. Didn't have the best of days against the Dominicans. Boucher this time around with the gloves. And that sort of batting is what you'd want from the Grenadians, having scored the boundary of the previous delivery. Just walking that one nicely into the offside for a single. Running between the wickets, always going to be important. 'Cause even though they've lost those couple of wickets, Rajiv, they can't allow themselves to get too bogged down. Still have to show positive intent, but not reckless in any way.
Well, it have been the problem with most of the teams, Osnet, that from the interception of the tournament up to this day, that we notice once the opener or the number 3, that should be called a no ball, and it is a no ball, and for height. And as I was saying, that once you lost the openers or the number 3 batters, everything after that goes downhill, which the batters seems like they can't get the ball off the square. But it's important, you are playing a finals here in the Women's T20 Championship. This is the teams definitely going to be selected for Windward Island cricket, and you have to get a go on where you will be facing Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and so forth. And you know, these names of countries, they have a lot of big guns in their teams.
Interestingly, Rajiv, it was a no ball, but I'm not sure Karina Noel realized it was a no ball, because she just basically came forward and stroked it into the offside, no sort of intent. So that's an interesting moment there in this encounter.
I think she just realized it was a no ball.
So 9 for 2, the Grenadines. This one is on a good length there from Byron. That's what I was saying in terms of Byron. When you look at her, she has all the raw materials really to take her game to a next level. It's just a matter of being a bit more consistent, understanding her game a bit more. On the flip side of that, a lot of these players don't play a lot of cricket. So coming into a tournament like this, it will take a while for them to get used to conditions and get comfortable in terms of the repetitive nature of whatever they're doing, whether it's batting or bowling. As Glasgow it is to start proceedings again from that old airport end. Crowd slowly building up. Rajiv, somewhere in the region of perhaps 100, 150.
Well, what I could say, I have just been in the stands here, and when I walk around, each and every stand here at this ground have a few spectators, which is very nice for the cricket and also the players. Because sometimes, you know, it's like you there playing cricket and there's no one watching you. You don't have that kind of vibe. But today, the final between St. Vincent and Grenada, there are few spectators in this stand, and I know there will be a few more to come.
Just a call really for those persons at home. It's a Friday afternoon. Not sure what plans you have for Friday afternoon, but you can make your way down to the Arnosville Sporting Complex and take in some of the action here. Give support to the ladies, not only the local ladies, but just the general competition on a whole. One thing about the crowd, though, Ruffy, is that they're a vocal crowd. They're a knowledgeable crowd. So even from where we are here in terms of the commentary box, at times we can hear the crowd shouting and giving out instructions. This one is punched down to mid-off, and Mackie, not the best of efforts there at mid-off. Putting out that left palm, but not able to stop that one from going into the boundary for 4. So not the best of feeling there from Mackie, but I'm sure the Grenadines will welcome that boundary.
Yeah, certainly the Grenadines will definitely welcome that boundary with the score now on 13-4-2, and we are still within the power play. At the crease is Karina Noel and Teresa Thomas. Noel is on 10 from 6, Thomas is on 2 from 5. Glasgow into her second over, 1 for 5.
This one is hit up to the fielder there at mid-off. Chase is not going to drop that one. And another breakthrough for Glasgow and the Vincentian team. Karina Noel, after such a positive start. Is it Noel? After such a positive start, just really guiding that one to the fielder there at backward point. And she takes it quite comfortably. So the Grenadines, they lose their 3rd wicket. And they are now 13 for 3.
What I could say about Noel, Osnet, she's full of confidence, and she's confident that Grenada will win this encounter, this final between St. Vincent and themselves. Because I heard her speaking yesterday, and she's like, St. Vincent is not going to beat us, but we all know, we all are cricketers, we all know the cricket is playing on the pitch. And you as one individual, there are 10 more of you.
Agreed. So what a start it is here for Janila Glasgow. For those of you just joining us, the Grenadines, they won the toss this afternoon in this final encounter, electing to bat first, but not the best of efforts so far as we look at that last wicket. Short delivery, and perhaps close to being signal or wide as well. She just thought that she would have get enough on it to evade the fielder there at short third man, perhaps getting a bit too much on it, and in the end looped up to the fielder there, Tracy Byron at backward point, who took a quite simple catch in the end. And I think that is something that we've spoken about in terms of the catching throughout the tournament. The Vincentians will be pleased with that effort in terms of taking their chances so far.
This is not good for Grenada. It's 13 for 3 in the power play, and we are in the third over. It is not good for Grenada into a finals. I would like to see Grenada bat as deep as possible, all 20 overs, have a good score, challenge St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the finals, and let's have a good finals on show here today. But with the score on 13 for 3, very good from Glasgow again.
Yes, another batter coming into the wicket here, Delisha Francois. Another short delivery there from Glasgow. Not afraid to use the middle of the wicket. Does have a bit of pace whenever she chooses to bend her back, Janila Glasgow.
Something on observation, Osnet, when she was hit down the ground for that 4, the keeper was up to the wicket, and she asked the wicket keeper to go back the ball after, and that's caused the wicket off Noel. And since then, the keeper has been back, and I think she's bowling well within herself.
Yeah, I think it was also a change of length. That delivery punch down the ground was a fuller length delivery. And the preceding 3 deliveries, she's now chosen to bowl a bit shorter, back of a length, using the wicket to some extent. And as you mentioned, Karina Noel just gifting that wicket, really, must be said. This one again, back of a length outside the off stump, going across the left-handed Thomas. 14 for 3. And that ends another good over there from Janila Glasgow. She has really started well. The Vincentians have started well here in the final. Figures of 2 for 6 so far, but the Grenadines, they're reeling at 14 for 3.
The power play is important for both teams. So far, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is winning this power play. But we'd like to see Grenada up the tempo here within this power play. Your only 2 fielders should be outside, but as you're looking at the field, there's no one on the boundary, hasn't it?
I think that's good captaincy as well, as we look at Mackie making her way back on the deep third man boundary. Opportunity to squeeze the Grenadines, as they would say. Having taken those key wickets, those wickets of players who have dominated with the bat throughout the tournament, an opportunity now for the Vincentians to apply a bit of pressure on those batters who maybe didn't get as much exposure earlier on in the tournament, and they're now being asked to do a job for the team. Byron again it is, short of a length, and punching this one. A good looking shot there from Francois, and should get close to the boundary. In fact, into the boundary now. I think it deserved 4. A lovely shot there off the back foot.
Now, if you're going to dig those balls into the wicket, it means that you will need a sweeper out there as well. And you're within the power play. Anything through those gaps, definitely, with the power that we just saw from the batter there, it will definitely go to the boundary.
I know so far in the tournament we've spoken about Afi Fletcher, Karina Noel and the like, but it's an opportunity now for these players, these fringe players, fringe in the sense that they have not been given a lot of opportunities throughout the tournament. Teresa Thomas and Delisha Francois to really put their hand up and be counted. But that's a very good delivery there from Byron. A bit more effort, bit of movement away from the right hander as well. It really epitomizes what I said earlier in terms of Byron. At times she looks unplayable, but then at other times you will see her basically serving up some juicy deliveries to some of these batters, and she's been punished accordingly in the tournament so far.
Well, happy to see that she's bowling wicket to wicket here, and with, as I mentioned earlier on, Osnet, she definitely get the ball to move both ways. But what I would like to see here from this delivery on is that she keep bowling wicket to wicket, and then she will be definitely rewarded.
So another delivery outside the off stump, moving away quite sharply from the right-handed Francois. certainly not short of pace, Tracy Byron. Player who's been around for a while, has played for the Windward Islands before. I'm sure she's harnessing thoughts of making that Windward Island team again. Team, I believe, is slated to be announced sometime later today. This one is a full toss and walked nicely there by Francois. Not looking to hit it too hard. And Alrika Hooper, always a live wire in the field, Hooper. Limiting the batters to a single. In fact, one shot, I believe, signaled there by the umpire. So in their haste for that second run, they were not able to get their bearings right on that occasion, these two. Short of a length again, but not giving as much room as we saw earlier on in the over. 20 for free. I think the plan here from these two, Rajiv, would be to just form a partnership, get some sort of momentum going. It's not a matter of scoring quickly at this point in time. Yes, you might want to still put away the bad deliveries. You're in the power play, but just preserve wickets, as this one is a bit short of a length. I think the height here, it's actually, I think the umpire on that occasion agreeing with Tracy Byron. This one hitting her on the back leg. Not a tall player by any means, Francois. And umpire Jack there taking her time and in the end adjudicating that that one would have gone on to hit the stumps. So it's another wicket again, just as I was mentioning, a partnership between these two. The Vincentians continue to chip away at the top order of the Grenadian team.
Really would love to see Grenada get a move on. But losing their fourth wicket with the score now on 19, and we are still in the power play, Osnet. How much do you think Grenada will get with the projected score of 95?
Well, I believe that 95 is on the premise that they will bat all of these overs. I think that's the first step for them. Bat as much of these overs as possible. 16 overs remaining. And Fortune, a new player. Aria Fortune joining Thomas. Thomas has been there for a while, looking at everything from the other end. Only faced 6 deliveries so far, so she hasn't had a lot of the strike. But it's going to be important, once again, partnerships. Partnership should be the order of the day. Try and get some sort of momentum, try and wrestle back the initiative from the Vincentian team. Always going to be an uphill task, having lost those wickets to all in the piece.
Glasgow into a third over. Bowling from the old airport end. Grenada woman 19 for 4. Beautiful shot. And that should run away to the boundary, and it just did. 4 runs. Beautiful shot there by Thomas.
Offering a bit of room there on the offside was Janila Glasgow, and Thomas says thank you very much and punched that one past backward point into the fence of 4. So certainly runs are there to be made. Very good batting wicket still. That's one way to actually put pressure back on the opposition by scoring boundaries. At the same time, you have to make sure that you're risk averse. This one is a full length delivery again. Is it pitching outside leg stump? Yes, I believe that's the judgment there of umpire Abbott. Coming over the wicket, mind you, is Janila Glasgow. So in order for her to get that LBW decision, it has to pitch in line. Hit this one just pitching outside leg stump. And I think it's a good decision in the end there from umpire Abbott.
What I must say, as a bowler myself, I do not like batters to hit me for any sort of boundary. So I know pulling back your length is very important here, and always attacking the stumps. And that's what Glasgow had just do there. And see she going a bit wide off the off stump again. 3 ball into her third over. Glasgow 2 for 10. Grenada woman 23 for 4. Fortune at the wicket. Thomas at the wicket from 6 from 9. Fortune has to face a ball.
In the middle of a very good spell here is Janila Glasgow. She's in the middle of a very good tournament. In fact, 140 runs so far in the tournament. And I'm sure regardless of whatever total the Grenadians managed to compile today, her innings is always going to be an important one. As another single is taken, as that one is muscled out to a short mid-wicket region. Striving for maybe a Yorker length delivery on that occasion, solving up a full toss. Thomas not able to take full advantage of that. 24 for 4. Just joining us, we're talking about the start that the Vincentians have made here today. It's been an up and down tournament in terms of their bowling, but it's a very good start in the field for them, and no better place to do it than in the final.
If I were the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, my opening bowlers definitely got to bowl 4 on a trot, because we have the likes of Williams as well there. And with Grenada already 4 down in the power play, I will be going all guns out blazing here, hasn't it?
That's a good point. You have the opposition on the ropes. You want to really take home that advantage. Last going to a third over. 2 for 11 so far. I don't think she'll have a problem with bowling 4 on a trot. She's a very fit young lady, Janela Glasgow. Works a lot on her fitness. Fortune negotiating that one successfully. It's the end of another over there from Glasgow. Grenadians struggling a bit here in the final. They are 24 for 4.
So Grenada is cruising, but not cruising comfortably. 24 for 4, 5 overs gone, 1 over remaining in the power play. What is important here for Grenada is to those 2 batters of Fortune and Thomas to stay there until the end of the power play. This field should and maybe spread, which will be gaps on the field for you to able to pick up your singles. There will be bad ball where you could basically put them away, get some runs, get some momentum, and try bat as deep as possible for the final 5 overs where you can have a go. All right? Just a reminder, the T20, Women's T20 Blaze kicks off next week, Tuesday, right here at the Arnos Vale Stadium. At 9:30, Windward Islands will be taking on Guyana. At 2:30, Jamaica will be taking on the Leeward Islands. And at 7 p.m., Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on Barbados.
It's very good to have those sort of tournaments taking place locally. It's an opportunity for us as Vincentians to just have a first-hand view of what the region has to offer in terms of women cricket. I mean, recently we have not really been in the upper echelons of world cricket as such. More of a transition period. But I'm sure a lot of the ladies on show would really want to put their best foot forward and try ultimately to make that maroon team. As we see Tonisha Dean taking up proceedings, the final over of the power play. So interesting choice there from the captain. We haven't seen her bowl in the power play so far in the tournament. Let's see how she goes. It's a very good start. A flighty delivery. Perhaps angling down the leg side. Dean. Not a big turn of the ball, but what she does changes her pace quite well. Good flight, good loop. And I think she's been one of the standout players for the Vincentian teams in terms of their bowling. Picked up a couple of wickets along the way. Didn't play the last game. Perhaps rested to some extent. So she should be quite fresh and be ready to put her best foot forward here this afternoon. This one is short of a length and punching it through the offside. Just offering a bit of room there is Dean. And they will come back for a second. Alrika can't prevent the second on that occasion. I think if there's one criticism we'll have of Dean at times, she gives the bat a bit too much room, a bit too short on occasion. Doesn't have the consistency at times. But I believe she's bowled very economical throughout the tournament. And certainly someone you'll want to work with. This time is bold. Just as I was saying, at times she can be a bit inconsistent in terms of her lines and lengths. But when she gets it right, Tonisha Dean, she's a difficult customer to handle.
I'm happy with what I'm seeing from Dean. Sometimes, as a batter as well, when those deliveries serve up at you, your eyes get lit up. And then you always believe that you're in for business. You're taking that one over the boundary line for a maximum. And unfortunately, you lost your wicket.
That's a bit of drift as well. I think the bowling from the backway end offers her that opportunity to get a bit of drift as long as she gives the ball generous flight, something that she does on a regular basis. You can look at that delivery drifting into the left hander, missing it completely, coming off her back leg onto the stump. So a good breakthrough for Dean and the Vincentian team again, as the Grenada women, they continue to struggle here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. They're now 27 for the loss of 5.
With the score at 27 for 5, still in the power play. The projected score is 98, but with the way the Vincentian women are going, I do not think that Grenada will get there, which I would love to see Grenada post a challenging score and challenge St. Vincent and the Grenadines here at the Arnos Vale.
I think the new player is Holly Charles. I think normally she will bat a bit earlier, perhaps number 5, number 6, but such as being the procession of wickets from the Grenadians, she has just pushed herself a bit down the order. So coming in now at number 7 is Holly Charles. Positive player. It'll be interesting to see how she goes here against Dean. If Dean is able to flight the ball just as she did in the previous delivery, I'm sure she'll be tempting Holly Charles at some point.
Well, from what I saw of Charles, she is not a person to back down at any given time. And she is still within the power play, and I believe that she's definitely going to have a go.
Right on the money there, Rajiv. Short of a length delivery. No sighters here for Holly Charles. Looking to hit the one into the leg side. Not timing it well on that occasion, but certainly keeping everyone on their toes, including the bowler here, Dean.
Dean has bowled a wonderful delivery there to Charles, because had that ball missed Holly Charles' bat, it was straight timber, wasn't it?
Slight change in the field, now straightish mid-wicket. So fortifying the onside field. Once again, Charles looking to power this one. Not timing it as well. I think she needs to just play forward defensive, get used to conditions.
Yeah, Charles is definitely a well-packed player, packed with power, packed with skills and technique, and I would love to see at least try to bat out the power play here.
I think there's a chance, a difficult chance, mind you, for Cotton Bowl here from Tonisha Dean. There was Charles again, looking to forcefully play that one on the onside again. Getting the inner portion of the bat, and Dean stretching out that right hand, not making enough contact. Be interesting to see the replay of that last delivery. Yes. Another delivery on the line of the off, some turning in. And there was Charles, and it's one of those, it's either it sticks or it ricochets somewhere else. A difficult chance, but I'm sure if you give Dean that again, she'll be quite prepared to maybe give a better effort. Maybe go. I don't think she can go. She could have gone with 2 hands on that occasion, just a one-handed shot. Something we saw earlier from Mackie in the tournament, in terms of against Afi Fletcher, that cotton bowl that we've seen so many replays of.
Well, we had to know that Mackie, compared to Dean, Mackie is a bit more taller than Dean. Had it been Mackie, I want to believe that it would have definitely been a stunner. But unfortunately, Dean is way shorter than Mackie, so hence it was out of our reach. Just probably clipped the tip of our fingers.
Talking about Mackie, we're now seeing her introduced into the attack. Chanel Mackie. One of the more consistent performers for the Vincentians as well, both in the field with the ball in hand and also with the bat. Her runs have proven to be quite critical to the Vincentian effort so far. This one is a good delivery again. Normally gets that ball to come back into the right hander, something that you know very well, Rajiv.
It's called the dipping and swinging Yaka.
Not the most fluent action, most orthodox action, Mackie, but does get that ball to come back into the right hander. As this one is hit high in the air, it's going to take some catching. And caught. Very well done there by the fielder at mid-wicket. A full delivery. There was Holly Charles looking to go somewhere in the region of the girls' high school. But thankfully for the Vincentian, that didn't materialize, offering that easy opportunity in the end and well taken there.
Aslan, I think Harley Charles have ourselves to be blamed. You have 14 overs remaining. The situation of the game, you're already 5 down. The score is only 28. You just get out of the power play. And you, your turn at the crease from ball 1, you want to have a go. You have to able to be there and bat as long for the team. 14 overs remaining in the game, in your innings, and every ball you want to walk it out of the stadium. Harley Charles only have ourselves to blame there, Asnet.
Yeah, perhaps not the best decision there, but I think it was a full toss as well. We both play the game. Sometimes a full toss been served up and you isolate up as a batter. But as you mentioned, given the condition of the game, the state of the game, what has transpired before, perhaps not the best option at this time, the attacking option. I think that's the option, that's the only option she knows. We've seen 4 deliveries, or facing 4 deliveries, and all 4 were attacking shots. So she was always going to live a charmed life in the end, succumb to the pressure really, and a very good breakthrough there for Mackie and the Vincentians. Grenada, they continue to stumble really. They are 28 for 6.
The new batter is in Taylor Dixon. And she will be facing up to Chanel Mackie. 1 wicket, no runs, 2 deliveries.
I think the catcher there was Anika Westfield. As this one is guided down to short third man. Let's stop there. Aisha Williams, haven't seen her with the ball as yet, but I think she also has been quite impressive in the tournament with her medium pace. I'm sure at some point Captain Joseph will employ her services. But for now, it's Mackie. This one is a wide delivery down the leg side. Bushy can't get anywhere close to it. I'm just going to plug in the outfield. Not the quickest is Mackie. And the Grenadines, they're able to scamper second. Wide signal there by umpire Abbott. As we see the crowd continues to trickle in. And as you mentioned, Rajiv, at some point we're seeing the students as well.
Yeah.
Class there from the girls' high school, the top second girls, all girls secondary school in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're there taking in some of the action as well. I think that's something that we can look towards more in terms of having the youngsters in surrounding schools come and support the ladies. We mentioned the start of the West Indies T20 Blaze coming up. So I think it's an opportunity for those in charge to get a lot more students in the ground, a lot more persons, young persons in the ground taking in the action. So one again is a good delivery there from Mackie, not the most, not the quickest of bowlers, but she does have reasonable control, and as we mentioned, gets that ball to move a bit. On that occasion, I think that one moving away from the right-hander as opposed to coming back in. Always a bonus if you're able to do such. If you know you're predominantly an in-swinging bowler, I'm not sure if you have that in your armory.
Well, I would have just played 2 tournaments, which is the International Masters that held right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where picking up the most wicket in that tournament. Also the local Masters, also picking up the most wicket in that tournament. Picking up at least 30 wickets across both tournaments. You know, that says a lot. So whether it's in swing or out swing, my aim was just to get wickets and be one of the most outstanding bowler basically in the tournament, across both tournaments.
Well done to you, Rajiv Roberts. I'm sure you're looking forward to this year's tournament. We're already in 2026. And we're looking forward to the second over is Tomisha Dean. I'm sure her fans at home, her husband normally here, supporting her as well. Good support base, Dean. In fact, all of those cricketers from that northeasterly region, they're very well supported, whether online or even here at the Arnos Vale Sporting Complex. Tracy Byron, another of those players. I think she's from the village of Overland. a lot of the cricketers in the squad, they're from the northeasterly side of the island, both North Leeward and North Windward. Hopefully, as time goes by, we can have a bit more diversity in terms of where the players are coming from, but that is not to say that the players that are picked now are not there on merit. I'm just saying that we need a bit more diversity in terms of programs in different places. Kingston, Morocco, these are traditional areas where that produces a lot of cricketers, Stubbs and these sort of places.
Happy that you mentioned that as well as net, but it's important that we start to get back the cricket in schools. And if you don't start there, I don't think you will basically get anywhere. It's important to get the cricket in school, get the kids to love something and that they will definitely enjoy.
This one is a bit short of a length again there from Dean. But on that occasion, hitting that one out to deep mid wicket. Only a single. So slowly but surely, slow progress here from the Grenadian women. 35 for 6 into over number 8. Couple of wides in this over so far from Dean.
Happy that I'm basically seeing a partnership trying to grow here with the score on 35 for 6 in the 8th over. Taylor Dixon, 2 from 4. Aria Fortune, none from 5 deliveries. Tamisha Dean, 1 for 7 from 1.3. And she's looking for a second. But as you were speaking, Osnet, cricket, I think to be successful, it's important that you play cricket not just once in a while. Because what I could say to you, I will be heading out to Trinidad next month to play some cricket as well, representing St. Vincent in the SVG High Runner Masters. In a tournament that will be taking place there from the 8th of February to the 14th. And then after we get back from that, in April we'll be heading to Grenada.
There's certainly a man in demand here, Rajiv Roberts, in the commentary box. Runs are in demand here for the Grenada women. 35 for 6. Dean again, short of a length going away from the right-handers this time around. Coming around the wicket, so just trying to slide these deliveries across the right-handers. Not a bad over again from Dean. 2 overs, 1 for 7 for her. And the Grenadians continue to fight, and fight indeed is needed if they are to get up to any sort of substantial total here this afternoon in this final. They're 35 for 6. Taylor Dick and Aria Fortune looking to lead the resistance.
Mackie with her second over, 1 for 4 from 1. And I know she will definitely be looking to pick up 1 or 2 in this over and try to put a dent in the Grenadians women team. But the Grenadian women will definitely be having a different take on Mackie, hoping not to give her a wicket. So we'll definitely see how this over go for Mackie.
Just looking at the dugout of the Grenadians there, not a lot happening. Sure, they're quite, I don't want to say shocked, but wondering what really has hit them here in the final. So far in the tournament, they've been able to get partnerships at the top of the order, like so Fletcher, Noel, and these players. But here it is in the final where it really matters the most. Bit of a struggle for them. It's a bit of a struggle for Mackie at the start of this over. That one going outside the or some signal wide. Don't want to be gifting wickets, gifting runs to the opposition. I think that has been the Achilles heel of most of the teams in the tournament.
Was that losing 5 wickets in your power play, losing 5 of your better batters in the power play? It could definitely put a damp on your team, especially in the finals where you know it's the last game of the tournament and you want it to do well. Hence the reason St. Vincent came out all blazing as well. Want to do well, want this. And as I normally tell teams that I close to, is the team that hungry more will definitely eat that food.
Agreed. And having lost all those wickets in the power play, it's really a difficult task for these players in the lower half of the batting order. A lot of these teams, they do not have the type of batting depth that we are used to seeing maybe at the international level. This one is short of a length, and It's punching this one down the ground. Is Fortune. She's off the mark finally. After 9 deliveries. So it's been a struggle really for her. Struggle for the Grenadines on the whole. Still 11 overs after this. Something we spoke about is the fact that they need to bat as much of these overs as possible. There's no point in being dismissed after 7 or 8 overs, as this one again punched out to a deep extra cover boundary. Joseph there, Captain Joseph, just running back and limiting the batters here to a single. Both of these players do not seem to possess the sort of power that we've seen from a few of the Grenadines in the top order.
Well, it's been something for the entire tournament. The middle and the lower order batters for each team. We have saw that with the exception of Mackie for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the like of Holly Charles who came and went very quickly. But what I would love to see here, Osnet, is Mackie challenging the stump. Ball wicket to wicket. She would have actually picked up the first wicket in her first over. And from that, she's been all over the place. What I would love to see she do here is bowl wicket to wicket.
Especially against the lower half of the batting order. That's always a good option. It brings a various opportunities in terms of dismissals. You have the bowl, you have the LBW decisions coming into play. Similar to what we just saw in terms of that delivery. But it's the end of another over there from Mackie. Now the end of 9 overs. The Grenadians, they are struggling at 39 for 6.
Very good for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not so good for Grenada, because Grenada will definitely need a total here. It's a finals between St. Vincent and Grenada. The finals of the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. The finals that you will definitely want to put your hand and say this trophy is going back to Grenada, while St. Vincent is thinking different. As we saw Dean here with our third over 1 for 7.
This one is short of a length. I think pitching outside the leg stump, the off spinner coming over the wicket. Cross batted shot being attempted there from Taylor Dick. Trying our best really to show some sort of positive intent. The Vincentians, though, they've really been able to have a sort of stranglehold on the Grenadians. Haven't allowed them to get away, as this one is walked behind square on the onside. Should be able to get a second. A bit of a mix-up. But in the end, all is well that ends well there for those two fielders. I think it's captain. It's actually Mackie. Two runs added to the total. Score just trickling along. You know, we're in the dry season. Sometimes your pipe just trickling along. Similar effort from the Grenadians here. One is punch, a diving effort there from crease. And chance for second, a chance for run out indeed. And not the best of throws there from the captain Joseph. In the end, good attacking running there from the Grenadians. They need more of that if they are to really put any more pressure back onto the Vincentian team.
Well, you said not the best of throws, but I would say not the best of feeling from the Vincentian captain, because you already misfield the ball and you're not making any effort to get that ball in as quickly as possible. Hence the reason Grenada picked up a second. And we're seeing some sloppy feeling here from the St. Vincent team.
I think that's Williams on that occasion. Get him down, and I think that's something we've seen throughout the tournament. Even the Dominicans were feeling earlier. A lot of balls going through their legs. So something to work on for these females in terms of their feeling. It's an important aspect of the game. Some of the most successful teams worldwide, they're a very good feeling team. One punched off the back foot. And once again, a bit of a misfield again. Should be able to get into the fence. So Captain Joseph there trying to do some footwork. I'm not sure if her football ability is as good as her cricketing ability. But on that occasion, boundary to the Grenadians, welcome one as well.
Well, I think I saw her uncle played football already with her newborn Joseph. But I know cricket is in the family. So if there only one person probably could play the football game is her uncle. So I think she should definitely leave that to her uncle and stick to what she knows best.
Well, it's a good delivery there from Dean. Well flighted. Throw the baton to her front foot. 48 for 6. Score just creeping up a bit. Halfway stage. Grenada, after winning the toss here this afternoon in the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship, they're struggling a bit, having lost wickets consistently. They're now 48 for 6. And it's a welcome break for the players on the field. And we're going to take a break here as well up in the commentary box. We'll be back with you in just about 5 minutes' time for the continuation of play. Okay, welcome back to the Arnos Sporting Complex. Live action again in this Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. Grenada women, they're 48 for 6, and Mackie it is to continue proceedings from that old airport end. A diving effort again from the captain, Joseph. She's been in the wars so far in the field. Ball seems to be following her around, as we've come to expect whenever you're having a difficult day in the field.
Well, we saw that when Chris got the opportunity as well as the wicketkeeper. She didn't have the best of days, and everything just went downhill from there, especially after that run out when she was batting. She didn't have the best of days in the field. And the captain here now, I think it's her turn. I should basically say it's her turn, because any time the ball finds her, it's difficult to her to get any hand close to that. And you just see a boundary here of the bowling of Mackie.
So the Grenadines, I think they would have had an opportunity to assess. I'm sure management and the coach would have spoken to these two ladies and tell them what is expected of them in the next couple of overs or so. The halfway stage, I think the general advice would be to just keep out the good deliveries, walk the ball into the gaps, and take advantage of any loose deliveries. On that occasion, short of a length delivery, and she just pounced on that one and punched it back past the field there at mid-off. I think the Vincentians have to be mindful as well in terms of the field placing. You don't want to afford easy runs to the Grenadines. Yes, you're on top at this stage, but you don't want a situation where whenever they hit a shot, they're able to be rewarded with fours. You want to at least keep a stranglehold on them to some extent still.
Baki into Fortune. That ball. The captain did well on that occasion, wasn't it?
Definitely following the ball around here this afternoon is Captain Joseph. This one is walked into the leg side. So good cricket from the Grenadians, these two. Fortune seem to be getting the hang of things now after a reasonable sedate start. Dick has been there scoring 10 from 12. So both of these players seem to have reasonable ability and competence in terms of their batting. I'm sure they'll want to carry on this partnership for as long as possible. This one is a full delivery. He's hitting this one down too long on. It's a couple of bounces. Crease comes around. Can't effect the catch or prevent the single. So it's the end of the 11th over, and the Grenada women, they are now 55 for 6. Yes, 55 for 6 here in the finals of the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship.
With the likes of Tracy Byron have 2 overs remaining, I would have definitely loved to see her back in the attack here now. With Grenada women 55 for 6 after 11 overs. Taylor Dixon 11 from 13, Aria Fortune 10 from 17, Chanel Mackey just completed her 3rd over 1 for 15, as we see Dean with a ball in hand from the Beckway end will be bowling her final over 1 for 16 so far.
One is short of a length and punched down to long off. Dixon passes over for a single. Grenada doing it in singles here. Might be the state of operations for the next few overs or so. You operate like this until the 15th to 16th over, roughly, and see where you can go from there. Maybe if you're at 70, 75 at that stage, you could perhaps look to up the ante, as they would say.
Well, it's important for Grenada to do such, just trickle on as we are into the 12th over. But what I would love to see from Dean is give that ball a bit more air. I'll flight that ball to those lower order batsmen, because well, if you have been noticed, as we have been noticed from up here, across the tournament, from number 5 go down, the batters don't really have the power. So just give you long off, deep mid wicket, long on, and give that ball a bit more air to be rewarded and to be able to dent Grenada a bit more.
Agreed. Just goes back to what we spoke about at the beginning of her spell. She has the tendencies to be a little bit inconsistent in terms of her length. It's short on occasions. That boils down to a bit of inexperience as well. As we've seen, whenever she's able to flight these deliveries, it does cause a bit of problems for the batters. Like that. That is the general trajectory we are talking about. Dixon, they are looking to hit that one somewhere close to where we at here in the commentary box. Not making any sort of contact. This one is short of a length and dropped again. I think that right hand of Dean will need some sort of attention later on. Couple of occasions now. Stretching out that right hand. And once again, not able to effect the catch. So something she has to work on in terms of her cut and bowl ability. As a spinner, you're always looking for that sort of dismissal. Flighted delivery again, and an appeal there for a stumping. So it's all happening here at the Arnosville Sporting Complex as another over comes to an end. And Just looking at the replay there, another big swing there from Dixon, not making any sort of contact. But it's the end of a very good spell again from Tomisha Dean. 4 overs, 1 for 18. I'm sure our skipper and our coach will be quite pleased with that effort. And the Grenada women just going along at a rather snail-like pace here in this final, 57 for 6. And talking about a snail-like pace, this guy is the opposite of a snail-like pace in terms of his batting back in the day. It's Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, Martin.
Good afternoon to you, Osnet, and good afternoon to the listeners and the viewers of this broadcast. Grenada finding themselves in some trouble here at 57 for 6 in the finals between St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As you said, they are struggling to get the runs on the tin. Somebody has to do it. It is left for these two here at the crease, which is Fortune and Dick. So, I was just told that it's Dixon. He's on 12 from 6 from 18 and 11 from 16.
New bowler being introduced into the attack. Arika Hooper. Had a reasonable tournament, Hooper. At times she has bowled well. At other times I just think that she tends to overstride, looking for a bit more pace, and gets herself into some problems. Whenever she bowls that particular line and length, she's quite economical and threatening as well. As we see a good looking shot there from Fortune into the leg side. And Grenadians continue to accumulate. Kenroy, I know your coach yourself. What would be the word from the coach at this stage, given what we've seen so far?
Well, just what they're doing now, just bat normal, try and get through. These are the 5 over there, so hit the gaps, run your first run hard, look for the ones, look for the twos, look for the bad deliveries, and try and bat as deep as possible. St. Vincent makes a few error in the field, make sure you capitalize on those things as well.
A bit of sloppiness creeping into the Vincentian play on that occasion. Enough players backing up and don't want to gift runs to the opposition. The game is not over as yet. Still have to go and make these runs. As they say, runs on the board in the final is always runs. It's already made. You have to go and make it. A couple of early wickets for the Grenadians and could cause some problems. And this one is walked nicely into the onside. Dean there after such a long spell. I'm running now across and limiting the batters there to 2 runs. So it's just as you mentioned, Kenroy, walking the ball into the gaps, running hard, putting some pressure on the Vincentian fielders for the next 4 or 5 overs or so, and then you can have a go in the last 3. Not sure about the batting left to come. We haven't seen a lot of the Grenadians lower order because such has been the consistency of the top order that the lower order hasn't been exposed to any great extent.
The thing is that you don't have the luxury of wickets in hand, and you have to depend on each other. These two at the crease, Dixon and Fortune, to really build a foundation for the Grenadians to come. So what they have to do is knock the ball in the gaps, take to 1 and 2, play situation cricket, not the television cricket you're accustomed to. It is called for now. If they don't do it here, I think that they may end up collapsing and really falling less than what they're supposed to. This one is banged down the ground, full toss for another single. Very important that they bat as long as possible together here. Partnership is critically important. They have played some good cricket during the tournament. I've always said that once you play a tournament, you're likely to have a bad game. And it seems as if it comes in the finals, which is the worst place to have that bad game. How's that?
Well, you mentioned a bad game. They've just had a bad 13 over so far. So the game is far from being completed. I'm sure that the Grenadians will make these runs as difficult as possible for the Vincentian team. Just as we spoke about the consistency of the Grenadian top order, the Vincentian team, they depend a lot on their top order as well. The likes of Homer and Janila Glasgow, very consistent in the tournament, Janila, and Mackie in the lower order. So a couple of key players there. If the Grenadians are able to put any sort of pressure and get those wickets, then we're going to see somewhat of a competitive final. So my viewers out there, don't write off the Grenadians as yet. We're here just trying to build something, build a foundation. 7 overs remaining, and we're going to see the introduction of Aisha Williams. who I believe has had a very good tournament as well, very consistent. Coming into the middle over is not always easy bowling in the middle overs, but she has been able to bowl economically and at times taken very crucial wickets.
Yeah, it's important that she comes in and bowl a very good line and length. Restricts the extras, that is very important. You have seen a lot of extras being bowled in this tournament. If you fall to those things, you may give the Grenadines a sighter, and that is all they want. You have to bowl tight. If you don't bowl tight in this area, in this situation, you may end up really faltering bad. So that's a good start for her just outside the off, some fourth, some fifth, some. That is what you want. You have a pack offside field. And really that's the length you should be bowling. I'm looking at the field setting. It is set for 3 men on the boundary, which is the fine leg, the mid wicket, and the mid on, long on. Tells me that she'll be looking to bowl straight as well. This one is turned nicely down to fine leg. So another single. So really some good cricket being played between both teams. It's cat and mouse here. A wicket here, a wicket there could put things back into the favor of the Vincentians. And a good partnership would allow Grenada to put a good total on the board.
I think it's an opportunity for these two to put their hands up and be counted. Not a lot of pressure. I say not a lot of pressure, but I mean by way of scoreboard pressure. They are able to play their natural game. You look at Taylor Dixon, for example. She's not a big hitter by any means. Seems to be somewhat of a noddler and walking the ball into the gaps. Fortune so far, she's been able to curb her natural instincts. I get the feeling that she's able to hit the ball hard at times, but she too has been able to walk the ball into the gaps. So this particular situation lends itself to them being able to just do something of that sort for the next 4 or 5 overs, as we said before, and then they'll be able to branch off. It's not a situation where they have 2 overs remaining and they have to come out and play helter-skelter.
Well, this one is short and she's pulling. Not connecting really. She has to be careful with those sort of deliveries. The third man is now up in the circle, which is a pretty good move as well. I think that if you could cut out the singles and get rid of the boundary balls here, St. Vincent would be in good standing. But you have to be very careful as to how you go about executing. There's not much room for error. It's another short delivery. So a good delivery.
Well, I'm looking at the field itself, Kenroy, and I'm seeing those 2 short deliveries. Not a field set based on that particular bowling plan. We're seeing a fielder there at short square leg, a short mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket as well. There's no fielder back on the onside boundary in that vicinity where a pull shot or a hook shot will go. So it's an interesting ploy here from Williams to try this short delivery here to Fortune.
This one is smashed to backward point. Excellent feeling by the woman at backward point.
I think it's Maki. She's had quite a mixed day in the field, it must be said. There she was diving away to her left. Not her strongest side, but certainly saved the boundary on that occasion.
Yeah, indeed. Diving to her left. And that is that's the kind of effort you need from your players when you're in this situation. Save as much runs as possible. Throw your body around on the field, stop the ball, save 2-3 runs. It's a T20 game. At the end of the day, these things do count.
I think earlier on she had a misfield that went for 4. So if we have to do in terms of a net amount of runs, then she's still one in the red, as they would say. But she just saved 3 and she conceded 4. Has a chance for a run out, a bit of a mix-up. So Maki in the action again. I think that's the type of cricketer she is, an all-action type of cricketer. With the bat in hand, with the ball. Saw a brilliant catch earlier on in the tournament to dismiss Fletcher. And we saw that brilliant stop a while ago. So she's somebody who would always give her 100% in terms of her efforts.
Yeah, good over being bowled here by Williams, keeping the ball in the corridor. Staying away from the boundaries. Important, 66 for 6, Grenada. Had a good tournament. They batted as a team, really. As you said, they batted up front with Fletcher leading the way most of the games. Now they're called upon to bat in the middle. And we have had that problem with the other teams where the top order does the bulk of the scoring and then the middle order just collapses.
We're putting on back your coaching hat, Kenroy. Just wondering how difficult it is for you to motivate players who may be not totally involved in the early parts of the tournament. For example, you mentioned the likes of Fletcher and Noel dominating proceedings earlier on in the tournament. These players haven't had a look in as such. So how easy it is or difficult it is as a coach to get these players to be motivated and up for the challenge to come out and put up forward a partnership in this league.
Well, the thing is that you always have this chat inside of the dressing room where you have 2-3 players doing well in a tournament and consistently doing so. You keep telling one another, you have to be careful, you have to be ready, because you never know when 1 or 2 of these people may fail, and it's up to you to come and really bring it home. So you always have to remain positive, keep your mind in check, and make sure that you're ready to play a role whenever it calls upon you. And this is just exactly what these 2 ladies are doing here. They didn't get the big start that they're accustomed to. They're now in the middle, struggling somewhat, 66 for 6, and they're just playing normal cricket. It doesn't need more than that.
Partnership of 27 so far.
Yeah, it doesn't need more than that. Just play the ball around, hit the gaps, pick up the singles, hit the 1s or 2s or bad deliveries, and then you give yourself on the later end 2-3 overs really to excel.
A comedy of errors on that occasion. I think for a second there, Fortune thought that the bowler had fielded the delivery.
Yeah. She thought that she had it.
Yeah, little did she know that it was a bit of a misfeel as well. And her partner there, Dixon, making her way down into her crease. And all's well that ends well for the Grenadines and Fortune on that occasion.
Yeah, it's important that you stay alert. And her partner really kept her alert there. That is good, taking advantage of the situation. This one is a fuller delivery again, hitting the inner portion of the bat and trickling down to the fine leg. Really a good session of play here for both teams. St. Vincent and Grenadines not conceding boundaries. Grenada building a partnership to launch a little later. So it's a even Stevens here. This one is pitched on the leg from my vantage point, going down the leg. Maria Abbott is standing there with Patricia Jack in the finals.
As we look at the replay, yes, missing leg quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah.
The shot that we have seen Fortune play quite a lot. It's walking the ball into the leg side. Has to be careful though. Cooper seemed to be intent on bowling quite straight. Similar line again on that occasion, just punching this one down too long on. Glasgow comes in. And another single to the total.
I like the maturity shown between these two here. They're not taking any risk. The field is open. They're taking the singles. They're not taking any chances. The skipper, on the other hand, for St. Vincent and Grenadines, has to be careful with all these singles as well. I think they need to put some pressure on the batters and ask them to go over the top if they wish to have runs.
You mentioned it's a cat and mouse sort of game. It's about finding a sort of balance in terms of attack and defense. If you're able to have your bowler call into plans, then you can set a field defensive to some extent. This time she's using her feet is Dixon, so a bit more expansive in the last couple of overs, Dixon.
I think she's getting into her strides, really, stroking it nicely down the ground. 71 for 6, Grenada. I was having a conversation with a friendly earlier in the day, and they say looking forward to a victory from Grenada in this game. I'm wondering if they're thinking the same thing still. They would let me know. The Spice Isle, a lot of friends there, really good people from Grenada. Good afternoon, Mr. Baptiste, Superintendent Baptiste, being promoted in the last ceremony. Big up yourself, Mr. Baptiste. A gentleman indeed.
Well, one thing for sure, we know it's going to be competitive.
It is.
I don't think the Grenadians would just lie down, as they would say, and allow the Vincentians to walk all over them for all 40 overs. So at some point, they will want to put their hands up and show some sort of resistance.
Well, St. Vincent and Grenadines are the defending champions in this tournament. Grenada are looking to become champions this year. On a shot again. And going into the keeper's glove.
You mentioned that sort of expansion from Taylor Dixon. I'm not sure if it is the right way to go at this stage. There's still 5 overs remaining. So I'm thinking to myself, she can give herself another 2 overs or so. And then she can make some sort of launch.
Yeah, I think it's a bit early to start that. She's banging that down the pitch, back past the bowler. What they need to do is probably take some of those dot deliveries and make them into 2s and 3s and so on. Put the pressure on the fielder as the field is back, as you can see. Run the first one hard, look for the gaps, and really try to get themselves up to about 90 or so with 3 overs remaining. If that could happen, then you could really pose a total of 130, 140 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the finals. A wide delivery.
The projected score at this rate, currently scoring at just around 4.7 runs per over. The projected score is just around 94 runs. I'm sure that 100 mark would be a mark that they have in mind, given the start that they had. Somewhat of a psychological boost to reach 100. You mentioned 130, Kenroy. I'm not sure if that is really quite possible. Maybe if you go in at number 8.
Well, it is possible. It is possible. These two look good. You have just about another 4 wickets remaining. But what you need to do is try and score off of every delivery. Too many dot balls have been bowled.
That's important. You mentioned at least 6 runs per over. If you score at least 6 runs per over for the next 4 overs or so, then you get close to that 100 mark.
Yes.
And of course, you can if you're able to preserve your wickets, then you might have some boundaries somewhere along the line. So it's left to be seen. It's an interesting finale here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. Crowd definitely have built up. Spoke about the region of 100 to 150 earlier, I'm sure. We're somewhere in the 250, 300 region, and this one is peeling off the outer portion of the bat. There's one of the boundaries we just spoke about. Not in the direction she was heading. She was looking for the fortune, but I'm sure Grenada woman will take it all the same way.
Well, fortune favor the brave, and she went for that, and it came off the outer portion of the bat into the fence for 4. And this is what you have to look at. She's been bold in short deliveries. The skipper should have already picked up on that and pushed back the third man, just in case it hit that edge. And it did there. I think she may make the adjustments now. But it's 4 runs to Grenada, 77 for 6. Fortune favor the brave. And there's no protection on the square leg boundary as well. She has to be careful with this line and length. The third man is now being implemented. Now she bowls a wide delivery, trying to compensate for that first one.
I think she's striving for a bit too much pace, Kenroy. You look at all, we've seen quite a few short deliveries, looking to bowl these short deliveries, and I just think what she needs to do is just find that line and let bowl a straightish length. You have your long on and your long off in back on the boundary, sorry. So utilize those 2 feelers for now. If they miss, you hit, that sort of option. Seen another change. Is it a change in the field? I'm not sure. I'm thinking umpire Jack just having a word with the captain, not to show the content of that discussion.
Probably just telling the skipper she needs to work a little faster with her team, based on timer or some irregularity on the field. Shot again, and that means muscle down to mid-off, long off. What has been good with the St. Vincent team is their feeling as well. They're getting to that ball and picking it up and throwing it. You see the aggression in their feeling. Yeah, I think they're a pretty good feeling unit.
What is key is having those key feelers in those key positions. The likes of Byron and Westfield. These are very good feelers. Alrika Hooper as well. Chris, not too bad in the field for a wicket keeper.
This one is pulled down to mid-wicket. She fumbles, and that's what I'm talking about. She's jogging to the other end. And there's a mistake being made on the boundary. You have to be aware and alert. So that brings you over to an end at 79 for 6. 16 overs completed here. Another 4 to go. Grenada looking to post at least 100 runs or so to make this a very competitive finals. And remember, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are the defending champion. They're not going to just walk away from their championship. They're going to fight for it.
8 runs from that over from Williams. Not the best of overs from her. We spoke about her consistency throughout the tournament, but just haven't found her bearings today, at least not so far. 8 runs the Grenadians getting in that previous over. I'm sure they'll be looking for that as a minimum moving forward in these last 4 overs or so. If they're able to get 8 runs per over, then you'll get a total of 112. 10 runs per over will get them 120. I'm not sure if you want to be that greedy, Kenroy, with that 10 runs per over.
But based on the tournament, 120 is basically a safe score.
It's a competitive total. It's something you can work with.
Yeah, based on what went on during the tournament, 120, I think 130 would be a pretty good score, especially in a final.
We're going to see Glasgow but bowling her final over for a spell as a spinner. A bit of a hobble from her as well. I'm not sure if she may have done some damage to her knee or leg or something of that nature. We saw this before from her as well, bowling off spin. So it's nothing new to her. Started off as an off spinner, I believe, and does have the ability to adapt.
See the umpire having a word with the skipper again. See, she's signaling the power play. Not too sure what is happening there between the umpires and the skipper.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the innings, you're allowed 3 fielders outside of the circle. I think those 3 fielders would be that long on, that deep mid wicket in the form of the captain, and that deep extra cover. I think it's Tracy Byron there.
In the context of this game, this is a very important over. Being bowled here by Glasgow, number 17. Oh, and I was just going to say that. I was just going to say, I think that she's brought back to grab a wicket or to put Grenada under pressure, and she did get that wicket. So, a wicket for St. Vincent and the Grenadines here.
You look at that replay, just rushing on to the batter on that occasion. Dixon playing back as opposed to being forward to a rather full-length delivery. In the end, just ricocheting from her back leg onto the stump. It's a dismissal we've seen quite a few of in this tournament. And on that occasion, the partnership comes to an end. So the resistance there from those two, Dixon and Fortune, being halted by Janila Glasgow, who now has figures of 3 for 11. So certainly leading from the front, Janila Glasgow, and being the vice captain of the side. I'm sure she'll be quite pleased with her efforts so far.
Yeah, she has had a good tournament with ball and bat. Fielded well, showed her experience as a West Indies player and a senior player as well in this team, and also the vice captain. She always comes in to support our captain in some form, and she has taken a very crucial wicket in this game, breaking the partnership. Basically, the foundation, the backbone of the Grenada innings here between Fortune and Dixon. Dixon going bold with a quicker delivery as she continues. Another 3 deliveries to go in this over. This time this one is driven straight back. What a start. She came in, she said, I'm not in a good mood today. You bowl your ball, I'm going to be spanking it down the wicket. And it went flying over the ropes before. What a shot to start proceedings here.
Very good shot. Just offering the opportunity there for Raquel Williams to free her arms, and she does pack a punch. Raquel Williams, good all-round player. Does bowl a bit of medium pace. And now we are seeing the best of her with the bat. Either there, Maki at mid-off had no chance really to stop that one, as was quite belligerent on that occasion. Raquel Williams, she's on 4 from 1 delivery. I'm sure she'll be hoping to bat the majority of these remaining 3.2 overs.
Well, it could be a dangerous time with her inside of the wicket. Williams started off with a bang. Again, she's smashing that 2 covers. It's running close to the ropes. Would they get it? Fielder wins the race this time. 2 more runs.
So positive start here from Williams. No nonsense sort of mood of taking any sort of prisoners here. I'm sure that's the type of impetus that this innings really require at this time.
Yes, no prisoners. No prisoners. Final delivery for Glasgow. Has to be smart as well. Another 3 overs remaining. Final delivery from Glasgow. She has done well. She don't need to lose her wicket to this final delivery. Need to spend some more time in the crease. Playing it smartly. Backward point and calls for single. She's in trouble at the bowler's end.
It's all happening here in the middle. And we see a dive there from Raquel Williams. Really want to preserve her wicket. It was it straight to Byron, not the fielder you want to take a single to. Well gathered by her. Real powerful throw. And there was Glasgow looking to divert that throw onto the stump, but missing it completely. And all's well that ends well for Raquel Williams and Grenada. And it's the end of a brilliant spell from Janila Glasgow. She really started off proceedings quite well for the Vincentians. Dented the backbone of the Grenadian top order, ending up with figures of 3 for 18 from her 4 overs. So a good day's work for her, and I'm sure she'll be looking forward to topping it off with a good performance with the bat.
Well, excellent returns for Janila Glasgow. 3 for 18, you mentioned it before. As a senior player and you lead from the front with that sort of performance with the ball, you ought to do well with the bat. And she's been having an excellent tournament. So well done to Janila Glasgow. And that's a solid start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 87 for 7. 17 overs completed here at Arnos, as sun is still in all its glory as those shadows lengthens here in St. Vincent. And my Grenadian friends are anxiously looking on, hoping for the best, hoping that Williams have a wonderful cameo. That is left to be seen. This time she's driving it straight back to the bowler. One arm out. Good cricket.
It's a better length from Aisha Williams. Mentioned she's been prepared to test the middle of the wicket so far in her spell. Not to any great success, but on that occasion, opting for that fuller length delivery. I think that's a very good option, especially against Raquel Williams, who seemed to be giving herself a bit of room to access down the ground.
This one's shorter into the body. So she's cramping off a room. Are you satisfied with the field that has been set here? Mid off, up, have a long on, mid wicket and a fine leg. I'm thinking that the long off should have been back.
Well, they only allow 3 fielders outside the circle, so the only option the captain might have is to bring in the fielder there at a deep fine leg.
Oh, that's a full one, and she just swizzles and pulls it through backward square. Fielder comes around, picks up in front of the boundary rope. 2 more runs. No ball signal by umpire Jack. So there's a free hit coming up here.
Opting again for that fuller length, Aisha Williams, but just misdirecting this time around. And a full toss above the waist of the batter there, Raquel Williams. Still managed to get some bat on it, Williams, and got 2 runs, and also now will be the beneficiary of a free hit.
Yeah, and I think the umpires warned her. That's a full toss above the waist. If it happens again, she would not be able to bowl. There she is, free hit. This time she's pouncing on it, a shorter delivery. Try to give herself some room to smash it through the onside. Only finding the long on fielder who comes in and field. 1 more run to the score. 91 for 7. Grenada.
So far, Raquel Williams, a good little cameo from her. 10 from 7 deliveries. The type of innings that you need coming in at this particular stage, given the start that you had. Scoring it better to run a ball. So from a Grenadian perspective, they'll be hoping that she can bat for the remainder of the overs along with Fortune.
Fortune trying to pull that one to backward square. Rushed on to her with some pace as well.
Yeah, it's an option that Williams has chosen, especially against Fortune, that short of a length delivery. Maybe she knows quite a bit about her and her technique. But it's a risky delivery, as you mentioned. There's no one back on the leg side. for a pull shot or anything of that nature.
This one is a better delivery outside the or some catching on somewhat off guard, looking for that shorter delivery and sort of being off balance, looking to play that shot.
Yeah, good change of length there from Aisha Williams, having tested her with the short length delivery previously, a fuller length delivery, and another dot delivery to go. So those dot deliveries piling up for the Grenadians. 4 so far in this over, having scored 8 of the previous over.
Yeah, good over. Been bowled here. Just need to finish strong. This time she's hitting over point. Dean doesn't get a hand to it. He's gone for 1. She's coming back for 2. Good arm, good throw into the keeper. Well done, good cleaning up as well. So 2 more runs.
A brilliant throw there from Chanel Mackey. Quite understandably one of those bongy riders for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because she does get a good throw in, but on that occasion not able to prevent the second, and it's the end of the 18th over. Grenada, after opting to bat first, having won the toss here in the finals of the 2026 Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship. They are 92 for the loss of 7.
Yes, getting closer to that 100 mark. Another 12 deliveries to go. Here in the finals, Grenada putting up a show. Yeah, I'm really thinking, because of what has gone on in this tournament, getting to 92 makes it very competitive based on the batting lineup of St. Vincent. Both teams are similar when it comes to batting, a heavy top order, heavily dependent on Glasgow, Homer, and also Mackey. Grenada, similar, Fletcher, and the others. Noel. This one is hitting the bat, and she's out caught. Not getting the middle of the bat this time, hitting the toe of the bat and finding the cover fielder. Seems to be Homer, it is.
Oh, it's actually Mackey.
Mackey again in the action.
As the ball seemed to be following her around for a good cause this time around. I know earlier on we spoke about the captain Joseph not having the best of days in the field, and the ball was following her around quite a lot. And this in the last few overs or so, we are seeing more and more of Chanel Mackey in the outfield. But this time around, they're at point, taking what was a relatively simple catch in the end, a full-length delivery outside the off stump. I'm sure would have been called a wide, but Raquel Williams there looking to get some sort of bat on it, and in the end succumbing to Mackey. But a good little cameo there from Williams, 10 from 8 deliveries, and Grenada they're now 92 for 8.
Yeah, Mackey in the action, always ready. The thing about her is that she enjoys her cricket. She enjoys her cricket. She enjoys playing her cricket. I think the fielders are not aware that is a right-hander. They haven't turned over. They have not switched over as yet. The skipper is making the gesture and saying, what is going on? You're all not seeing what is happening.
Very good spot there, Kenroy. It was the same field for the left-handed Williams previously.
Yeah, the skipper is just marshalling the troops from the boundary rope. So it's a full toss and hit through square leg. That would find the fence.
I was just about to mention perhaps one of those fielders should have been back on the boundary on the onside. But the skipper chose to bring another fielder on the offside into the circle.
Yes,
so, a good boundary option there for the Grenadian team. It's a welcome boundary for them as they inch closer and closer to the total of 100 and beyond. It's now 96 for 8.
Well, a loose delivery. Punks the pun. Again, this is a good one. She's calling for a single. This could be trouble. This could be trouble. Oh, she misses now. She misses the ball completely. Backed up by Mackey again in action.
A half chance there for Captain Joseph again. So I spoke about her on the ball, following her for the wrong reasons. That occasion, not being able to return that ball in a favorable manner for Alrika.
This one is now played through mid-wicket. Good timing. The hand comes off the bat. Rushed out to Mackey again in the mid-wicket area, who does the feeling.
Is it a case where there are only 2 fielders on the field, Ken, right? We only
Magnetic.
We only see Mackie and Joseph.
She probably bought the ball. Probably bought the ball before the game. It follows her. This one is a full ball. She misses out on that.
Yeah, juicy full toss on that occasion, and Fortune, having been there for a while, she would have backed herself to get some sort of bat on that one. There's just one fielder there at deep square leg, so anything to the left or right of Tracy Byron, and she would have had a boundary, but in the end, a dot delivery again for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
This time she's crossing it. Mackie again in action. Oh, she misses the stump by a... That would have been interesting.
Once again, that ball going to Mackie there at short mid-wicket, and certainly not shy of having a shy at the stumps this afternoon. Direct hit perhaps would have made things a bit interesting there, but thankfully for the Grenadians, Fortune, she is able to get the strike, and it's the end of the 19th over. Grenada, they are 98. They have toiled away to 98 for 8 and 1 over remaining.
Yeah, I love the fight coming from the Grenadian team, and they're not giving up. They are warriors, really. Years of competition, Grenada and St. Vincent. We are very closely knitted islands. Grenada and St. Vincent, we share some unique friendships. During cricket, Spice Isle, the Grenadine Islands, we are close to one another. So we have that competitive nature as well. So, final over. This one is short again. She's using that short ball to the best, to the best she can, and it has been very effective thus far.
I think it's a clear plan from the Vincentian team to bowl short at Fortune. Must be something that they're quite privy to. Maybe something they discussed beforehand. But what we have seen from the seamers against Fortune is the ability to use the middle of the wickets. So far, it's been a defensive option in terms of not conceding any runs. This time around, getting some bat on it there, Fortune, but single as the total moves up to 99 for 8.
Yeah, that important 100 coming up, getting close to that. Psychologically, it does something to you. Getting to that 100 mark. Fortune has batted well for Grenada. 23 from 37 deliveries. She would have liked to have a few more runs with that amount of deliveries being batted during the innings, but we understand the situation that she was in. As Byron comes in, this one is down the leg. Wide ball signal by the umpire. Patricia Jack, former St. Vincent captain. Windwards, West Indies, women's, played for a number of years. Patricia Jack has been a stalwart of women cricket in the Windward Islands. Serious woman she is. When it comes to her cricket, good to see that she's officiating.
And she would have enjoyed this tournament.
Doing the things that she loves. It's very important. It's Byron again. Good delivery into the pads. Missing everything except the stumps. Missing everything. Through the pads, through the stumps, into the keeper's glove, except the keeper's glove. It's a good bowling here by Byron. 100 for 8, Grenada.
It's a good delivery, as you mentioned. Good full length. Bit of tail back into the right hander, missing everything. And it lends itself to what we spoke about earlier in terms of Byron. Does have all the raw materials really of a good bowler. Just needs to get it together on a consistent basis. As we see another single being taken.
Yes, and that delivery rushed her. She was looking to smash it to the onside. It came onto her quickly and just bounced down to third man. So that tells you that she's bowling with some pace as well. 101 for 8. 2 more deliveries remaining. Still 120. It's Byron.
I told you that 120 was a wishful thinking, Ken, right?
Well, you have to think. And you have to make wishes. Another single to the Grenadian batters. Moves up now to 102 for 8 final delivery. And I think there's going to be a very competitive score in this finals. Grenada, winning the contest between them and St. Vincent in the last encounter between them, just by a mere 2 runs. This is the finals of the Windward Islands T20 Women's Tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember, from next week, you'll be having the Guyanese, the Trinidadians, the Barbadians, the Windward Islanders, the Leeward Islanders. All the Caribbean islands will be here representing their nation in the tournament as they sneak a single to finish the innings here. So, good bowling performance here by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 102 for 8 Grenada. I think they have come back. They have come back well after being just about 35 for 4.
They were actually 39 for 6 after 9 overs. So a bit of a recovery effort from the Grenadians, having lost those early wickets. The Vincentian team would have liked to zero in on the advantage, continue to put their foot on the accelerator. But I think that partnership between Fortune and Dixon, they batted smartly. They understood what was expected at that particular point in time. And they're able now to give their team something to bowl at in terms of 103. Not the biggest total, just around 5 runs required per over for the Vincentians. But as we mentioned earlier, the Vincentian team, they depend a lot on their top order players. And I'm sure the Grenadians will be looking to get all the wickets. All the wickets will really be the order of the day if they are to become successful here and remove St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the defending champion.
Well, that would all come down to Avi Fletcher and her team, how well they bowl against a St. Vincent team who's been playing pretty good cricket. We'll have a break here just for about 10 minutes and we resume the second innings of this finals between Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines in this women's T20 tournament held here at Arnos playing field. Well, welcome back to Arnos playing field, where we are deadlocked in a battle here between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Grenada, the Spice Isle. The finals of the women's T20 tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These two teams have played well during the tournament, and they have the rights to be here in the finals. So with me in the commentators booth is Rajiv Roberts. Rajiv, welcome back.
Good evening, Martin, and viewers of this broadcast. Witnessing the finals of the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship here at Arnos Stadium. And Martin, with the condition that Grenada was in after 10 overs, losing 6 wickets to get to the total of 100, just over 100. It is good for the finals here on Arnos.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job, a rebuilding job. The two in the middle batted really lovely. Helped Grenada got to at least 100, which is a psychological thing when it comes to cricket. They batted well. They got to the score. It's a finals. Runs on the board is runs on the board. You have to come and get it. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the defending champions. They are top heavy as well as Grenada is top heavy. You saw what happened in the Grenada innings where Fletcher and Noel and the others got out early. If that is to happen to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, would they be able to do as well as Grenada did? That's a question left to be asked, to be answered. But they need to get this run's first delivery. Down the leg side. Not a good start there for the Grenadians. Giving away 3 runs. Wide signal by the umpire. Good start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's a good one for Grenada.
Martin, if you have noticed, this is the third opening combination for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First, we saw the captain and the vice captain. Also, we saw the vice captain and Homer. And now we're seeing the vice captain and Priest.
Well, I think the situation dictates. I think they're looking for a fiery start in the power play. So that's why these two are batting up here in the finals. The finals, they want to win. So I'm thinking that as well. Priest is a free-hitting batter. She plays her shots no matter what time it is. So if she's risking it, it's better you risk it up top with her.
What I will say from the last encounter between these two teams, Homer batted and batted well. I think they lost the first wicket at 44.
This one is stroked nicely through mid-wicket. It's cross for 1. Looking for 2. Janelle is not pleased with Homer's running. Hands flaring. Saying, why are you not running? But it's okay. But another run to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Danella Crease. It's been around for a couple of years. Playing for St. Vincent. So I met her in college. Community college. She went on to play for the under-17s. And from there on in. And this year, a different field setting for her. Short extra cover has been brought in. A slip, a backward point, a cover, a third man. And she plays solidly to that fielder that is brought in there. So Grenada has done their homework when it comes to Janela. I think she got caught right there in the first game. Extra cover, trying to go over the top. But Noel, a good all-rounder for Grenada, had done service as well for Grenada. Oh, lovely delivery, right on the money. Love that delivery there from Noel. Reminds you of a Courtney Ambrose delivery. Always have you under pressure. Really good delivery from Noel. The aggression as well coming from her. Tells you that she's out for business today. This one is hitting in the air. She's out caught. I said Grenada has done their homework. Janelle, the captain and the team and the management was hoping that she gets off in this game. She didn't. Found the mid-off fielder. And Grenada has strike force here in this the second half.
Well, a wicket in the first over for Grenada. Also a wicket in the first over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Here comes the captain for St. Vincent, Jafina Joseph. He will be meeting the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Janelia Glasgow. And what St. Vincent need from here going forward, Martin, is a partnership, despite the fact that they have the likes of Homer and Mackie still in the hot to come.
Well, remember there's still another 5 overs in the power play. I think you have to maximize those overs, get as much as possible. Unfortunately, Danella has gone out caught. She didn't trouble the scorers. But these two would have to bat sensibly, get as much runs as possible in the power play, and sort of preserve the wickets, knowing that they are top heavy and heavily dependent on these two to give them runs. Good start there by Noel for Grenada, skipper, playing with the full face of the bat. That's the end of over number 1. And after over number 1, they are 4 for 1. Good start for Grenada. Spice Isle.
Just a reminder to viewers, remember the Women's T20 Blaze gets on the way this coming Tuesday. And Windward Islands will be taking on Guyana at 9:30 a.m. At 2:30 p.m., Jamaica will be taking on the Leeward Islands. And at 7 p.m., Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on Barbados. Martin, that's some more exciting cricket coming your way.
Yeah, it's cricket under the lights as well. So those of you who haven't gotten the time to come out in the day to look at the 2 games in the day, you could come and look at the game in the night under the lights. So very interesting time for the women, giving them maximum support. You're into over number 2. This is the finals. And remember, some of these women will be involved in this tournament coming up shortly. It's Charles. First delivery. Not the line that she intended based on the field set. There's a heavy offside field. Three players on the onside. Fletcher, senior woman in this cricket, knows what she's about. Led Grenada very well so far. Charles again shot down the leg side. Waiting on a signal from the umpire. Maria Abbott, nothing. Think it clipped something on its way through. And immediately the skipper has made that change, pulling out that person from extra cover to square leg, strengthening the onside field. Good thinking there by Avi. This one is driven sweetly, and she pushed the big foot out like Hulk Hogan on a wrestling. We call it a big leg, and stopping that one would have gone through there, would have gotten some runs there, Roberts.
Yeah, certainly. And with the power of Glasgow, that definitely would have been in the fence before she even get up off the floor, Martin.
Yeah, that was struck with some power as well. But big size 12 coming out there, doing the work for her. But Charles seems to be struggling somewhat, looking for some extra pace as well. You could see that. Drifting down leg. This one had some bounce on it this time. I normally call that a nothing shot. Trying to run it down to third man. Got big on her. And just hitting the glove and bouncing back to the bowler. 5 for 1. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, defending champions. Grenada looking to snatch this title. It's a good delivery. She just opened up and just tried to squeeze it to the offside. Not seeing the side on, just open up chest on and pushing it back to the bowler. Some good bowling here by Charles. Good errors. Hitting the bat hard as well. This one is pitched up and driven. Dropping short as the extra cover. Could hear the oohs and the ahs there, like ooh, and it just fell short. And that brings you over to an end. Oh, what a time. There you go, pitched up, looking to drive. You see that leg is outside the leg stump, looking to go over the top. Falling short of that field extra cover. And that could have been trouble there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But she lives to fight another day. 2 overs completed. St. Vincent the hunt for 104. They are 5 for 1.
What I would love to see here going forward is that St. Vincent play this game as just a game and not just a final. Because if they have the thought of the final in their head, Martin, they could basically be all out under 100.
Wow, Noel is bowling with some pace here. So the captain came out without her helmet. She went set back for the helmet. Now she's batting with her helmet. So Noel is hitting that bat really hard. Also is Charles. It's good to see the women coming up with some pace. There's a slip. A third man. Backward point, a cover. This one is pitched up. Good delivery. As I said, Grenada seems to know that they have sat down and did their work on these batters. The bowlers are very consistent, bowling on one side of the wicket so far. Good delivery outside here, some carrying to the wicket keeper. 3-dot deliveries to start proceedings. Pressure deliveries, you call those.
It's definitely good for Grenada, and as I mentioned already, confident that Noel is in. She's showing it here in this innings, because as we mentioned earlier, that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the defending champion. Grenada want to snatch this from St. Vincent, and as we notice, Martin, someone is down. I think it's look like the wicket keeper for Grenada.
Well, I'm not too sure what is happening there, but she's pounding the ground. Seems like she has a bad finger, and that's an important person in your team. Grimacing in pain. That's for those who have just joined us. St. Vincent and the Grenadines won the toss, Grenada won the toss and elected to bat. They got to 103. St. Vincent and the Grenadines in reply, they are 5 for 1. Daniela has caught without scoring, and at the crease is Glasgow and Joseph. St. Vincent 5 for 1, looking to reclaim their championship in this tournament.
Yes, certainly. But this is time for a little bit of assessment here for Grenada as well as St. Vincent. In over number 3, the score is 5 for 1, and in Grenada's innings, after 3 overs, they were 14 for 3.
Well, in comparison to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I think what is a little bit different here is that in Grenada, the fast bowlers are operating in a different manner. Janelle is a senior player, picked up all the wickets for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have not seen much of that happening here now. Keeper is under some pain. Physiotherapists have come out to offer some services to her. How long would that be? Not too sure. But I think it's time we get on with the game as well. You know? Unfortunately, sometimes you have to do what you have to do. But what is key here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is these 2 batters. Janelle needs to get in. She needs to carry her bat through the innings. Joseph needs to get a good knock today. Sure. And help her team on to victory. She would love to do that. But the likes of Harvey Fletcher and Noel, they will try to deny her of such as we get ready to start this game again. In earnest. Remember, the standing umpires are Patricia Jack and Maria Abbott, both Vincent Chance. I normally see Patricia Jack. I've known her forever. The right name is Cordell Jack. They call her Pat. Former West Indies player. She's also a coach as well. Works in the Ministry of Sports. Aria Abbott, she's a teacher. Profession. As Noel runs away from us. But it's pitched up, driven sweetly back. Well fielded there by Noel. Commitment. Diving across the wicket. Stopping that. Tells you. Good bowling. That seems to be a slower delivery. Coming from the back of the arm. I'd like to see that again, really. Noel mixing things up. Yes, just across the fingers. Well bowled. Hitting the inner portion of the bat as well. This one is punch. Lovely two covers. Would it get enough legs to get there? Stops just inside of the rope. So 2 runs to Joseph. But that was a lovely shot there off the back foot. For 2. Lovely shot by Joseph.
While I love the aggressive part here for the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I just don't want you to get carried away and give her a wicket away.
Yeah, she has a tendency of gifting a wicket away after getting a lovely start, after getting some balls in the middle and looking good. She has a tendency of giving a wicket away. She needs to do better than that. She's been a part of this game for over a period of time now, so she needs to get over that hurdle and bring home the victory to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's captain. She'll be very proud of herself and proud of her nation and in the end. But 3 overs completed, 7 for 1. 2.3 current run rate. Required run rate is 5.2. This one is punched. Lovely. Nobody stopping that. Outside the off stump. Glasgow on top of that. What a shot that is. Backward point couldn't stop that. 4 runs.
While St. Vincent and the Grenadines need runs, Grenada definitely need to pick up wickets here. St. Vincent need 93 for victory. Grenada need 9 wickets for victory. What will be the outcome here? 101 balls remaining. We'll know our fate at the end of this innings, Martin.
It's a good comeback. Just sneaking a single there. After a lovely shot. That was a lovely cricket shot there by Glasgow. Just open up the hip and punching it to backward point. Nobody stopped that. It raced off the face of the outfield into the fence of 4. Really lovely shot. So Glasgow is on 6 from 10. And Joseph is 2 from 7. And Charles has none for 6. He's into a second over. Required run rate is 5.52 and they're scoring at 3.35. Target is 104 runs to become champions. What is more important in this tournament? Being crowned champions or producing players for the Windwards team?
I think it's more importantly producing players. Because this tournament is basically designed to get the best to make the Windwards team. So I think it's more important of producing players.
Well, some people take it another way around. This one is coming from the off stump, turning it into the onside. Is Glasgow. It's important that these two bat at least up until about 50 or so. If not, then we'll be very much heavily dependent on whoever stays there between her and Glasgow. Charles Content. This one is uppishly falling short of the feeler there. The oohs and the ahs are going on there. Second time you have seen it teasing the feeler. Shot. Has to be careful with that shot. Don't look to go too early. Wait on the ball. Let it come to you. Use the piece of the ball. There's no third man. Backward point. It's better. It's a good bowling here by Charles. Just on a line on the off stump. Hitting the inner portion of the bat again. Joseph not timing it nicely. Still struggling for the timing. As a crowd builds up here at Arnosville, anticipating a good game between these two. This one is now down the leg side. Waiting for a signal from the umpire. Leg by signal by umpire Abbott. So at the end of 4 overs, Grenada are 13 for 1. Sorry, St. Vincent are 13 for 1.
Happy to see the way the bowlers for Grenada is bowling with the likes of Noel and Charles. Very, very good start. But I would have definitely, if I were the captain for Grenada, I would have definitely give Noel another over here. Because it's important that you get one of those wickets there. And if you get, for instance, the vice captain for St. Vincent of Genelia Glasgow, it will definitely do wonders for Grenada woman.
Yeah, something that they could have done, trying to pick up one of these wickets, get Noel in, but then the captain is saying I would need Noel in the back end as well. In case things get a little tight, I need at least an option, at least 1 or 2 overs from her. So a new bowler has been introduced. This one is short. And she hit that one like the old Donny Joseph cutting through backward point. You could see that. Into the fence for 4. That raced off the outfield. Power and class. Janelle Glasgow, Joseph, Jeffrina Joseph on the back foot. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 17 for 1. A wonderful shot.
Martin Wilde, the captain for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is at the crease. It's important that she play the innings here because she haven't got any good going so far in the tournament of any of the previous games that she have played.
Yeah, that's important that she gets a start, and she just gotten a start so far. She's 6 from 13, and Glasgow is 6 from 10. You have seen this earlier. She looks good. She's technically sound, but she's just not getting the runs that she needs. This one is wide down the leg side. And this is what you're talking about. When you have a lesser bowler bowling to such a good batter, you need someone like Noel to keep her tight, keep the pressure on. And they could have given her extra over or so. But as we have seen, they are playing the cricket just like how they normally play it. They have to play it according to situation and circumstances. And that should have been a ploy. Again, another wide delivery. So, this is what happens when you don't play according to situations and circumstances. My best bowler should be bowling against the better batters. That is what I should have been doing. So Noel should have been bowling here, in my opinion, and also by G. Roberts' opinion, to these 2 batters. Dot delivery. Having a little problem bowling off the wrong leg. There's Delisha. Delisha Francois. Or Francis. Oh, that edge is down to third man. I don't think anybody would stop that. 4 runs, so a healthy over here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A healthy over for Jeffrina Joseph, the skipper. 23 for 1.
Good going from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and not so good going for Grenada. As I mentioned earlier, I definitely, if I were the captain for Grenada, I would have bring back my opening bowler, give her a third, and try to pick up a wicket here as we see Delisha into, that's another wide.
Yes, quickly backfiring on Grenada. Not playing in accordance to what is happening. Another wide signal by the umpire. A rather expensive over so far. None for 10.
The question, Martin, Holly, who's going to bowl from the other end? Would you give Holly a over from the other end?
Yeah, I need to get one of these. You have to bite the bullet.
I think it's also important that the captain of Afi Fletcher as well.
Yeah, I think she should be introduced as well. It could be one either. But you need to have your best bowlers bowling after these players. Have to have your best bowlers bowling here. And it's very early in the game, so you create that sort of pressure on the batter where you don't have those loose deliveries. You have good deliveries coming at you. You have to be tight in your defense and how you choose to play your shots. This one is just pitched up, and Glasgow is looking to open up and swing it to mid-on. She has to be careful. Presenting half of the bat, really. I think she should be presenting a full face of the bat, hitting it straight back. She would get a better result from doing that. Very much chest on. Another one, no ball now. Signal by umpire Jack. So a free hit is on offer. So 12 runs, 13 runs so far, and it's over. We still have one more delivery to bowl. Very expensive so far in the context of this game.
Well, if this ball is a dot ball, it's definitely good for Grenada.
Oh, she gets away with that. That brings you over to an end. So 5 overs completed. Grenada 26 for 1, looking for a target of 104. Joseph is on 10 from 15, and Glasgow is 6 from 13.
Well, it's good going, Martin, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, scoring 26 runs for 1 wicket after 5 overs. Grenada were at 24 for 4 after 5 overs, having lost 3 more wickets than St. Vincent.
Yeah, as I said, it was a really good comeback by Grenada. A fight. They fought to get to that 100. And they got there. They got to 103. St. Vincent now has to get to 104 to win. And as we spoke about bowling after the better batters, here comes Avi Fletcher, the veteran Grenadian West Indies leg spinner, batting all around her. She's really a gem when it comes to women's cricket. Avi Fletcher, special woman she is, out of Grenada. Has to be careful here, Joseph. It's Fletcher with her first delivery. It's short and pulled. Down to backward square. Don't bowl that, Fletcher. I'm going to deal with you, says Joseph. Skipper to skipper. 4 runs.
I think the skipper is definitely taking charge in this game, the final game of the tournament. And knowing it's the finals here at the Arnos Vale playing field against Grenada, I think she definitely wants to come out of this game, not out, Martin, and at least have some runs to her name.
Well, a loose delivery by Fletcher. Dealt with accordingly. Somewhat of a lollipop, what? He dealt with it. You don't see those deliveries from Fletcher very often. So well done by Joseph, and that's a kind of way to enter. Put the pressure on Fletcher right away. He has to come back. 89 needed. 74 from 89 deliveries. Again, that is short. There's an appeal. Fletcher has gotten a breakthrough. It was a short delivery. She went for the pull, and it struck her somewhere inside of the pads. And umpire Maria Abbott, who's in the better position, puts up the index finger. St. Vincent have lost wicket number 2. Struck her in front. It wasn't going over the stumps from my vantage point. It didn't pitch outside the leg stump either. So, pretty much a good decision from Maria Abbott.
Good decision from Abbott. The captain probably was not a bit happy with probably the shot that she, and the only thing she could not be happy with, Martin, is the shot that she made. Yeah.
She could have gotten in and just tickle it off, pick up a single, be smart about it. Fletcher, you don't want to lose your wicket to Fletcher. Fletcher came on for that purpose. She got what she wanted. And she's happy. She got struck for boundary, yes. First delivery. But she said, I'm coming back at you. And she got the wicket of Joseph. So she's back in the hut. And here comes, who it is?
Tracy Byron.
Byron comes out to join Glasgow, the mainstay for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 2 wickets down. In the finals, 30 for 2. Harvey Fletcher. This one is in the air. Down to turn, man. Doesn't feel it well. Bounce away. Chopping so closely. Airborne for a while. 2 more runs. Fletcher wondering what's happening there. But 2 runs out the outer portion of the bat. Byron is off the mark.
What I would love to see is that Byron try to take a single and get the experience of the vice captain on strike. Because what will happen here, Fletcher will definitely looks as if she's going to serve up some lollipop for you, Martin, and then Timmins could definitely lose a third.
This time she's hitting it down the ground. Would she be out? Yes. Oh, she's dropped it. Easy like Sunday morning. And she puts that one down. Misjudged it completely. She went for it. Byron looking to clear. Made on. And out of the hands it fell. Another chance go begging in this tournament. What a miss.
Hoping, Martin, that Grenada is not dropping the championship here. Because that one is certainly one of the easier catch. It was in the air for a while. It's one of the easier catch that should have really been taken. And as I mentioned just before that delivery, that St. Vincent and the Grenadines need to play smart cricket here.
And it's Fletcher again. Flighty delivery driven down the ground by Glasgow. 2 near calls there. Ball hitting the outer portion of the bat and just falling to the right of the fielder. Short third man from the bat of Byron. Cheeky single to get off. Cheeky way to get off the mark. It's Fletcher again. Always impact. She's one of those impact players when it comes to T20 and cricket itself. So a good over for Harvey Fletcher. 1 for 7. And St. Vincent and Grenadines 33 for 2. Probably Joseph still having some questions about that decision. But she's back in the pavilion. She would have to think about it next year.
Yeah, if you notice her in the dugout, she haven't take off her pads yet. So I wonder if she wants to come back out to bat. But St. Vincent needed 71 more for victory. Grenada need 8 more wickets for victory. Which way do you think this is heading, Martin?
Well, as I said, St. Vincent and Grenadines is top heavy. They are heavily dependent on Janelle Glasgow. And Byron is with her. So I'm not too sure as to where it would go. If these two have a good partnership, then you could see things coming back to St. Vincent. But if they are not, if they don't have a good partnership between these two, Byron and Glasgow, we could see things swinging towards Grenada. But a change in bowling here again is Dixon. Will be bowling to Byron. Oh, white to start proceedings. Umpires getting their fair share of exercise. Probably we need to join them. As the shadows lengthen here in Arnesville playing field, tells you that it's evening time. A good crowd here in Arnesville playing field in the Mike Finley Pavilion and also P.H. Vera Pavilion. Few people in the double deck as well. Good crowd out here. Is Dixon. And is punched up to cover. Very quiet times here for these two teams. Still a lot of overs to be bowled into over number 7. Oh, this could be close. Not out, says umpire Jack. That was pitched just on the middle stump. I think it probably may be going down leg. But when in doubt, give the benefit to the batsman, says umpire Jack. Not out, says umpire Jack. Solid umpire she is. This one is short. Is it in the air? Oh, just out of the reach of that feeler at extra cover. I thought you should have done better with that.
Yeah, certainly, but that was hit with a lot of force there, Martin. So even if you notice, even the fielder get across, by the time she get across, it already passed her.
Well, I think the power in which it came down with the speed as well. She misjudged it, moved late, and it went flying for a single. So some iffy times here for these batters. Looking to smash the ball around the park is Byron. But Glasgow is on strike here now. She's punching that. There's a sweeper in position. Comes off the bat nicely. Could hear the tick. Seems to have a good willow there, Glasgow. St. Vincent keep trickling along here. 34 for 2. Byron seems to want a chance or hand at anything really. Haven't seen anything else more than aggression from her since she has joined Glasgow. Again, she's hitting it in the cover area. Seems to like to have a go here, Byron. Don't like to be bogged down, but sometimes the situation calls for some thinking as well. Flighted delivery, well played. So over number 7 comes stunning. 36 for 2. St. Vincent and the Grenadines in reply to Grenada's 103. Championship game. Final day of competition here in Arnos playing field. Mr. Roberts, your thoughts?
Well, it's definitely even Stevens here, Martin. St. Lucia would have definitely lost, not St. Lucia, Grenada would have definitely lost 4 wickets at this stage for a score around 32. While St. Vincent have the better of the runs with 4 more runs, which is 36 for 2 after 7 overs needed, 68 more in 78 balls. But for the vice captain, she definitely got to bat deep into this innings.
Yeah, I love the comparison there, Roberts. Keeping the stats nice and tight. St. Vincent ahead, less wickets falling, more runs on the board. Once you have wickets in the HUD, you have a tendency of giving yourself a better opportunity to really get what is been put in front of you. And 103 it is. Keep wickets intact. Keep scoring. Turn over the scoreboard. It's Fletcher again. She's going to bowl into the leg side. You have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the onside and 4 on the onside, offside. So she's going to be bowling into the legs of Glasgow, not giving her any room at all outside the off stump. Sensibly. Again, back to Fletcher. Oh, doesn't feel cleanly and takes a single. Don't think Fletcher would mind that at all. Byron has looked iffy so far in our innings. Looking to take the chance is Byron. Fletcher just marshalling her troops, making sure that they're in the position that they should be. Strong offside field. She's now been placed just behind. Short fine leg. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Fletcher to Byron. Oh, bat delivery down the leg side. They are off for 1. Fletcher struggling to get control here, giving away a few runs. Something that we have not seen from her during this tournament. She has always been consistently bowling well. Probably the finals jitters, or just wanted to do well.
Well, she has been doing well so far for the entire tournament, with the exception of a few bad deliveries that she solved up there. But knowing the kind of person Afi is, I know she's definitely gonna come good, Martin, with the next overs, because wicket say is important for Grenada, while runs is important for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, she's a fighter, a competitor she is. 39 for 2. 65 from 12.3 overs. Current run rate is 5.20, and the required run rate is just the same, 5.20. St. Vincent have up their run rate, as they ought to. Fletcher has 1 for 10. Turns it into the onside. Oh, this could be close. This could be close. This could be close. Not how says the umpire. They're still wondering. But that was a tight one there between Glasgow and Byron. Love to see it again on the screen. There we go. Oh, that is close. Probably need a referral here. Arnos says the umpire, she's in the best position to do so, to make that decision, and she has made one. So 40 for 2. Into over number 8. Fletcher still has 2 more deliveries. Short extra cover, mid-off, cover, backward point, and third man. All on the offside. Full delivery. Should have done something with that, Byron. Think she's playing name. Playing cricket here, Byron. Full toss. Needs to be dealt with. Could have done better with that one. This one is a flighty delivery again. I think she missed out on that again. 2 very loose deliveries from Fletcher. That brings you over to an end. 8 overs completed. 40 for 2. Getting close to the halfway mark in the second half of this finals. Can't see who has pushed their nose in front yet. Even Stevens, these 2 teams met. Grenada won by 2 runs in the first encounter. St. Vincent would like to return the favor. But remember, Grenada know that they are defending champions. So they would like to travel back to Grenada with that trophy. Don't think all of them would be traveling back. I think the team would be staying for preparation, I think.
Yeah, I do believe that as well. Seeing that the tournament, the Cricket West Indies tournament kicks off Tuesday, there might be a few, well, there will be a few actually from Grenada, from other teams as well, will be staying back here after the selection period.
Yes, another single been taken. Glasgow now the non-striker. Should be an interesting tournament though. Played between the women. The Leeward Islands team is a pretty solid team for the women. Trinidad over the years have always had a good team, but I think they have fallen away in a couple of years. Barbados have a pretty young team. None of that delivery. Guyana has some very good players. Potentially. I've not really seen them come to the fore. So this year, Jamaica have always been there, here and there, from the few years. But the Windwards always have a good team. Seems to falter at the end of the tournament. So let's see what happens. This one is in the air. Somebody's getting under it. Is Noel? Yes, it is. I said she looked iffy from the start. Byron looking to go over the top. An easy catch to Noel. And Grenada has struck. Wicket number 3 has fallen. That of Byron. She never looked comfortable.
Martin, before that ball has been bowled, I have noticed something with the vice captain was basically shouting at the batter, which I think is just fair that you have a walk up, have a proper conversation with the batter, the striker. And I guess he just decided to have a go. From here, I don't know what the conversation was like.
Well, St. Vincent have lost 3 wickets. Here comes home, I think, to join. Now I think somebody else seems to be Dean. Is it Dean? Or Hooper? I think St. Vincent have lent their batting today for the finals. You think this is a good strategy?
While I'm happy to see Hooper there, it is definitely a good strategy. We haven't reached 10 overs as yet with the likes of, we still have Bentic there, we still have Mackie there. You know, I do think St. Vincent will cross the line, but I think this game will definitely get down to the wire as well.
I'm thinking that you would want to have your better batters having a go up front.
Yeah, while you will want that, Martin, wicket design is very important. You do not want to lose someone like the likes of Mackie here before the 10th over.
Well, the thing is that you could come in and get one delivery as well.
Fair enough.
I would like to have my batters get the majority of the overs and give themselves some time to get some runs. You're almost into the 10th. Hooper, chickling after. Third one, good start. Picks up a single. But the key player is there still. She's 10 from 21, taking her time.
It is important for her to steady. As I mentioned, she definitely got to bat deep and try her best to get most of the strike until at least the 15 overs.
It's critically important. Remember, you're looking at women's cricket. Windward Islands cricket, that is. Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. St. Lucia getting the better of Dominica this morning. The first encounter. This time it is driving to backward point. Squeezes past the fielder, getting close to the ropes. But the fielder will win that one. 2 more runs to Glasgow. I think she has to be a little bit more aggressive than that. She has to look to score off every delivery, turn it over, build a momentum, get things going for St. Vincent. 9 overs completed, 44 for 3. How things looking on your side?
Still even Stevens for me. After 9 overs, Grenada were 39 for 6, while St. Vincent is now 44 for 3.
Important times. But what was important with that is that I think it was Duncan and can't remember the name, Dixon in the middle, who batted for Grenada and really had a good partnership. I think it was about 38, 39 runs between them. Then Glasgow came back and broke through that partnership. And they actually brought themselves back into the game there and then. St. Vincent differently. It's evenly poised. They have more runs, less wickets, more wickets in the HUD. But they have to be careful with the amount of overs and how well their players could execute under pressure. Because the pressure will continue to build with the likes of Noel to come back. Afi has 2 more to come. You have to be careful. Those are 4 overs you have to bat against 2 good bowlers. So out of that 10 overs, there's 4 overs to be bowled by those 2. Then there's another 6 to be shared amongst the others. You have to match it.
Well, I know you didn't mention Holly Charles as well.
Exactly.
She have her 2 overs, I think, to come as well.
Yeah. So you have to be very careful as to how you go about business here. At the back end of the game, you will be coming up against the better bowlers. Here now, you should have been really milking it and get as much runs as possible, so you could bring back the better bowlers even faster than they intended to bring them back. That's the kind of game you should be playing. But we're into the 10th over, 44 for 3. I know my friends in Grenada are watching keenly as the battle continues between these 2 teams. I've always been rivals in the Windwards tournament. Very good friends. I could tell you that. I have some good friends out of Grenada. Lifetime friends through cricket. This is a short one outside the off stump. Maria Abbott raises her hands across and says wide. That is something that you have to look at as well. The extras that would be bowled in this game.
It is very important here for Hooper to get a single and get off strike and let her vice captain try to do the bulk of the scoring in this over, because Raquel here is just bowling her 4th over.
Oh, she's bowled. Leaving that leg stump exposed. And the trick with Hooper didn't work. St. Vincent have lost another wicket. Pitched on the leg stump there, going right across. Actually went through the legs. Onto the stump. Bowl down. Grenada have their 4th wicket. Through the legs, onto the stumps. Call that a nothing shot. Didn't defend your wicket at all. I think they would take the water break here, if I'm sure. So that brings Mackie to the crease now. I think the umpires are walking out. Yes, they would take the water break at this juncture. 9.1 overs bowled, 45 for 4. Looking for a total of 104. St. Vincent and Grenadines have lost 4 wickets trying to get to this total. The water break has been summoned by the umpires. They will take their refreshments and we will take one here as well. And we'll be right back to bring you more coverage. I'll leave you in the safe hands of Roberts and his co-commentator to continue coverage here at Arnos Real Playing Field. It was a pleasure being here. See you probably next week when we continue coverage of women's cricket. We'll take a
the Windward Island Women T20 tournament. Things are somewhat even Stevens here. Grenada just managing 103. Good start by St. Vincent and the Grenadines with the ball. Grenada came back in the second innings with the ball, and so far St. Vincent haven't been going along the way that they want to. They have been losing wickets at regular intervals. We're going into the 10th over here, and to continue proceedings with me today is Roberts. What you like so far about the game, Roberts, and what do you dislike in terms of the position that St. Vincent is finding themselves in now?
Well, what I like is a very competitive game, because at the end of the 10th over, Grenada was at 48 for 6, and we are into the 10th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 46 for 4, still in search of 58 runs for victory, while Grenada will be thinking different. They will need 6 more wickets for victory, But what I like is that the vice captain for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is still there at the wicket, Keswick, and she's definitely going to bat all 20 overs for St. Vincent to come out victorious here today.
Yeah, something we have been asking for all season is a batter at the top being able to bat through the innings. You can see the difference today from Janelia Glasgow because she understands what it means for her and her team to win this finals at home. Batting through this innings for Janelia Glasgow, no matter how much she scores, as long as they end up and win the game, I'll take my hats off to her because you can see a complete difference in her approach, knowing that she has to be the one to play that anchoring role, and everybody that comes in have to bat around her, driving upishly over short cover. Just a single from Chanel Mackie. She is the one that have to play that innings where St. Vincent is gonna look to score. Janelia Glasgow, on the other hand, she have to be able to manage the way how she go about scoring. But so far, it's good temperament by her. Just 13 runs off 23 deliveries, not the Janelia Glasgow that we saw earlier. But this is a quick one. Could be trouble. Is it trouble? Umpire Cardell Jack leaning, looking into it. She's wondering, they're appealing and she's gone. A little bit delayed in her decision is Cardell Jack. We have seen this before, Roberts. Janelia Glasgow pushing the ball just behind point. You have to understand who you're running with, Janelia. You are quicker than the rest. Yeah, everybody just staring in the position of the umpire pointing Cardell Jack. Yeah, this is a sad way to go. But she has herself to blame. You have to call. You have to be able to understand your partner and who you're working with. Chanel Mackie's gone for 2. The score now is 49 for 5, Roberts.
Not good for St. Vincent and the Grenadines for losing such a wicket at this key moment of the game. Especially the name of Chanel Mackie, who have been scoring a lot of runs for them throughout the tournament. But happy to know that with St. Vincent and the Grenadines still have the likes of Janelia Glasgow there, but she's on 13 from 24. St. Vincent and the Grenadines woman 49 for 5 after 10 overs, still in need of 55 runs from 60 balls. Which way you see this going, Keswick?
Well, I did mention earlier that it's even Stevens, but if I have to do, or if I have to give any sort of percentage now to any team, it's more leaning towards Grenada. But the good thing about this position, this is a good shot. That's a really good shot. Hitting it straight down the ground. Finding the gap. Something that we have been accustomed to. She is one of those players in this tournament that show a lot of dexterity in terms of finding the gap, hitting the ball straight, hitting it through cover. Yeah, if she stays there, that's the reason why I say if I have to share up the percentage in terms of the win, I will give it a little bit more to Grenada. Probably a 55% to Grenada. But the reason why St. Vincent is so close and they're always there is because Glasgow is still at the crease, and if she takes most of the strike, Grenada knows that St. Vincent is not out of it as long as she's still batting. Yeah, but what she needs to do is communicate better than that. Understand who her batting partner is. Even though she's playing at the highest level, it's not the fact that she's playing there. It's the fact that her fitness is of a different standard than the other players. So a lot might say that she likes to run. She just hits the ball and run. But when you're accustomed to a certain level, at the West Indies level, that's probably one with probably who she's batting with. But then again, at the higher level, a fielder may come in with a one hand and take that up. So it's according to, maybe she's underestimating the fielders at point, because this is the second time a wide delivery, they could take another one. So maybe she's underestimating the fielders at point, probably saying, I don't think they will pick it up the way how they will pick it up at the higher level, maybe with a one hand. But at this level, females sort of go down bending like on their knees. Not this time.
But
Not a wicket.
Is it also important for the non-striker to also be prepared for any run at any given point in time of the game? While most of the non-strikers, because as we noticed, some of the runouts, they are sitting on the bat and they're waiting for a call, and they are the last one to actually move.
Yeah, when you look at most of the runouts in this tournament, the keeper is down. That's the reason why the game is really held up. But when you look at most of the runout, it is sort of like oh my God, then I can get this. It's never a case where the batters are backing up. So it makes it easier. It's always a situation like, oops, yeah, I can get this run. So they're always behind the 8 ball. They're a few seconds behind on every single run. Well, most of the runouts that happen. And if you want to be a good cricketer, there's a lot of things that you have to learn. The simple things, the basic things. Always back up. Do not turn blind. Hit the ball straight. Hit it through the V. These are the basic things that you would hear when you just start playing cricket. I'll try to find out what's the issue with the wicket keeper for Grenada.
Well, this is actually the second time the wicket keeper pull up, but this time I think she's actually leaving the field. So I think her work has done for the day. With the score on 56 for 5 after 10.3 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines still need 48 runs for victory from 57 ball. Taylor Dixon 1 for 14 from 2.3. Batting is Aisha Williams and Janelia Glasgow 18 from 26.
Yeah, both have to stay there to the end. Shannon Mackey being run out. One of the batter in this St. Vincent team that can strike the ball over the boundary. Pretty sure that she is in consideration for the Windward Island team. Going forward, we look at people like Fontaine probably opening the batting for the Windward Island team in the West Indies tournament that we would be here next week, Roberts. Someone like Janelia Glasgow obviously will be in that team as well. So a lot to think about, because this is not it's not stopping here. Remember, this is the stepping stone. And this is just the first hurdle for some females. For some, it is just keeping with it in terms of let me get myself ready for the Windwards tournament to get back into the West Indies team, like Zeta James, Afi Fletcher, Janelia Glasgow. They have a solid part to play in that tournament next week. It's good to see that the crowd is building up. Intentions to do like cricket here. If it was a game under the lights, you would have seen a lot more people here because people are at work now. It's good to see the support for the females. St. Vincent, just remember they're the defending champions. Winning this tournament in St. Vincent will mean so much for them and Coach Sam. Yeah, a little bit wide. Surprised that she chased it for a single. Definitely would have left it, Ruffy.
Yeah, I think she should have actually left that delivery. It means that she would have 3 more deliveries to bat, but she decided to chase it and get a single, getting the new batter of Williams on strike. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 57 for 5, 10.4 overs gone. Still in need of 47 from 56 deliveries. With ball in hand is Taylor Dixon from Grenada, 1 for 15 from her 2.4 overs into Williams. Williams pushed that one uppishly. Unfortunately, did not go to hand for Raquel to complete a catch.
Yeah, falling short of Raquel there at extra cover. That's cover, sorry. Saw Taylor Dick in the last game bowl a pretty good spell. Well, actually, her name is Taylor Dixon. We're sorry for that. That's what we're seeing on the monitors here now for us. So probably just a little error from downstairs. So to our viewers, to Miss Taylor Dixon, we do apologize for that. But I do hope that you understand that's what we're seeing here on the monitors. But it's the end of the over, end of another good over for Grenada. It's 57 for 5. Raquel is with ball in hand now. Not the quickest, but really one of those bowlers for Grenada in this tournament that try to keep wicket to wicket as much as possible. Always seems to be picking up wickets, whether it's 1 or 2 for her team, at the right time as well. Yeah, just making sure that her fielders are in the right position. Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump. Janita Glasgow trying to get some bat onto it to run it down behind the point. The packed offside field, so there's a short third man, a backward point, cover, sweep, long off. Yeah, good delivery from Raquel. Just probing along the line of the off. Some change in ends as well. Just a little bit of a warning from umpire. I was probably just getting closer to that danger zone there, Roberts.
Yeah, well, as I sat here looking at Raquel, I just love the way that she's moving, and moving as in her movement towards the wicket when she's bowling Keswick. She have that nice little smooth run up, but with the little left to right bouncy dip that she's giving you.
Yeah, she's not trying to do too much, is Raquel. The good thing about her bowling, she understands what she's good at. She keeps it wicket to wicket, which is important in this tournament. I think as long as you can keep it there, you're safe in this tournament, because a lot of the players, apart from Zeta James, Gilbert from Dominica, Fletcher, Noel, these batters that I'm naming are batters that can score even though the ball is on the wicket. Just trying to figure out what is happening here.
Well, Keswick, this is basically the second time I saw this for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The batter is calling for a helmet, and you, as a 12 or 13th player, you should always be ready with that, with those extra gears when the batters at the crease call.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she have her own personal helmet, but this is unacceptable. Yeah, we have been here for, this is about 30 to 45 seconds of, or maybe a minute so far, waiting for a helmet for a batter. Yeah, I could remember making my debut for West Indies, and Marlon Samuel was going out to bat. On the bench was myself, Jason Holder, Nicholas Puran, and Ravman Powell. And Jason Holder asked me to follow him. Picked up 4 bats for Marlon Samuel and at least 3 extra pairs of gloves. Did the same for Dwayne Bravo. Did the same for Pollard. And they were right outside. The only time those guys are expected to go back in the dressing room was when these batters got out. So there's no excuse in terms of getting a batter what they so desire when they're at the crease. And this is the norm around the world. Just remember, folks, this was my debut, so I had no idea. So Roberts is right in what he's saying. It's just a lot of wasting time from the St. Vincent team. Yeah, a little bit of inward movement there, Roberts. And this is something that I like about these females, is they grip the ball on the seam more than half the time. But the release is what I like, because most female have a really good seam position, so the ball do move.
Well, I love what I'm seeing here from Raquel in this game. Definitely love what I'm seeing from her with the ball in hand for Grenada. With the score on a 58 for 5 after 11.5 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines still in need of 46 runs. And the vice captain is still there, not getting most of the strike. She's 20 from 30. Williams is 0 from 5. Kesrick, is he related to this, Williams?
Not sure. I have to find out. I mean, they say all Williams in St. Vincent are related. I'm guessing so. But it's the end of the over. Just 2 from that, a dot to finish. The score is 58 for 5.
The required run rate is 5.75. The current run rate is 4.83. Glasgow still at the crease. Williams at the crease. I'm just wondering here if St. Vincent and the Grenadines is waiting until the 15th over to have a go, because they're still in need of a lot of runs, Kesrick. It is going to be a similar situation as a previous encounter between St. Vincent and Dominica.
I really wouldn't mind seeing a super over in the final either. All adds to the excitement. Whenever these sort of excitement come along, I sort of strap myself in for the ride. Yeah, cutting again out to the fielder for 1. And this is what I'm saying, Roberts, is that she's looking for 2. Misfield by the fielder out there. Yeah, scampering back for an extra run. So 2 off that delivery. But I was just about to mention to you, most of those deliveries that she's cutting, especially from Taylor Dixon, they are wide deliveries. So for me as a batter, I would leave those, because it is still 1. Why cut it out to the fielder on the sweep boundary for 1? That's a ball. Leave it, let it go for wide. That's still 1. Hitting the pad outside the line of the leg stump. Managed to get a run.
While you mentioned that, Kesrick, is it important for St. Vincent to see how much they could get from the likes of Raquel and Taylor Dixon here, because the skipper have overs. I think she have 2 overs up her sleeve. Also Noel to come back with 2 more overs, and you know those 2 bowlers are 2 Windward Island players as well, bowlers. And as Afi Fletcher is a West Indies player, she know what she about and what this game mean to her.
Yeah, definitely. You have to know what is required. So it will not be easy to score off. Afi Fletcher looking for a single there is Janila Glasgow, and she understands the position that she's in now because she's getting a single off the first or second delivery, and then the other 4 deliveries or probably 3 deliveries that's left in that over usually becoming dots. So it's just adding pressure on Janila Glasgow, trying to find him for a quick one again. Maria Abbas just bending there, trying to get into the game, making sure that she see everything. She managed to get home safely. She's trying to get on strike. Good running. We mentioned the fitness of Janila Glasgow and her ability to run between the wickets. So she has to get on strike. She has to face most of these deliveries. Nope. Is it a run? Looks like it's trouble. Looks like it's trouble. Yes, it is again. Janelia Glasgow. Janelia Glasgow. It's the second time for the game. You have to understand who you're running with. You're putting yourself and the team under pressure. Yeah, suicidal there, Robert. Suicidal. Williams have to go for 1. The score is now 62 for 5.
As I mentioned earlier, Kenzie, is it also important that the non-striker, you backed up your striker, but they do have to have a conversation because you know from here on, Janila need most of the strike. 2 legal deliveries remaining in this over. Have a conversation with your batter. Explain to her what you're about so then she could have the understanding of what is taking on in the middle.
Yeah, she's deep. She's deep in the crease. Not really moving. Not really moving. Always in a position where they look at the ball and then they try to figure out, should I or should I not go? Yeah. She should be pushing that bat from even way before the batting crease. It was just grounded. Probably the bat probably spike her in the side as well. Umpires there having a look at her. Miss Abbott's and Cardell Jack with the physio. Cheyenne, that's a physio. That's the Windward Island physio, the Windward Island senior team physio. He's doing some work there with Williams. If I can get a look at that run out again, because when you look at it, Janelia is always looking to rotate the strike. So I do understand what you're saying, Roberts. The fact that you know that Janelia is trying to rotate the strike because the boundaries aren't coming. Maybe, just maybe, you can be off your bat a little bit more, always looking for that quick run. But this is the second run out now. Suicidal one as well. So they need to consider, should we put our team in deeper trouble with trying to get these singles that are getting us run out? So they need to have a chat about that. The coach need to send a message in. Listen, you are our batter in. I understand that you want to rotate the strike, but please understand who you're batting with. You can hit the ball. You can find the gaps. Deeper into the batting we go, the lesser the ability. But it's a dot to finish there as well, Ruffy. So the score is 62 for 6.
Well, as I mentioned before, Kesrick, a conversation between both batters is very important. And there were 1 ball remaining. And if you have noticed, this is when both batters definitely going to have a conversation. Now, there were 1 legal ball remaining that over, and you did not have a conversation as to what we're going to do from here. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines still needed 42 runs from 42 balls. This is definitely even, Stephen, right here. 62 for the loss of 6 after 13 overs. Batting on 22 from 33 is Janelia Glasgow, and with her is Westfield.
What I think will do the trick here for Glasgow is that first delivery from these bowlers. For example, Raquel is bowling her first delivery in this over, in her third over. If you're hitting it, try to get it to the boundary or try to get it for 2. Yeah, trying to cut, getting that front leg out the way, trying to open that offside. She needs to be careful. In the last game, she did lose a wicket like that, trying to hit the ball through cover, only finding the edge to the field at backward point. She needs to be careful and understand that she don't have to do anything rash to that ball so far in this over. There's somewhat even Stevens here now. For me, it's all about who can hold pressure more. Can the vice captain for St. Vincent, who is also a West Indies player, hold her nerve long enough to take it down to the wire with the batters that she's batting with now and win the game? Or can the captain for Grenada be able to rotate her bowlers the way that she should? Yeah, cutting straight to point, straight to Taylor Dixon. No run again. Every dot ball is more pressure, Roberts.
Yeah, definitely so. And with the likes of Afi Fletcher still have 2 or so overs to come. And her opening bowler for Noel also do have 2 overs to come. It will definitely pressure from here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also, we have just witnessed 4 consecutive dot ball there from Raquel, and this one should be a leg by Keswick.
It looks like it did hit the pad. It's just a bye. Just one though.
So is it definitely important for the vice captain of St. Vincent to take most of the strike and try as best to at least get that all the boundary in the over and rotate the strike as well? Have a conversation with your other batter and let's play cricket until the 20th over.
Yeah, well, just one off the over so far. Anika Westfield is on strike with 1 delivery to go. Don't think that she should take a free hit. It's too early. But if she do hit the ball in the gap, should they take a run? Hitting it straight to the field. I'm pretty sure that the vice captain is happy with that. She gets to face or to start the next over. It's the end of that over. Just 1 run from that over. Building pressure is Raquel. The score is 63 for 6.
Excellent bowling from Raquel, 1 for 6 from her 3 overs, and she has basically put the squeeze on St. Vincent and the Grenadines since her interception with ball in hand. And as I mentioned, I definitely love her way of running up to the wicket. We saw the captain for Grenada now with ball in hand of Afi Fletcher, who have 2 overs remaining. She has gone for 1 for 11 from her 2. And she's into her 3rd over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines still in need of 41 from the final 6 overs. Fletcher will be bowling to Glasgow. Lovely delivery there from Fletcher, as she's looking to get this wicket of Glasgow in this over. And I do believe, Keswick, if Grenada do pick up this wicket here in this over, we could basically call it curtains down on St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, definitely. You could guess we can say that. Hence the reason why Afi is back on now. Pretty sure she's just going to bowl only 1 over. Miss Field, this could be trouble. Yeah, get in the boundary. Good shot from Janelia Glasgow. Not the boundary that Grenada was hoping for. Sloppy work from the fielder. Behind backward point. Should have been a dot ball. Yeah, easing a little bit of pressure for St. Vincent. Yeah, going across. Well played. All intention to try to get it behind point. Feeler is being removed. Junior Gasco trying to go through cover. Couldn't move anything but air. Getting 2 now is Junior Gasco. So a good start to the over. That's 6 runs already. So this is good for St. Vincent.
Well, I mentioned earlier that once you get the early boundary in any over from here on, St. Vincent and the Grenadines definitely be in business. Also, the vice captain need to rotate it and try to get on strike for the next over.
Yeah, trying to go through point. This time is Glasgow. From here on in, she needs to start every over batting the first delivery, no matter what, because the batters in the lower order haven't shown any sort of ability to rotate the strike or to get boundaries. So that's 7 off the over. So this is good. At this point, dot ball is not something that St. Vincent wants. Dot ball is definitely something that Grenada wants, because that in itself will create pressure. And if you can get someone like a Afi Fletcher, maybe if you can take her off for even 8 or 9 runs here. Yeah, trying to go across the line. This could be close. Umpire Cardell Jack. No mistakes there. Going across the line. Full delivery. Yeah, dead on, Roberts. No mistakes.
Really would have loved to know the conversation that the vice captain have with her batter, because all it takes for you to do, instead of going for that big swoosh to hit that ball somewhere in the vicinity of deep mid-on, it means that you should basically be playing straight down the ground. It's very, very important. A single was not on offer there, because I would have definitely loved to see Janila Glasgow on strike, which she will be on strike, but giving away your wicket in that circumstances, it's really and truly uncalled for. Another wicket gone for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The score at 74-7 after 15 overs. Afi Fletcher picking up her second wicket after 3 overs. Gone for 16. Also Glasgow 27 from 43. Still in need of 34 from 5 overs is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Grenada in need of 3 wickets for victory.
Yeah, digging himself in a hole here. Look at Janela Glasgow. Look, you could see that she's having the conversation with Bushy, asking her to back up. You could see that's the conversation, asking her to back up. Keep the bat in the crease, but you stay outside, because I'm going to look for quick singles. So she is having that conversation. So why are they still not backing up?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, a conversation between both batters is very, very important at this stage of this game, Keswick. As a matter of fact, any stage of the game. And you are chasing a small total of 100 and just about 100 and 304 for victory, and still need 34 to win. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as I mentioned before, Grenada is searching for 3 wickets to put their hand on that trophy to take back to Grenada, while St. Vincent thinking differently.
Yeah, punching that one down the ground. Didn't offer to run at all. So she wants the strike. I'll tell you what, my level of respect for Glasgow and how she played today have really increased. The manner in which she played today is a lot different than what we saw throughout the tournament. And this is more important for me, because of how important this game is, and she decided to bat deep. Everybody's out and around her, but the fact that she decided to go as deep as she is going now, definitely Herculean effort from Glasgow.
Raquel into her fourth over, bowling very well for Grenada. 1 wicket for 7 runs into her fourth over. Raquel could definitely, at the end of her fourth over, she could definitely pat herself on her back as we can say, job well done.
Not the fastest bowler in this tournament, but I tell you what, she's a bowler that bowls wicket to wicket. Whenever she's giving the ball, she always creates that opportunity for her skipper and the team. At this moment now, you can't even look at the run rate. It's all about what's happening in the middle, how Janila Glasgow intend to score this next 33 runs. Whether she likes it or not, out of that 33, 25 or so of that runs have to come from the bat of Janila Glasgow. And if in her mind, why delivery? If in her mind she haven't calculated that as yet, understanding this is my job, this is what I have to do if we need to win this game, and if she's not thinking like that, something is wrong, but I'm pretty sure she is. Yeah, that nice little inward movement from Raquel, something that we have been accustomed to. Robert spoke about her action running up nice and bubbly, looking like she's full of energy. You definitely would be full of energy if you're bowling your last delivery in your fourth over and you haven't even gone for 10. Yeah, but it's the end of the over again. A dot was needed, I'm pretty sure, but just a single, which means that Boucher is going to start the over in the next over. Can she get Glasgow on strike? Are you thinking another nail biter here? Because looking at this, if my calculation served me right, in my mind, as a cricketer myself, to even give them a chance, looking at the score now, I would say at least out of these next 24 deliveries, at least 4 of these deliveries, or 5, have to be bungee balls.
Well, Kazukai, I don't know if you have noticed that Karina Noel is back, and she also have been bowling well. 2 overs, 1 wicket, 6 runs, and she's into her third over, bowling to the likes of Aloha Bushin, who is on 1 from 4.
So the skipper have 1 over. Karina Noel 1.5 over. Yeah, with 1.5 overs, but look at that shot. Standing her ground, giving herself a better room, looking to go over point. 2 wide, said Boucher, and I will bash that over point for 4.
Happy for Bushy as well, because it definitely needs somebody to go as well with her vice captain, and she probably might just be the one who stand up very tall, despite she's a bit shorter than her vice captain. And happy that she could definitely get some runs under her belt as well and stay there with the vice captain to the very end. But as we know, cricket played a bit different, because Grenada definitely not gonna let this slip out of their hand. They definitely have it in the palm of their hand. So with the likes of Afi Fletcher, who have 1 more over remaining, Noel have one more after this. We are in for some business here.
Ruffy, this is looking good. This is looking good. This is the second boundary in this over. I asked for only 5 or 4. This is the second one. So I'm looking for 3 more boundaries in these next 22 deliveries. Not saying that that's all they need, but definitely gonna bring down that runs that they have left. It's gonna bring it down a lot, considerably. Oh, passing the edges. Did she walk out of a crease? I'm not sure. It's a big shout, big appeal. Yeah, that's a good delivery. That's a peach. That is a peach. Yeah. This looks close. This looks close, Roberts. That left leg, I want to see that again, please, because she played the shot. It was a good delivery, passing the outside edge. Yeah, it was a peach, definitely. She then walked out of the crease like a Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, that foot looked like it is still outside. We don't have the use of the side cameras that will give you that view. But after this delivery, I really want to see that again. So my director downstairs, is it possible you can pop that up for us again? Grenada looked very convinced. Yeah, we're not gonna stop hearing about this, Roberts. But I did ask for at least 5 more boundaries in these 24 deliveries. They got 2. Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump. Boucher slashing, trying to go through or go over extra cover. But it's the end of the over. Dot to finish. The score is 81-7 with 23 runs to go. Roberts, I want your final answer now. I'm feeling a little bit of nutmeg energy from you in the com box, but I want your honest opinion. 18 deliveries to go. Holly Charles is with ball in hand. 23 runs to get. Where are you sitting? Are you sitting on the nutmeg side or you're sitting on the breadfruit side? I want to hear it.
Well, when you say nutmeg, you're talking about Grenada, and Grenada
Definitely
is the island of spice. So I'm here actually commenting on cricket and what I'm seeing in front of me. What I will love to do is the winner here applaud each and every player on the field. So it is left to, for me, the final over will determine the outcome of this game, Kesrick.
Diplomatic answer. Diplomatic answer. I'm not surprised. Learn from Dyke Cato, I guess. God rest his soul, Dyke Cato. But that diplomatic answer just jumped out of nowhere. I'm not surprised. A very intelligent guy as well. Don't want to be too biased. Shot on the leg side. Janela Glasgow just flicking it for 1. Boucher is on strike now. Holly, probably one of the better fast bowlers in this tournament. Have that extra bounce, that extra pace, that carry. Her skipper will need her to give her over. That definitely gonna go less than 5. Boucher looking like the aggressor here now, and who would blame her as long as she do it safely? Regardless of the situation and the outcome of the game, you have to applaud the approach of Janela Glasgow. Played a really good hand, picked up some wickets today as well. Trying to go big. Just finding the inside edge, that inward movement from Holly Charles. Just 1 out there at short mid-wicket. As the game gets heated. Really good work from Grenada though, because they lost some early wickets. It was celebration city here in the stadium from the Vincentians. Only managed to get 103. Yeah, but they're fighting. They came to St. Vincent. They brought some spice. They are playing very spicy. And they're showing today that they're not going to give up no matter how much they made. And they fought and get to 100. Just 20 to go. Holly attacking the stump, hitting it straight down the ground. It's Glasgow coming around. It's Karina Noel looking for two. It's Bushy. Yeah, a bad show by Noel. Giving St. Vincent another chance. Yeah, they're just stealing runs out there now, St. Vincent. The females for the St. Vincent team is out there. The coach, the assistant coach as well is on the bench. Yeah, they're up and they're happy. They're happy that they're getting runs. It's gonna be a nail biter here. I asked you a while ago with your diplomatic answer, which side are you on? Are you on the nutmeg side or you on the breadfruit side? I still haven't got my answer, but I'll tell you what, I like the answer that you're giving. Yeah, full delivery again. Only can manage to find the edge, hitting it just to mid-on. No run on offer. I'm trying to pick my side as well, but then the diplomatic answer is still coming out of me. So I do understand you, Roberts. I understand how you feel. You're doing your job. You're trying to look for that Yorker delivery. Is Holly Charles going down the leg side? That's probably the second wide in the over. Yeah, it is.
What is important here, Keswick, two legal deliveries remaining in this over. It's important for Glasgow to get a boundary in at least the fifth ball and try to get off strike for the final ball.
Well, I did ask for at least 4 to 5 boundaries. Would it go to the boundary? It is a teaser. Good footwork from Karina Noel. They did run 2. Yeah, good work from her out there on the boundary. Yeah, it was a good shot from Glasgow. Giving herself a little bit of room, opening up the offside. Yeah, good football work. The Asian national footballer, good work. Only managed to get 2. I asked for 4 or 5 boundaries. They already get 2. Yeah, working it down on the leg side is Glasgow. Getting another single. Yeah, the bench over there for St. Vincent in their green and blue looking all happy. What would it mean to St. Vincent winning this tournament back to back? Who's going to bowl this over now? This is the penultimate over. Definitely think Afi Charles is going to bowl. Afi Fletcher, sorry. Is going to bowl this over. Karina Noel will bowl the last over. This is what these people have paid for, Roberts. This is what they paid for, excitement. And this is what you get here in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. Excitement throughout. And this is why we do our job, Roberts. We do our job for this sort of excitement, this sort of love.
Correct, Keswick, and I'm really and truly happy to see Afi really taking charge here in the 18th over. And with the like of Bushy there, with the vice captain, have 10 runs from 11 in the 19th over, sorry. And the likes of Bushy there with the whole vice captain have 10 from 11 deliveries. It means a lot for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But Afi definitely have different plans here, Kes.
Yeah, first delivery. Just turning it nicely, just in front of square for a single. Puts Bushy on strike. Afi Fletcher just marshalling her troops nicely. This over will determine what will happen. Aloy is on strike. Aloy Bushy is on strike. She's on 10 from 11. She looks like she's the aggressor. And I like the fact that Glasgow give her that full license to play her game. Because if she comes out and probably play inside herself or play in a shell, it would only put Glasgow under pressure. Yeah, Boucher advancing, hitting it straight to extra cover, no run. Important, very important, these dots for Grenada. Sitting in the come box here, it's even for me. Walking across the stump, this looks close, Umpire Jack putting up that dreaded finger. Going across the stump is Boucher. Yeah, definitely gonna nick the off stump. Everybody looks at Jack whenever she has a decision to make because she stays so long making sure that the decision is right. Yeah, pitching on the line of the off stump. Yeah, she has to go, Boucher. Grenada taking a wicket, not when St. Vincent wants it. Boucher, she has to go for 10. The score is now 91 for 8.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I am not hoping, but the way this game is being played, it appears that we definitely will have a super over here, here today. And I know you are not you as Keswick, you don't really want to see that here today because nail biters is definitely nail biters.
I'm not sure. I'm hearing the nutmegging you coming out there, Mr. Roberts. I don't know. I'm sitting on the Brentford side, which is St. Vincent. You know, I have to back my females, but for now we're still at cricket, and we're backing cricket first. This is when you need your skipper to show up. And how much did she show up to the 3 for 17 with 3 deliveries to go? Nail biter finish. Yeah, the excitement is out there in the stands. The place is a little bit dark. Yeah, passing the outside edge again. Trying to get a single here. Bentic sent back by Glasgow. And if this ends up to be 3 dark balls, it's even more pressure for Janila Glasgow. But the good thing about it is she's hitting with the wind on that side because she's the type of player that likes to go over cover. She don't hit the ball on the leg side as much as she likes to open up the offside.
The question, Keswick, with St. Vincent still in need of 13 for victory, who would you trust to bowl the final over here?
Definitely Noel. With all the experience, she's standing there at mid-on. Bentic for me, no. This should have been a free swing. Trying to hit this one through the mid-wicket region. It's all Glasgow here now. Karina Noel understands her job. She knows what she has to do. She understands this position that she's in here now would only build her going forward. So no matter what happens.
Well, what I could say to you, Keswick, I heard her mention yesterday that St. Vincent will not beat Grenada in the finals.
Looking like that, no.
So with the confidence that she had yesterday, I definitely, and they entrust her with this final over, I'm definitely going to look all 6 balls and see what can happen. If Grenada loses this game to St. Vincent, I think she will probably need a towel to wipe some tears.
I know what's going to happen this over. Got that dream a couple of days ago, but I don't want to spoil it for the viewers. Just want to let it play out. The coach for Grenada is close to the boundary lines. Never saw him this close to the boundary lines. Had a conversation with him a couple of days ago. He did say St. Vincent, it's going to be hard for St. Vincent to beat Grenada with their bowling attack. He's showing that for sure. Yeah, first delivery, racked on the pads, a dot delivery, which is most important. Karina Noel deliver a dot delivery, the first ball, Roberts. So the feel that she have here now, there's a feeler on the offside, sweep, backward point, short third man. that extra cover, which is the skipper, Afi, and long off. So they're looking to bowl the ball outside the line of the off stump, hitting the pitch, knowing that she likes to hit the ball to the offside. Holly Charles is standing at mid-off. There's a square leg and fine leg, deep mid-wicket. Not sure who's at deep mid-wicket. It looks like Paul. Yes, it's Paul. Every delivery, the skipper is going up to talk to Noel. Another delivery ball, flicking it straight to square leg again. That's the third delivery. Grenada under the palm trees down there. They're shouting, they're shaking the palm trees. Yeah, this is a lot of excitement for Grenada. St. Vincent, on the other hand, the palm tree is still. I'm wondering if a hurricane is over in the Grenada dugout because the palm tree is really shaking now. Everything is still in the St. Vincent dugout. Fourth delivery again outside the line of the off stump. Missing another dot. Yeah, this is not looking good for St. Vincent. 2 deliveries to go. It may be a maiden here in the last over, needing 13.
Well, what I could say, Kesrick, 2 sixes here, it definitely will still in need of 1.
Yeah, trying to go down the ground, hitting it down the ground. Did it get to the boundary? Yes, it get to the boundary for 4, but is it enough? Yeah, Grenada starts to celebrate. It doesn't matter now, Grenada is saying. The coach is walking to the line with the fists. Showing some strength is Grenada waving their rocks. The Grenada flags are flying. Couple of Grenadians sitting there in the players' pavilion stand. Ryan John. And the last delivery to go. Just punch it to show cover. Grenada and a flip from Karina Shallow. Celebration City here at Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium. Grenada pulling out their nutmeg flags. Walking to the umpires. Janila Glasgow shaking hands. Grenada is now the champion of the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. They came to St. Vincent with a lot of spice, and they are going back with even more spice. The trophy for the champion with the championship. Well done by Grenada. They came out, they lost some early wickets, Roberts, but guess what? The batters in the middle, they saw them through to 103. But yes, it was enough for Grenada to win this championship. A gem of an over from Karina Noel. Well done to Grenada. Well done, champions of the Women Windward Island Tournament.
Well, I must say congratulations to Grenada for pulling off this magnificent victory. The final game of the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. Grenada is victorious in the final game. They will be taking back home the trophy to Grenada on that flight when they leave St. Vincent and the Grenadines, while some other players will definitely be staying on. Once again, hard luck to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and congratulations to St. Vincent, to Grenada.
Yeah, congratulations to Grenada once more as the curtains come down on the Women's T20 Championship. The Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. St. Vincent finishing second. They have been dethroned by Grenada. Grenada taking the championship this year. They will go back to Grenada with the trophy. Well done by Grenada, the only team to have a batter scoring 100 in a game. 182 as a matter of fact in the tournament. Well played to Grenada. They deserve this championship. Congratulations to them, and well done to St. Vincent and Janila Glasgow, because the way how she played today showed a lot of maturity. It's a sad way how it ended for her in terms of not really getting across the line to winning it for St. Vincent, but the maturity level in how she played today was really, really outstanding. Congratulations to her. But it's the end here of the Women's T20 Blaze here in Arnos Vale. We'll see you here next week where we start the West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. We'll see the lights of some other West Indies players here starting next week. We'll have Barbados, we have Trinidad, we have Jamaica, Windward Islands, Guyana, Leeward Islands will be here from next week to play the West Indies Women T20 Championship. Come out and support as we continue to make West Indies cricket better. See you here soon. As I signed off, my co-commentator Roberts, Mr. Kenroy Martin, Alan Cruikshank, and Mr. Cato. We'll see you here next week again to continue proceedings, but with a different tournament. See you soon.